Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of SECI and NACFI, I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests, speakers, delegates, and participants to the International Conference on Solar Thermal Technologies. India set an ambitious target to increase its non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by the year 2030 and meet 50% of its energy requirements through renewable energy. To achieve this target, India requires advanced and indigenous storage technologies to be coupled with increasing RE installations for achieving sustainable energy transition. This two-day conference on solar thermal technologies aims at understanding the existing global technology landscape of efficient and effective concentrated solar power storage application along with grid integration. Without any further delay, let's begin this two-day knowledge sharing session with the inaugural ceremony. At the outset, we would request Sri Deepak Gupta ji, Honorable Director General of NACFI, to join us on stage. We would now request Sri R.P. Gupta ji, the Chairman and Managing Director of Solar Energy Corporation of India, to join the inaugural ceremony on the stage. It is our distinct pleasure now to invite Sri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla ji, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, onto the stage. We now request Sri Deepak Gupta ji, Honorary Director General of NACFI, to kindly welcome Sri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla ji, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, with a bouquet of flowers. We now request Sri Deepak Gupta ji, Honorary Director General of NACFI, to kindly welcome Sri R.P. Gupta ji, Chairman and Managing Director, Solar Energy Corporation of India. It is often said that as we work to create light for others, we naturally light our own way. We would now request Honorable Secretary and other distinguished dignitaries on the stage to light the lamp and to formally inaugurate the proceedings of the two-day conference. We would now request Sri Deepak Gupta ji, Honorary Director General of NACFI, former Secretary MNRE, and former Chairman UPSC, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Very warm welcome to Secretary MNRE, Mr. Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, and SECI MD, Mr. R.P. Gupta, and so many delegates from PSUs, DISCOMs, GENCOs, SNAs, technology providers, and developers, etc. And a very good morning to you all on this appropriately sunny day. The resounding response to this action-packed two-day conference takes me back to the heady days when there were many such events, when we were trying to thresh out the parameters of the National Solar Mission. At that time, PV and thermal started almost on equal terms, but PV took off with dramatic reduction in costs while we struggled with thermal. Even then, however, we always felt that its time will come back, both as storage as well as a source of heat. And I think that time has come. India has rapidly accelerated in solar PV, and this is bound to increase much, much more in coming years. India will necessarily and soon require large quantities of storage, which solar thermal can also provide. India's innovative FDRE bids have already proven that renewable energy combined with storage can provide firm, reliable, and dispatchable power. I see ahead an ideal combination of PV and thermal, with large solar thermal plants in good solar radiation areas and thousands of 1 to 2 megawatt agro PV plants feeding at the tail end across the country. This conference is aimed at understanding and exploring the existing CSP storage technologies across the globe, their performance, efficiency, and cost. Government has been very ambitious for PV and RE. That ambition now is also needed for solar thermal. A good size will incentivize, reduce costs, lead to innovation, indigenous production, and quality and standardization. I may add that we should similarly devise innovative ways to utilize the low temperature heat from solar thermal. For many industrial sectors, this is not only possible but wholly desirable. I am confident that this response and the August gathering today will ensure that this seminar starts a solar thermal revolution. Thank you and welcome all of you again.
Thank you, Shri Deepak Gupta ji, for setting the welcome remarks. We now request Shri R.P. Gupta, the Chairman and Managing Director of the Solar Energy Corporation of India, to deliver his opening remarks.
Secretary MNRE Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla ji, Shri Deepak Gupta, President of NSEFI, and the delegates from the industry, RE companies, academia, from financial institutions, and all other who have gathered today. Friends, we are all aware of our ambitious global energy transition as well as India's energy transition. We are quite aware of the climate catastrophe which is right in front of us. We know and we are quite familiar of our 2030 targets. But in Glasgow, Honorable Prime Minister, he not only set the 2030 target, but he gave a call for India's net zero by 2070. That means 2030 is just one step away, and it's just one step for a long journey towards our net zero. Though we can say 2070 is quite far away, but 2047, which happens to be our 100th year of independence, that is something which is only about 25 years away. And the call of Viksit Bharat at 2047, that is already given by the government, and we must see what will be the energy transition and where are we likely to be in that journey in 2047. A rough estimate has been made by Niti Aayog, and as per that, the renewable energy requirement and the renewable energy capacity by that time, it's very roughly, it's likely to be about 2000 gigawatt. Now look at it from this perspective of 500 gigawatt by 2030 to a journey of about 2000 gigawatt in next 17 years. So 2030 and 500 gigawatt is just a milestone in our overall journey of energy transition. And this is a huge task. We already know the stresses which are developing in electrical systems and the grid, when our renewable energy is only about the truly renewable, which I would say solar and wind, hydro and nuclear also happens to be non-fossil, and hydro is also renewable. But the characteristics of fluctuations, variability, and intermittency, they truly come from solar and wind, which is going to be the ministry of the energy transition. Hydro, not so much. So we have to look at our systems, particularly the grid, from this perspective. Majority of it is going to be solar and wind. And of course, if by that time we are able to make major breakthrough in nuclear fusion, then probably this scenario may change. But currently, as on today, at least by 2050, the nuclear scenario doesn't give us hope that nuclear fusion would be viable on a commercial scale. So we have to focus on the true renewables, that is solar and wind. These are all very land intensive technologies. And we also know that our energy transition will have to be cost effective. After all, our per capita energy consumption is only about 1/6 of the world average. When energy consumption, which is a parameter and a barometer of the development, this increases, then our requirement of energy would also increase, but this energy transition would have to be at the lowest cost, which is affordable to our people and our economy to be competitive in the global market. Now that is where we must deploy all resources and all technologies which can make it possible. As Mr. Deepak Gupta already pointed out, the solar PV and solar thermal, they started in roughly about 2009-10 on almost at the same footing. And one of the plant in Rajasthan, probably that is operating, and it was bidded at a tariff of about 10 to 11 rupees per unit. That is the kind of cost which was arrived at that time. And that time, the solar PV was also at the same rate. But we have seen what scale can do. The scale with which PV were deployed, it brought down the cost, and solar PV that took a leap much ahead of the solar thermal. Now storage is also very important. We have the storage technologies, battery, the pump hydro, hydrogen. But there is another storage, that is solar thermal in the form of molten salt. And recently, not only the concentrated solar for electricity generation and molten salt storage technology for storing and providing round the clock power has also been in focus. And I understand in Dubai, one of the CSP plant along with thermal storage, that is giving round the clock power at roughly about 7.3 cents per unit. That will translate to about 6 rupees per unit. Now round the clock power at 6 rupees per unit, and when this technology is still not deployed at a larger scale, would mean that if we can invest in it, we can scale it up, then it can be really competitive as far as the electricity from thermal, the serial thermal coal power plants are concerned, without the problems of emission and pollution which are always associated with thermal power plants. So now is the time that we must also experiment with this new technology. And it need not be a isolated one. We need not deploy solar thermal and thermal storage in isolation. We already have seen how the deployment of solar, wind, and storage have brought down the cost of almost RTC power or RTC renewable power. So let it be combined with the other elements. It can be combined with solar PV, wind, and concentrated solar. And storage also can be combined with the requirement of the situation, along with the battery storage or PSP. There is room for almost all technologies, and the new technologies which are coming up, they will have to be encouraged. So probably Bhalla Sahab, as we are doing with offshore wind, we all know offshore wind is quite costly, but government is supporting it in the initial stages, as was done with the solar PV and wind, onshore wind. I think there is a requirement that in the initial stages we support the concentrated solar with the with thermal storage. Offshore wind cost, we all know it's even after without subsidy or without capital assistance, it's also in the range of 6 to 7 rupees. And that we are talking about again associated with the problem of variability and intermittency. This technology, if it can provide RTC power at about 6 rupees or so, definitely we should encourage it and we should help this technology also to improve it. This conference for 2 days will deliberate upon the various technologies, the means of financing, the research requirement, and encourage the entrepreneurs to come ahead and experiment with this technology also. The experience which we gather and the learnings which come out of this conference will help us in taking this technology forward. If we find that it is going to be financially viable, then probably in next few months we may experiment with a tender for this. So I wish this conference a very vibrant success and hope that the experience emerging out of it will guide us in formulating the policies and the tenders. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Gupta ji, for setting the context and for your opening remarks. It is our great privilege and honor to now invite Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla ji, Secretary of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, to address the esteemed gathering.
Good morning, everyone. My colleague, Shri R.P. Gupta, CMD SECI, my senior colleague, Mr. Deepak Gupta, was now, of course, heading NSEFI, but also, of course, handled MNRE earlier. My colleagues from SECI, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the industry, academia, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today. We have been, in fact, in the last few months, I must say that we've been discussing this issue within the ministry and, of course, with SECI. And we've had several, concept note, or let's say, discussions held on what is the way forward on it. And therefore, I'm very, very happy that today I'm seeing SECI and NSEFI come together to take the lead and bring forward both domestic and international stakeholders for this 2-day conference on this very, very important subject. India's ambitious RE target of 500 gigawatt by 2030 And of course, Mr. Gupta mentioned about, he was talking about the long term also, when we're talking about net zero and of course energy independence by 2047. But I also believe that even in the short term, which is now short term, when we say short, it's actually 2030, since it's the first target that we are looking at. Even now, it's very important to have a mix of technologies that provide continuous power supply, while also strengthening grid stability and overcome the intermittency that Mr. Gupta also talked about, which is associated with the variable solar and wind power. Based on recent global trends, we recognize that CSP, the concentrated solar power, with storage technologies, especially thermal, could be a viable alternative towards achieving this, even the 2030 target. The global installed capacity of concentrating solar power, concentrating solar thermal power, achieved a total of 6.3 gigawatt, I understand, by the end of 2022. New projects have come online and are under construction in emerging markets, including Chile, China, Israel, Morocco, South Africa, and the UAE. Nearly all new CSP plants contain some form of thermal energy storage, and that's something we need to look at, especially when we're starting this two-day conference. I think that's the signal that we get from the international market, and therefore we should definitely look at it. And these estimates prove that CSP RTC projects are witnessing a revival in several parts of the world. While solar PV technologies, as Mr. Deepak Gupta mentioned, they presently dominate the market due to their cost effectiveness. Of course, we started the journey, I understand, many years ago, looking at all technologies in solar. But then the advantages of solar PV, of course, then outweighed everything else, and therefore that's where we have come in 2024. But the cost of CSP with storage plants have fallen significantly, in fact, by around 68 to 69% in the last decade. With a very, very small, look at how much solar PV is installed across the world, whereas CSP is only 6.3 gigawatt. Despite such small installations, relative small installations compared to solar PV, even then the costs have fallen significantly. The lowest ever levelized cost of electricity of US dollar 0.073 cents, dollars, 7.3 cents literally, which is about less than 6 rupees, was reported for Noor Energy 1 CSP project in Dubai in 2019, which comprises of 700 megawatt of CSP with 15 hours of molten salt storage. These positive developments have led to a renewed policy interest in CSP, integrated with storage as a longer duration source of solar energy at the lower cost. As far as India is concerned, the direct normal irradiation over the entire country, ranges from 4 to 7 kilowatt hours per square meter per day, with about 2,000 to 300 to 3,200 sunshine showers per year, which makes it ideal for the deployment of CSP. States of Rajasthan and Gujarat, as well as the southern states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and western portions of Andhra Pradesh, have average DNI values that exceed 5 kilowatt hours per square meter per day, which is an encouraging sign of the immense untapped potential of the technology. Though there are only a few CSP projects in the country so far, MNRE has been supporting the solar thermal technologies for off-grid and decentralized thermal applications like cooking, industrial heating, and cooling under the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission since 2010, with a target of implementing 20 million square meter of collected area by 2022. That was the target that we had set for ourselves when the National Solar Mission was announced. MNRE was providing subsidy for solar water heating systems till 2014 and for the CSP technologies till 2020. As per reports, now these are, of course, since we stopped giving subsidy, therefore, of course, we also somehow stopped tracking what's happening. It was also a question because since it was being implemented across the country by private industry, there was also no way to track what was the actual installation on the ground. But as per reports, India is having around 19.8 million square meter of collected area under operation at the end of calendar year 2022, which is close to what the target that we had set of 20 million square meter that we had target for 2022. But we in MNRE do believe that there is more potential for the solar thermal technology than what we have achieved. I mean, I'm very hopeful that this conference, and I've looked at the schedule of the conference, and I'm very happy to see that it's a very good agglomeration of industry, academia, and international stakeholders as well, and who will share their experience. And I think we need to now look at what's happening, and definitely look at something which is we have not really pursued for a long time. I do mention it at several events, and I've mentioned it earlier. We are a ministry of new and renewable energy. Right now, we've been focusing on renewable energy, but we do have to look at the new aspects. We do need to keep pushing that frontier and look at what are all the possibilities. In fact, in my interactions with our international partners, countries, whenever I talk to them, I do tell them that you give us a short list of what you think is happening in the world. What are the other technologies that you think you have succeeded in, and maybe it's useful for India in some way. And we started going that path, looking at that huge, bigger basket of what their short list is, and looking at it across the world. We want to bring down to a shorter list of about 8 to 10 technologies where we need to start working on. And it takes a very long time to first look at its potential and whether it can succeed in India, do some additional research for making it happen in the country, looking at our unique features, and then from the research or the pilot scale, then scale it up to a commercial level, a scale which could be medium, and then of course, before you go out all the way to a much bigger capacities. So therefore, I think, and this is one technology that we actually were thinking of, doing it. We started it, but somehow due to economic viability and looking at the pace at which solar outstripped the other technologies, and within solar PV actually dominated. We somehow lost track of or did not focus too much on this technology. And I think it's high time that we look at everything. And I sincerely believe, and I totally endorse Mr. R.P. Gupta's address where he said that it's not only 2030, we have to do 2047, we have to do 2070. And in fact, further down, our generations are, our generations, future generations are going to look at what we started or what we have achieved from the push that India could make. Maybe this is a crucial juncture when we look at everything else. I'm very hopeful and I'm very confident that this 2-day conference would provide an opportunity for learning from each other, and in the especially in the context of Indian context of adoption of the CSP based RTC projects. I urge all of you to make the most of this wonderful opportunity, and I look forward to learning from what you deliberate upon and what you conclude with. I look forward. Mr. R.P. Gupta did mention that we should look at supporting the sector. but perhaps we should first try it out and see what kind of price range we get. If the LCOE is going to be high, then we'll see whether we can support it or not. But I mean, our rudimentary calculations suggest that it could be a feasible option, even at 6 rupees or 7 rupees. I still think that looking at the price that the DISCOMs are paying for firm power and looking at the high cost, especially in the peak hours, I mean, there's no reason why a 6 rupees or 5 rupee 80 paisa or 7 rupees, even 7 rupee power cannot be bought, provided we can satisfy the demand curve of each DISCOM. And maybe we could just focus on the peak hours, that's fine. As long as we know the problem and how to use this, how do we tweak our technology to serve a particular purpose, I think we will be successful. So, I look forward to, and in fact, looking at, if all of you come to the conclusion by tomorrow that yes, we should definitely pursue it. We not only have the technology, we also have the industry which is willing to bite the bullet. We are willing to set up a framework through our bidding mechanism and our support to make it happen. And then based on our experience in the first 1 or 2 bids when we start, and of course looking at the experience as the installation takes place, we will take it forward to its next level that it deserves. I wish you all the best for the deliberations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Bhallaji, for your insightful remarks. I would now like to call upon CEO NSCFI, Shri Subramaniam Pulipakaji, to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Shri Bhupender Singh Bhallaji, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. We would now like to call upon Shri Chintan Shah Sir, Principal Advisor NSCFI, to please present a small token of appreciation to Shri R.P. Gupta, the Chairman and Managing Director, SECI. I would now like to call upon Sanjay Sharma ji, Director Solar SECI, to please present a small token of appreciation to DG Sir. Commencing our workshop sessions, we will now begin with our presentations, requesting everybody to please be seated. Commencing our workshop sessions, we embark on an illuminating journey with an overview of concentrated solar power technology, a cornerstone of sustainable energy solutions. We would now like to invite Shri Rajan Varshney ji from the National Thermal Power Corporation to initiate the workshop sessions with his insightful presentation on the innovative advancements and applications of CSP. Over to you, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। गुप्ता जी ने बहुत अच्छा कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट कर दिया है और दीपक गुप्ता जी ने स्टार्टिंग ही बहुत अच्छा किया है, तो उम्मीद है कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस तो बहुत ही अपने पर्पस को सॉल्व कर पाएगी और हम लोग एक निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचेंगे कि CSP along with CST can lead the energy transition in a environmentally sustainable as well as cost effective manner. In my presentation, I am trying to cover what all has been covered, what speakers have been invited, and what you will see. It is more of an overview of the upcoming technologies and the upcoming presentation. Basically, we have to see that why we need it. Today, we have PV, we have wind, But RE doesn't stop at it. PV is something which is giving you power at the time during the day when sun is there, and it is not stable, it is intermittent. And when you need it, say at night or during peak hours, it is not there. Otherwise, you have to put storage, or what we are putting up is coal-based capacity. We put 100 megawatt PV, then we put 100 megawatt coal also. And this way, can we leave coal out, or can we do real combating of climate change, which is due to the CO2 and other NOx, SOx? So we have to have a technology which is cost effective also, and it is already there since ages. There are plants running for more than 50 years successfully and giving us 24/7 or during whatever storage is there corresponding power. When the sun is not there, even using concentrated solar power. Similarly, heat they are supplying as a byproduct. So if we encourage CSP, we will get CST also at a cheaper rate than what presently our industry is getting process heat using coal and other sources. So inform power at 2 rupees or 3 rupees is nothing unless I have similar availability, maybe at slightly higher price, but along with dispatchable power, not at when it is available, I am using it and then I have to put costly battery which will say charge me 12 rupees or something per unit. But we have this cheaper solar storage where we are simply storing the sun's heat which is available free once we have installed the done the capex. So instead of first converting into electricity and then converting into some other form and then converting back to electricity, here we are simply doing heat storage and then converting it into electricity whenever we require it. So there are more than 130 plants running also. 7 gigawatt capacity is, as you have heard, is already working of CSP. But where are we? We have only 1 megawatt plant, that too at our Mount Abu Brahmakumari's ashram, which is giving us power when we need it. It has a different storage, but not the molten salt storage. But these 1 megawatt or 1 kilowatt or these things will not help us. We need gigawatts of power. And simply we say 500 gigawatts RE, but that is, if it is a CUF of only 20%, really we can do it with 100 gigawatt of CSP with 24/7 or maybe 200 gigawatt if we require power through CSP and storage at required hours. So, like we have to think ahead, like NEP is there, it is saying 365 gigawatt of PV is required. But that 365 gigawatt of PV can be replaced with, or some PV can be there and some this CSP can be there, and hybridization can give us a very good combination of dispatchable power when we require and at nearly the same price. If first, second bids may be 6 rupees, 5 rupees, but next bids will come down to 3, 2, and if we have a 100 gigawatt target, we will have average weighted price of only 2 rupees 50 paisa or 3 rupees per unit for 24/7 renewable power, even if we are not considering the carbon credits which will give us huge pricing. So in the 2-day presentations, you will find carbon credits presentation also there. Now the carbon insurance is also coming. Today you book your rate also and you will get rate when you sell that. So insurance part is also coming. Basically, CSP technologies use a mirror configuration that concentrates the sun's solar energy onto a receiver which converts it to heat, and that heat is converted into steam when water is passed through that, and that steam turbine runs the electric generator and the power is formed. But there are now new technologies also coming which are doing it without water and steam, simply by air, heat to electricity. They are called thermoacoustic turbines with huge efficiency. Need is to support these technologies, and when the scale comes, these will be very, very cheap. Then CSP can be integrated with the thermal fired plants also, and even if we reduce the coal consumption by 20%, we can change the trajectory of temperature rise. And India is third largest emitter of CO2 or greenhouse gases, and 25% out of that is due to our coal-based generation only. So even if we cut that 25%, we will be doing it a good service and simply saving our huge number of cities which are like top 15 cities, top 20 world out of top 20 cities, 15 cities are most polluted cities in India. If we reduce this pollution through this cutting down the coal-based cost and pollutions, maybe there are other methods also, but CSP and CST can also do it very fast. Then as the PV is increasing into the grid, we are curtailing it also at times when we don't need that, and we have to keep our coal-based power standby. We are anyway investing in capex and paying for it. Similarly, transmission lines are getting loaded only for 20% of time, but for the rest of the 80% also we are doing the capex. So we have to take a holistic view, and if we have 24/7 RE available, we should encourage it. And now there is a huge opportunity to do it. The costs have come down, and if we do it fast and do it as a Make in India approach, our coal-based costs are increasing. Now the latest Talabira NLC plant, which PM has just laid the foundation stone, that is at 11.3 crore per megawatt. So where are we when our plants are running, investing 11.3 crore per megawatt, and then keeping them standby because your PV will supply the power during the day. So again, you are not utilizing the full capex, and when you are running those things at lesser PLF, you are again not decreasing the pollution also per unit. So we have to see overall picture, and when we have cleaner, greener technologies and totally made in India availability is there and scope is there, jobs is here, no forex, no nothing outgo. So these things should be promoted, and there are 4 technologies: parabolic trough systems, power tower systems, linear Fresnel, parabolic dish systems. In the due course, you will find more details. I have just picturized those things, all the 4 technologies and the various plants running on these. In this one bid, we had seen that in 2022, there was a rate of, in Likana, calculations were there, it was not awarded because PV got the lower bid. LCOE came out to be $22 per megawatt hour in Chile. Then we have this CSP in Noor Energy 1 complex, Dubai, which was described by Secretary Sir also. We can see that if we see the overall cost, PV and wind are costing very high if we consider the 24/7 availability and dispatchability cost. Initial cost may be small, single, but you see the other 2 bars, so we cannot depend on them. Now, life cycle GHG emissions, if we see, for CSP it is hardly 10 gram per unit of electricity generated. For PV it is 50 gram per unit of electricity generated. If we go for cradle to grave for GH2, if we keep it even 2 kg, with 50 gram per unit of electricity, even if 50 units of electricity per kg of hydrogen is required, it will be 2.5 kg. So, in true sense, CSP can provide us true green electricity or low carbon electricity. Now, as we have seen the price trends, CSP prices have gone down 70% in last 10 years and they are still decreasing. We have the price trend available only till 2021, but in next they are further decreasing. I have shown here up to 2022 in the last dot in the bottom side. So they are continuing to decrease, and with the scaling coming up, this is only with 7,000 capacity installed and 3,000 under different stages of execution and 5,000 tenders in the pipeline. So the time has come. In last 3 years, lot of progress is there, and I'm quite hopeful that we will get the rates what have been discussed here, and even I won't be surprised if we get 4 rupees or 5 rupees in that bid, less than the FDRE bids which we are expecting. So this is our basic scheme of storage. Sun is giving heat, and these bottom heliostats mirrors are focusing it on the receiver. Then our molten salt in blue line is coming and getting heat and getting stored in the hot molten salt tank, and this heat exchanger here is called boiler, but it is converting the blue line water into red line steam, and the turbine is running and supplying electricity through generator. These are some of the plants. This last plant, SEGS, is operating since 1984. Over the period, how the CSP installations have increased, this arrow is signifying this. Installed capacity worldwide is depicted in this figure. Most of the countries which have only 2-3 plants, they are also going for many more plants. And India is such a country which has so much good geographical location, 330 days of sunlight, many high DNI areas, contiguous large spaces lying unused. They are being occupied partly by PV, and PV is not suitable at that areas even when we have the 40-50 degree centigrade temperature also. And if we don't do some policy changes or some allocation of these high DNI areas for allocating to CSP, maybe after 5 years if we wake up, those areas will be occupied by PV. Then nobody will be asking for removing those. Then we see that sweet spot is in the right figure. Molten salt storage is quite cheapest even for high duration, because we are not first converting, making electricity and then storing and then converting it back. We are doing the single cycle and storing the free heat which is supplied through sun. In the right side, I have shown that world over 9-hour storage is the cheapest, which is giving us least LCOE. But if we combine it with PV and wind, even we can do it with 6-hour storage, and we get 24/7 firm power. Because whenever the variable power is fluctuating, we can hybridize it with the CSP's firm power, and our demand curve can be met. And there are other benefits because it is a steam run turbine, inertia is there, so frequency control, voltage control, and with the ancillary service market, additional revenue option has come up. Even small scale CSPs are developing across the world. With these small scale, modularization is coming fast, standardization is coming fast. This was the one reason, because PV was getting upper hand and the regular bids were coming, repeated bids were coming. But with small scale CSP, we can do it in our microgrids. Instead of rooftop solar, we can do it at rooftop level here itself and supply heat also along with it for cooking and bathing and whatever, washing and laundry and whatever. So techniques are there. This SF is running at very high temperature up to 3000 degrees centigrade from 1800 last 10 years. So materials are also there. And if we have to make hydrogen, we don't need electrolysis. We can do thermal splitting of water, and at 2400 degrees centigrade, simply water will split into hydrogen and oxygen. And we can achieve such temperatures with this. Then there are certain technologies which is called HHO, oxyhydrogen. With 1 unit of electricity, we can produce a lot of heat, and this water gets into depolarized state, And some companies have done this and saving their fossil consumption by 20%. Here, the electrons are slightly dislocated from their orbits through this, and water is converted into brown gas, which is HHO, and then this HHO, brown gas, gives the heat wherever we require, along with our fossil fuels and all. This can cut down the consumption hugely, and world over, many units are utilizing these things. Simply, you are using electricity to disassociate water. The dipolar bonds you are simply disassociating, and when it is getting fired, getting ignited or imploding, lot of energy develops due to water comes back to the stable state. Then this so high tech is, we'll see the presentation down the line. This company is doing water splitting through these big dish technology, parabolic dish technology. Then we have these mining techniques, metal refining techniques were developed 100 years back when there was no question of climate change and rising temperature. So with the advent of these or knowledge of these phenomena, people have developed mining technologies, refining technologies, aluminium, bauxite to alumina, etc. through this solar heat itself and solar power itself. And these are developing. Once these CSP and CST catch on, these technologies will do it. And India is in such a position that we have to have 10 times more metallurgy now. And if we adopt these technologies with cheaper power, cheaper heat, we will have cleaner copper, aluminium, steel, cement. And when these infra things are cheaper, all our products will get cheaper with the cheap steam, cheap power, cheap steel, cement, cheap these things. And we will be more competitive in the world with lesser prices and greener products. So we'll export also. So this is something, if we do it fast, we can do it here and lot of exports can increase. The 5 trillion economy can come up very fast. Then this will be useful for carbon capture and utilization also. It's not that the units which are running and emitting CO2 or other equivalent gases for GHG, they are working 24/7. But if we use coal-based electricity to capture power, suppose we capture 1 kg of CO2, but release 300 gram of CO2 also to capture that, we are getting net 700 gram of CO2 in our hands. So if we use 24/7 electricity, we can optimize these costs also of carbon capture and then utilizing them into other fuels. So we need PV also, wind also, but hybridization can do wonders, and the studies have been done. Hybridization reduces the cost of CSP to 80%. That is reduction of 19-20% with hybridization. And we see in this figure that molten salt storage is cheapest across various configurations, various durations. There is no comparison, and we have such a high DNI areas and run of Kutch, Ladakh, our Rajasthan Thar Desert, southern areas, Chhattisgarh, in UP, Bundelkhand and all. There are no dearth of ideas, but these things have to catch on with policy support, and the tender should specifically mention that CSP has to be installed. If we keep on doing status quo, our power is supporting only 18% of our requirements, but heat load is 30 to 40%. If we decrease that also, then what happens is we can converge our base load to peak load. For simply meeting the peak load, we are putting up spare capacities of plants and run it for hardly 10% of the year. So all these costs, if we take into account and put some here in promoting first, second tenders of CSP, there is nothing like it. Costs have to come down. They are definitely coming down, and I will show some technologies which are bringing those costs down over last 10 years. It's not that they have come down due to modularity or something. And revenue streams are increasing. Nighttime firm RE without coal is possible. And rates are coming down, new technologies, improvements are happening. And even for making hydrogen, if we use 24/7 CSP power, we can increase the electrolyzer CUF to 80, 90, 100% even. And if 70% of the cost is electricity, with low cost of electricity, as well as instead of 4-5 electrolyzers, we put only one electrolyzer, our hydrogen cost can come down to 200 rupees per kg with the same way we are doing, but with CSP power. Then photocatalytic splitting, I have already discussed. CCUS, I have discussed. Grid integration. PV and wind will get sustainably integrated into the grid if we have this renewable power through CSP. We have seen in Rajasthan a lot of trippings happened due to that inverters got tripped. So all this thing can be avoided if we have support available and without coal, without batteries. Intermittency can be complemented with firm power from this. Grid auxiliary services, decarbonization of industries, and EVs also take a lot of load. And if we can do through solar things, and hydrogen will be cheaper, that FCEVs, hydrogen vehicles, H2 ICE vehicles, they will get promoted and our pollution levels will come down drastically. These are some of the plants. Even in Israel, there are plants. Then if we do some working and do indigenization, we can come down to even 4 rupees or 3 rupees, and over a time, weighted average quantity, price of power can come down to even below rupees 3. Even if we take only 25 years life as of the plant. But what I discussed initially, even if we have 750 megawatt coal, we are spending 11.3 or 11 crore per megawatt or 12 crore per megawatt, and then we are putting coal daily, and still we are getting with the new coal plants a tariff of around 6 rupees per unit. Out of this, 3 to 4 rupees is due to coal only. Here we don't have to put coal, and if we have the similar capex or even double the capex, and the plant life is 70-80 years or maybe more, there is no brainer if we can calculate the cost of power, round the clock power, at less than coal-based cost. Life is more, capex is not that much more. Input OPEX is so high, 3 to 4 rupees. Here OPEX is hardly 1% of the capex. And no jungle cutting for mining the coal, and no spending energy and pollution in handling the coal and then disposing ash and then flue gas and transmitting those through that electricity which is generated out of all this through railways and overloading the railway network or putting up new lines and all this. All these things should be seen in holistical manner, and nature should be treated like when we have the things, we can do the development sustainably, and we have the technologies, these should be encouraged. Now I have shown some improvements which are coming over the time. Even wireless control of heliostats through AI, they are coming. We are tracking the mirrors in so accuracy up to milliradians also, even points of milliradians. Once we have invested something and that heat is our gold, we have to take as much as heat we can take. Then standardization, modularization is coming with the small scale coming up. continued hybridization, storing energy from stranded PV also can be done. Wireless modules are there. System optimizations are happening. New cycles like supercritical CO2 and thermoacoustic turbines, which I told you, direct heat to electricity, are coming up. Better storage media are coming up. Then from PV also we can put the heat in the thermal medium, thermal fluid, through electric resistance heaters also when we are discarding that, curtailing that. This is one smart autonomous tracking I have told, and this is self-tracking, no wires, auto-programmed for higher accuracy, easier installation. This is like if we convert waste to methane and then we spend lot of gas in converting methane to hydrogen, even in our industry. With solar heat and solar power, pyrolysis reactor called liquid metal bubble column have been invented, and these are being tried and scaled up. We can even do hydrogen in a decentralized manner from biomethane from waste at the point of use, cutting down the transportation expenses of the hydrogen also, and take hydrogen when we require, with more cost effective CST and CSP availability. It is one thing to solve new engineering challenges when you design a new technology from the ground up, like cutting edge solar research to develop new climate concerns, but quite another to do so as a legacy technology developed during ignorance about the climate crisis. These mining technologies, these were developed at that time, but now other economies have sunk costs, but India is at a such right time that we can invest in these upcoming technologies, use these cleaner and greener sources, cleaner and greener processes, cleaner technologies, and develop our hydrogen economy also based on this. There are thermochemical cycles using CSP, CST, even copper chloride cycle can give us hydrogen at less than 80 rupees per kg using CSP and CST. In a solar thermochemical, this is like solar surfer cycle it is called. It is being developed at small scale, it is there, but it gets commercialized by 2026 if funding is there, fast funding is there. And if we can do it fast, we can even develop it into 2024 itself. Already all the processes are there, but somebody has to integrate them in this process. Here, sulfur is converted to H2SO4 using CST, and then this cycle continues. And there is a huge difference between burning coal and burning sulfur. Here we are getting sulfur back after burning it through H2SO4 route in a closed cycle. And it stores a lot of energy. Sulfur's energy density is so much higher than that of molten salt that we can get this thermal storage at 1,000th of the cost of presently being done by molten salt. So new trends are coming up, and particle storage and other storages, different types of storage are coming up. The techniques which can work in not that that can work in say 1400, 1300 DNI also. In those we can even remove our or decrease our dependence on coal. And CSP has all the techs available as compared to other technologies. And we have good DNI available also. Then more improvements are coming, and we have to overcome the whatever we say consider today as challenges. They are not real challenges, and they can be overcome very easily, like with designing properly the bids. If required, custom duty waivers for the first tender, second tender. Even for coal-based, we are reimbursing the custom duty and other things. We get special approvals. So why not for such a technology which is clean itself at the first instance itself and cleaner than most of the other technologies? PV is only giving you 17% CUF with 5 acre per megawatt, and then you have to do it. If we have to say same energy wise you have to come 1 megawatt into 24 hours. If you have to generate, you have to put 5-6 solar fields, so it is taking 30 acre per megawatt. And then too, it is not firm power. Again, you have to put some other battery or some other thing or support of coal or some other thing to generate power when you require. So, but with the PV, the life is 25 years, with coal life is that, but with the CSP, the life is 75-80 years. So, we should design, and as Sir rightly said, we can have higher duration PPAs also. So, funding is easier and capex goes over a larger duration of age of the power plant. Then reserving good DNIs for CSP is a must. Wider take up in developer community by offering plug and play. We give them land, we give them clearances done, we give them evacuation guaranteed. And why people will not come when uncertainties are totally taken care already? And the cost will also be less because interest during construction will be not much. China is installing CSP plants in 18 months. And they are even installing one plant in Tibet also. And we have huge DNI areas, 2400 and above in Ladakh. And we have not focused on them yet. Then bids for energy supply during peak hours, as Secretary Sir mentioned. These should meet our requirement of, even if it is considered higher in the initial bids. Then heating cooling requirements can be bid in the same thing. Then the heat which is going free can be utilized in a better manner, and our costs of LCOE can come down. Then there could be bids for part substituting fossil based power in the same plant itself, where the infrastructure is there, only you have to put some extra CSPs and fields. Then incentivizing new techniques, like now the solar methane reforming is coming. SMR, instead of steam methane reforming, solar methane reforming is coming with the advent of this awareness about environment, and the technology is getting developed of CSP, CST at a cheaper rate. Then solar methane pyrolysis I have shown already. New metal refining technologies are already there developing. So there is nothing to lose if we do it fast, and that bid SECI is bringing should come as early as possible. So next bids can come early, and this conference will, I hope, crystallize everything and vitalize towards this. Thank you. We'll take up questions later.
Thank you so much, Shri Vaishnaji, for such an enriching and enlightening presentation. Continuing our exploration, our next presentation delves into the operational Godavari project. We would like to welcome Shri Atul Raisda ji, CEO IndiGrid CSP, to guide us through this compelling case study. Over to you, Shri Atul ji.
So, good morning. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present over here. So, basically, me with my colleague Mr. Jitendra, who is handling this plant since commissioning. And important is, when we have entered into this conference, the first time we heard, and this is one of the very pleasing remarks, that we have constructed and running or operating this plant successfully. And we are very few, one of the very few generators who has successfully run this plant efficiently also, right? So important is, I am basically a wind and solar person. Few years back, we have got the opportunity with the investment objective to invest into the CSP plant with the help of the KKR. And during that time, I found to study this plant, and I was surprised these kind of technologies could run or could fulfill the requirement of the RTC power. So continuously we can provide the power, and with this remark we have given the statement to our investors, because this is one of the area where we have to develop. And surprisingly, the CSP has not been developed not only in India, other part of the world also we have not seen a high development of the CSP. Right. So basically, what was lacking into the CSP? Why it has not been developed? With a little knowledge of that, what I have studied previously, I found the capex cost is one of the reason which is not intensivizing the investors. Second is the interest of the off-takers, because to set off the cost of the capex, the cost of per unit sale of the energy is very, very high. It's around 12 rupees. But surprisingly, some of the very important points which were missed to capitalize or to harvest the yield of the energy for the CSP plant. Number one, the age. As Mr. Vaishnav, I was looking after his presentation, I could see very clearly the life of the CSP plant is more than 70 years. And we are doing the PPA only for the 20-25 years, which is half of the time, less than half of the time. So if we can just increase the PPA timeline, the cost of the power, leave out some of the capex increase. If we just feed it into the model, the per unit sale cost would be reduced nearly to the half. It's just 6 rupees. It's no brainer. So this is the area where we can work for that. Second one is the utilization of the technology. See, we are thinking only for the storage. Yes, storage, this is the area which is the green storage we are providing by the molten salt technology here. With the same capex, even we don't want to increase even the solar field, and if we provide the molten salt plant with the underground capacity, we can at least give around 1 to 2 hour power very easily, and that can cater the high peak areas. Second, beyond this line, we are not thinking to heat the HTF, means the fluid, by some other resources also. This could be the technology which can switch the heating process with a different sources. Like we can utilize the biofuel, we can utilize the biogas, means the areas of the husk, areas of the bagasse, we can utilize that. We can utilize even with the help of the effluent gases which are nearby to the refineries. We can utilize the green gases also. We can utilize the hydrogen to heat the plant. And with the 75 to 80% of the capex remaining same, adding only 15 to 20% of the capex, we can achieve this goal. And this will provide around 24/7 energy constantly. So this is one of the area of the CSP which we could leverage. Apart from that, we request the government departments also, in the next bidding, they have to intensivize or to initiate some of the benefits to the CSP area for putting the projects, like increasing the PPA. One of the problem is this auxiliary consumption of the CSP plant, which we are facing. Around 12% of the auxiliary consumption we are giving for, we are quenching with the with basically for the net generation. To reduce that auxiliary plant, this is no brainer. We can directly save this capacity and put up into the generation by simply put up the PV. Instead of hybridization with the PV, if we can put up, or we can be allowed to put up the PV to quench this area, 12% of the power, it could be directly increased with the present capacity of the plant. Second, if we got the exemption in the duties, then definitely the initiation with the investors or the interest of the investors will come up. Then we require some of the R&D centers also here, which I could see very clearly it is missing. If we can initiate some of the R&D centers, then definitely we will have a different kind of thinking and thought process which can maintain the different kind of technology over here. So I think this is a startup and context what I've set up. I request Jitendra if he can provide the rest of the operating areas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizers, sir, for giving us this opportunity to speak about this successful operational plant of CSP since 2013 in India. It's a very good plant and operating on parabolic trough technology. There are sometimes misconceptions about the CSP technology that it is not working. It is not like that. It is working very efficiently. In my coming slides, I will share some data of my plants, real-time data, where I can show that this CSP technology is working at even 1400 of DNI. Like brief introduction about this plant is, it is a 50 megawatt capacity CSP technology plant, parabolic trough, and like all CSP plant, it has two areas, basically solar field and power block area. Like other CSP plant, it covers 80% of the land area in solar field areas, whereas the rest area is divided between power block and other utilities. I will go through these slides a bit in hurry because these are already information available on nets and everything. And since these are the basic equipment what we have used, like solar field, we have used the mirrors supplied by Rio, and mirrors supplied by this Rio. Tubes are also by this SOT Germany. Steam turbine, we have got steam turbine from Siemens, Sweden. It is excellent steam turbine. I will show you after 10 years of use. Recently, we have overhauled this turbine and you will see that it looks like new. After 10 years of serving in such a varied condition, like where the steam conditions varies from 16 bar to 94 bars and temperature difference also. So, this is very good turbine. I appreciate the technology developed by this Siemens Sweden. Condenser, we are using this Indian condenser. Cooling tower, as usual, part-put cooling tower we are using. WTP plant we are using from Ion Exchange. These are some of my generation data, 2018s. Here we can see that at DNI of 1644, we were able to generate 96.6 million units, and like sir has rightly mentioned that auxiliary consumption is very high. We have paid lot of attention to reduce this auxiliary consumption. In 2013, when we started this plant, auxiliary consumption was around 14 to 15%. Right now, we have bring it down to 10% by process improvement as well as the other possible technological support like VFD applications and other things. We have brought it down to 10% or 10.5%. So these are the data from the 2018. The same thing, what we see that the pattern is same. Like every year, if we compare pattern in month-wise pattern of generation and DNI, it is same. Like weather conditions, if weather conditions are good, we are able to generate good. And sometimes I will show you the incoming slide. Sometimes we were able to generate 46% CUF in a single day. This is particular slide I would like to focus upon, that in a particular month we have gone up to 32% of CUF. In 2017-18 March we touched 32% CUF in 1 month. In other year also, sometime May and March, April, we were able to achieve more than 32% of CUF in a particular month when we were being blessed with good DNI. And same is the case with the lowest also. When DNI is not supporting or weather is not good, we are not able to get the good sunny days. This happens, and we have gone up to the lowest CUF in a particular month, that is 23-24, November 7.14 only. So it was the lowest ever since commissioning. highest generation day, if we consider that a highest generation day when we are being blessed with good sunny days, we have gone up to 46.36% of CUF in a single day. We generated that in that particular month day 556 of megawatt hours. It is net generation. I am talking about the net generation. 556 megawatt hours in a single day. If I talk about the experience, O&M experience, I would like to say that this technology has gone mature in last 10 years. We don't find any problem as far as the operation and maintenance is concerned. The only problem right now we face is the availability of DNI. If DNI is good, we can immediately tell that our plant might be doing or generating this much of, or it is running at this much of megawatt hours. So this is the only challenge we are facing right now about the CSP technology working in India. Earlier we faced some problem regarding some technical issues were there. Still some issues are persisting, but those are not affecting our generations. If you talk about the experience for the new coming plants, the accurate DNI, accurate assumption of DNI is very important factor for any CSP plant. If we are able to have the accurate estimation of DNI for a particular site, we are able to design all the required parameters what we design while considering the accurate estimation of the DNI. If we are talking about this new CSP bidding, so I would like to suggest if some plants come up around our plant, then in that area we can give them the authentic DNI data collected during last 10 years. It is the biggest, if we go through the study or material available on the net and a practical experience we have faced, if we have authentic DNI data of a particular site, we are able to achieve what we design. So if bids are there, if it is possible to bring that plant in that vicinity, our data are authentic. They are being gathered by two separate instruments, and it is quite good that we are having those data. Earlier when we commissioned this plant, we were not having those data. We assumed around 1760 of DNI, but actually or practically we are getting into the range of 1400 to 1600. So it has brought down our financial prospects also, because what we thought at the time of designing we could not achieve because of the non-availability of the DNI. So this is a basic area. If we talk about the standardization, some earlier speaker has also focused on this particular standardization of the process or system or equipment. If we can bring out with the government support the standardization of some equipment or process, then it makes it more bankable or more easy option for financial institutions to invest in. Because what is happening in PV technology, everything is standardized and everything can, financial institutions are very easy to believe that yes, as per this standard, it is going to achieve this target revenue. But in CSP, it is not happening. If standardization makes, it would definitely provide the way for the financial institute to have their faith in this CSP technology. And definitely the TES cost, lots of presentation are also coming up in this TES. We are also looking at this particular TES technology, thermal analysis, because it is very vital for CSP to do good in future. Right, like my previous speaker has also said, and my senior sir has also mentioned this thing. If we can hybrid, we can do hybrid of this PV and CSP. It would make more sense. It would make it more profitable CSP, because right now we have seen that 10 to 11% of generated power is going in auxiliary. If that can be catered through PV, then it is very good that 10% can be achieved during the peak hours without doing anything. So this kind of things are quite possible. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Any question? Yes, please. start up, please, excuse me, I could not hear initial. Startup power. If we are having good DNI ramp up that, we are able to sink turbine within 1 hour. Like if I start plant around 6:30, by 7:30 I am able to sync with grid. We don't have any grid backup. We just take our auxiliary power from the grid.
That's for the synchronizing purpose.
No, that is coming from our self generation. That is consumed from self generation. Rolling is taking place with the help of grid power. That is nominal. That is quite nominal. Whole night it is around 3 to 4 megawatt hours. If any question is there? Yes, please. Yes, please. 13, sir.
Thank you. So, have you experienced any deterioration of this collector performance over this 10 years?
You are talking about the reflector or
Reflector.
I see.
tube or mirrors?
Mirrors.
Yes, but degradation in that respect about the quality of the mirrors. Yes, if dust is there, degradation take place. Once we clean it, we are able to achieve again the 92% reflectivity. It depends on the cleaning. If we do better cleaning, we are able to achieve 92% reflectivity.
What is the frequency of your cleaning and what is the amount of water that is being?
It depends on the weather condition. If weather is not good, we increase our frequency. Otherwise, once in a week, we clean all the mirrors.
Okay, thank you.
See, generally the mirrors are not prone to deterioration unless until there is not chemical impact or there is any micro cracks. HCs are there, yes, they are under the vacuum pressure. So there may be a possibility that may deteriorate during some time.
We are using this DM water for cleaning.
And in addition of this, what is the total water consumption during your cleaning cycle?
Water consumption
you
is
are
makeup water you are asking or cleaning for the cleaning?
For the cleaning.
For the cleaning.
Yeah, if I talk about this particular per day consumption, it comes around 40 to 45 cubic meter, clearing 24 loops. In one loops, the area is around 3000 square meter. It comes around 0.35 liter.
For 1 table.
Square.
Yeah. Yeah, manual cleaning.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Terminal 1 we are using.
So,
STF.
does it require any makeup thing or it is
Yeah, top up required.
top up
Yeah,
required.
1 to 2% top up every year required.
every year?
Yeah.
So, but this is cost effective. Any other option could be there?
If since we are using heat transfer fluid, this Terminal 1, then if deficiency is there, we need to make up it with the same.
Okay. And I mean, like minimum DNI required to start up the turbine?
Yeah, at 150 DNI, once we are able to get some output from the solar field, we start our process.
So turbine starts.
Meanwhile, the DNI reaches to 250 or 300, we are able to synchronize our plant with the grid.
Okay. So 250 is the
150 we start generally.
okay.
And sunny days like in April or March, May, when we are expected to have a good DNI ramp up, we start at 100 also. That depends on the weather conditions, because at site we can easily assume that today the ramp up of the DNI may be good, so we start at earlier.
Since the project is in Rajasthan, so do you find any difficulty in cleaning of dust, or there are days
Yeah,
where
these are the associated difficulty with this plant situated in Rajasthan. Dust is an issue over
so
there.
that time you slow down the plant, or what do you do? I mean, just to
If wind velocity goes beyond a particular limit, 14.2 meter per second, we need to shut down the plant. Otherwise, generally it does not happen.
okay.
No, water cooled condenser. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
one more question. Like if SECI brings out the bid, so any specific suggestion you would like to give because you have experience of more than 10 years?
The biggest issue is with the correct estimation of DNI. That's why I suggested this thing. If some plants coming up in the coming future, it should be in the vicinity of that particular area. We are able to provide the more authentic data about the DNI, because everything starts from the DNI. If you design the solar field, if you design the solar multiple, you design the power block area, everything starts from the correct estimation of DNI. So that's why that is my only suggestion. Everything can be taken down.
Any other suggestion regarding installation technique or some kind of
If we talk, you can have discussion during informal
discussion with us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We now have a presentation by Shri Jose Baraganji, CEO ACWA Power, on the international Dubai-based operational project, the Noor Energy One. They will be joining us online via Zoom.
Hello everyone, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon everyone. My name is Jose Barragan. I'm the of Technical Services in Aqua Power. First of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in this company. And I apologize for not being able to here, but I would like to share our views and some details about Noor Energy One project, the largest PV project in the world. Actually, this project started the commercial operation last year, and I will give you some details, okay, about the project. Then, first of all, let me talk a little bit about Aqua Power. Aqua Power is a developer, investor, and operator of power plants and desalinated water projects. Actually, we incorporate also green gases to our portfolio of projects, and we are now building a project in Saudi Arabia for generation of gases. Our main portfolio now in operation is power plant and desalinated water project. In 2011, we started also to develop and operate renewable projects. Currently, in our fleet, we have 43% of renewable projects, and this is something that we are expected to increase in the coming years with the target to have, let's say, net zero in 2050. Okay. Then, as you can see some background. Main numbers in our company. The company was founded in Saudi Arabia in 2004, and from that moment we have 20 years this year. We have both and of developing projects and incorporating in our portfolio. One important point is we are developer, but we are operating the project during the full life of the project. That means we are not developing project to sell. We are developing project to operate and keep the project on life until the plant is finished after a PPA period or another period. Okay, now we are going to see some details about Noor Energy One project. Noor Energy One project is a project that has been developed in Dubai. Actually, we initiated the development phase in 2017, where we launched an RFP. Then we were awarded as the best tariff for this project. And actually, we initiated the operation of the construction of the project in December 2018. The project is 700 megawatts CSP technology connected to solar power plus 250 megawatts. This is a hybrid project. Also, we are using PV to the auxiliary consumption that are needed by the PV. Then the project we will see later, no? Dividing different technology, different plants within the project and units. Then each one will have their own PV to produce auxiliary consumption, during the day. Then this project is within the Dubai Clean Strategy to reach 100% by 2050. And then we are currently saving 2.4 million tons of CO2, providing clean energy to 250,000 residents from this project. Then now we are going to see the location of the project. As I mentioned, this is in UAE and Dubai. The project is located in Al Maktoum Solar Park, and as I was mentioning before, the project is divided in different units, where we can see we have 3 parabolic trap units: PT1, 200 megawatt, PT2, and 200 megawatt, PT3, another 200 megawatt. All these 3 parabolic trap projects are exactly the same. And then we have a tower where we have 100 megawatt installed capacity. We will see more details later, but you can see the layout here. This is the whole project area. It's really big. We will see some part also about the project. As part of the CSP technology, we are having, as I mentioned before, PV to cover the auxiliary consumption of each of the units. And then we have also a PV plant that is directly connected to the grid. This is 250 megawatt to produce electricity directly to the grid. Then the project is in the area of Dubai where we have the Al Maktoum Solar Park. Then the Al Maktoum Solar Park is different, is composed of different phases, where the first phase was PV technology, 50 megawatt, and the phase 2 is 200 megawatt PV technology also, where this project has been also developed by Aqua Power and started the operation in 2015. Then we have the phase 3 that is 800 megawatt of PV. This is developed by Nasdaq, in this case not by Aqua Power. And then we have the phase 4 that is developed by Aqua Power. It's a total of 950 megawatts. Okay. Then after that, the phase 5 has been also developed. That is also 900 megawatt photovoltaic PV technology developed by Aqua Power also. And now we have a new future project in this land that you can see here in the slide, where already have started the development of the phase 6 that are 1.8 gigawatt of PV technology. Then talking now a little bit more in detail, Nur Energy 1 project. The Nur Energy 1 project is divided in three phases. Okay. The total capacity of the project is 950 megawatt, with a total of 106 megawatt of auxiliary PV, also including the project as I mentioned before, not to cover the auxiliary consumption of the CSP project during today. Then the phase 1 is composed by the tower, the city, we are calling city unit, central tower unit of 100 megawatts with 16 megawatt of auxiliary PV to cover the auxiliary consumption. Then we have what we call PT1 unit is 200 megawatt of parabolic trap technology with 30 megawatt of auxiliary PV. Okay. Then a part of that we have in this first one 217 megawatt of PV capacity of the 250 as I mentioned before. Then in the phase 2, why we are dividing in can you see my screen? Okay, then I will continue now with the phase 2. The phase 2 is a parabolic trap unit of 200 megawatt. Is exactly the same of the PT1. 2021 with the same auxiliary PV capacity. Okay, and then finally, to finalize the project, we have the phase 3, that is parabolic trough unit, the last one, and the remaining 15 megawatt of the PV capacity. Then, an important point to highlight, the 3 different phases have been scaled, in the time of 8 months, both in one. We started first phase 1, then 8 months later the phase 2, and later the phase 3. Okay. Then phase 1 is in commercial operation from with the PT1 unit started the commercial operation January last year, the tower in February last year, okay, and the phase 2 in August last year started the commercial operation, and for the phase 3 we got the first synchronization of the turbine during the COP28 in Dubai last December, and we are now finalizing the test to get the commercial operation for the last unit. Okay. And I'm now going to share some pictures of the project and sharing additional details about the project. No? First, I'm now with the city unit, the tower unit. This tower is, as I mentioned before, 100 megawatt. We have 15 hours of storage. The storage is hot. The receiver is, molten salt technology also, where we are pumping up the salts coming from the cold tank to the tower and going through the receiver, and we are heating up to 565 degrees and going down to the hot tank. Then we have these 2 tanks connected through the steam generator system, where we are pumping from the hot tank to the cold and generating steam for a steam turbine. The storage capacity in this project is 15 hours. That means we can produce 24 hours, because during the day we are operating almost directly with the energy that we are collecting from the sun, and at the end of the day we are able to store 15 hours that can continue the operation during the night. I would like to share some detail about the PPA and the time of the day and tariff that we have in the project. The overall tariff of the project is 7.3 cents per kilowatt hour, but also how this project operates is slightly different, taking into account the season of the year. We have 7 months of the year that are, taking care of the summer month plus the spring and autumn. This 7 months we are operating 24 hours, and then we are using all the energy that we are collecting, and we are able to produce electricity and be paid during 24 hours. Then in the winter month, we call winter month, that are 5 months from October to March. Then we are operating only from 4 p.m. to 10 a.m. in the morning with the CSP plant. Why? This is in order that we are delivering the energy during the night, during this winter season, and then as on solar parks, other PV plants, the PV plants are going to be able also to produce during the day. Another data of the project, we have 17,000 heliostats. Each heliostat has 25 square meters, and then the tower is 260 meters high. Both of them, the solar field are the largest in the world in this technology, and the tower height for this technology is also the highest in the world. Okay. Then now you can see here a picture of parabolic trap P1 unit. This plant is within the project 200 megawatt with 12 hours of storage. You can see in the picture the 8 pair of the 8 molten salt tanks. We are storing the energy in molten salt. Then we have 4 cold tanks and 4 hot tanks. Okay. Then the solar field is 530 loops with this case we are using the space 8.2 Abengoa collector. This is with 8.2 meter width of aperture. Okay, it's one of the largest in the world using commercial operation. But you can see some detail of the power block there with the air-cooled condenser, turbine building, the STF area with the flow vessel, and also the as I said before, in the behind part of the picture, you can see the tower. in operation. Then the parabolic trap 2 unit is part of the phase 2 of the project that is already in operation from August last year also. Is another 200 megawatts. It's actually the same project. Okay, and this is facilitating a lot also the engineering activities and the diet process of building this second unit. No? But the plan is exactly the same of the parabolic one. And then finally, we have the parabolic graph 3 unit that this picture is from September last year. Now the plan is much advanced. Actually, we are in the last part of the hot commissioning. We did already the synchronization of the turbine in December last year, and we are now finalizing the final test to start the commercial operation. Okay. But it's exactly the same as the PT1. Then let's talk a little bit more about the project. The project structure. We have a shareholder agreement that was signed in March of 2018, where we have DIWA, Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, and Aquapower, and then Aquapower part that is 49% is divided between Silverstone Farm and Aquapower. Then the EPC contractor for this project was Shanghai Electric, and we have a power purchase agreement signed in October 2018, where with DIWA. DIWA is at the same time part of the ownership and the taker of the project. DIWA part Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, the ownership of the project is 51%. Then the O&M company, the company who is doing the operation and maintenance is NOMAC. NOMAC is 100% Aquapower company. And normally Aquapower is following this approach in all the projects that we are developing and owning. We are taking care of the operation. We are going through NOMAC, that is our company. And obviously we have lenders in the competence lenders, as normally is done in project finance. Then additional funds for Nur Energy One project. As we mentioned before, the project is part of the Dubai, the area of the project is 44 square kilometers. This is equivalent to 4,500 football pitch. The perimeter of the project is 27 kilometers. This is giving you some idea of the magnitude of the size of the project. And the total project cost was 4.3 billion. Additional information about the project, as I mentioned before, it is to Shanghai Electric. They were managing more than 38 subcontractors with more than 50 or close to 65 million of man hours. And we have a PPA that is important also of 35 years. It's allowing us also to optimize the tariff because we are going to be able to sell the electricity not during 25 years. No, in this case, we extend it to 35. This is something that we will also agree with, obviously. And this was one of the important things to Then more details. Again, 3 solar power technologies, PV, parabolic trough and tower, 250 megawatt PV. Additional information in this slide that had not been shared before. We have 570,000 tons of molten salt in the project. In order to explain a little bit the order of magnitude, it was the 1/3 of the world production in 2019. Okay, very, very huge volume of molten salt. And then we have 12 hours of parabolic trough technology of storage that we are able to produce the whole night. Also, and the tower 15 hours of storage. Okay, the additional data here in this slide, we were talking about before. I'm not going to enter in more details now. Then saving a lot of tons of the CO2. We also have some recycling campaign with environment. An important point that I would like to highlight in this slide is that when we are developing CSP project, we need to also understand, obviously, the price of the technology, the tariff that should be optimized one in order that the price is not high. This is what we try to do with the project in Dubai with 7.3 cents per kilowatt hour for average tariff. But at the same time, we need to see also how these projects help in the local economy, industry. We have an example here. Both projects was contributing also to the local industry and development in the UAE. You can see some figures here, but also we are highlighting this slide now how the project also contributes in Saudi Arabia. That is a very close country, but we are highlighting Saudi Arabia because it's our home market and Aquapower is from Saudi Arabia. We were also bringing a lot of materials from Saudi and even steel structure and different part of the project were from Saudi Arabia. This is helping, to the local communities and local economy. This is something that with CSP we also need to have in mind that we have this kind of project. We are developing the local industry, creating a lot of jobs, and this is something important. Then now, as I mentioned before, the project were in operation and have some, this slide 2 days of operation, real data or actual data of the project for the city unit and the power one unit. This is from June last year. And you can see in the left side of the slide, the city unit, in orange, the DNI, direct normal radiation that we have these days. Actually, you have 3 consecutive days here, from 14th of June until 16th of June, where you can see that we initiated the operation with the green light. The green curve is the production of the turbine, and then the blue line is the storage capacity. You can see here that these 3 days we have to continue operation, and we didn't shut down the plant. And this is a good example of how the technology can continue operations using the storage. Then for the parabolic trap unit, the same. We have here a couple of days from 7 and 8 of June, where we were operating the 2 days consecutively without stopping the plant. You can see the level of the temperature during the night, especially in the parabolic trap, because we have the delta double exchange with the heat exchanger that we are coming from the thermal oil to the motor zone, then the thermal oil, and then finally a steam generation system that the temperature is around 10 degrees lower when we have the system. Then we are able to generate a little bit less power in the turbine. And this is, as you can see there, why during the night we reduce the power. Then before finalizing the presentation, I will share after this slide a couple of videos with you, and that are very interesting to see some detail about the project. But before going to those videos, I will want to remark some highlights of the project. Actually, it's the largest CSP project in the world. We have also a parabolic trap unit. Each parabolic trap unit is the largest in the world, in terms of size and aperture area. Then we have for each unit also the largest storage capacity for this technology, and also the largest parabolic trap collector that is also used in other projects, but largest in our project. Then for the tower unit, as I mentioned before, it's the tallest tower in the world, and we have also the largest solar field in solar field in the world. In this case. Then at the time of when we were presenting the offer, and it was the lowest tariff also. The CSP technology was 7.3 cents of dollar per kilowatt hour. Then, and now this is what I wanted to share. I will be able to answer any question that you might have after the video. So I will try to share now the video.
Excuse me, sir. Due to
Yeah.
limited time, we would request you to please conclude. We have a bit of time constraint.
You want me to share at least one video? It's only two.
Or maybe we can have a short question answer round if that works for you.
Okay, that's fine. But you know,
Yeah,
videos
yeah,
are very.
yeah.
If you allow, that is not very interesting.
Whoever has questions can
Yeah.
please raise their hands.
Yeah.
The mic will come to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sampada. Just wanted to ask who did the design engineering?
Sir, can you hear us? Can you hear the question?
I can hear you, the question.
Perfect.
Okay. Who did the design engineering for this plant? Parabolic trough and solar tower?
Okay. The project that I mentioned, you know, was developed by Aqua Power, and we were working in the conceptual engineering of the project and the conceptual design with the EPC contractor, the Shanghai Electric. Then Shanghai Electric, as an EPC contractor, they did the detail engineering with a company called Empresarios Agrupados.
Can you repeat? Which company?
Empresarios Agrupados.
Okay. For the solar tower as well as for parabolic trough, they were the only design consultants?
No, they were doing they were integration engineering. Obviously, for the tower, we have the bright source was the company supplying the heliostat field and doing the full engineering for the solar field. And then we have John Cockerill, it's the company who did the receiver. But
Okay.
the company which integrate the full engineering of the project was Empresarios Agrupados.
Okay. And are these molten salt tanks, are they pressurized storages or atmospheric storages?
Is you know, in the case of the tower, it's atmospheric storage, and in the case of parabolic trough, they have a little bit of pressure because we use nitrogen for blanketing system.
Okay. So
Okay.
it is a little
But
bit
it's-
of pressure?
A little bit, but yeah, you can consider almost.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
here in the
Excuse me,
front.
excuse me.
Mic.
Just may you kindly tell me that what is the auxiliary percentage in case of your parabolic trough technology plant?
We are seeing in our annual energy could be around 10% annual energy comparison, but we are having the FDRE PV to cover this during the day.
10% with storage while you are using storage.
Is you compare the auxiliary consumption with the total generation of the project without the PV.
Hello.
If you don't put it.
So, hello, I'm Dr. Kapoor from Fresnel. You have experience of now both parabolic trough as well as tower. Going forward, which technology would you prefer to use?
It's a good question and difficult one to answer. Actually, you know, in Aqua Power we have also two more tower projects, North 3 in Morocco, and also Reston in South Africa that is now under execution. The point is, depend on the location also. In Dubai, at the beginning, we were the off-taker were requesting two towers. Sorry. 2 towers, but when we were doing analyzing the condition for the site and the location, we determined that parabolic trough was better technology. But in this case, it's because in Dubai we have a lot of attenuation losses. Then there is a lot of loss of energy in the way from the solar field to the receiver. Then if we see specifically in Dubai, we were coming to the conclusion that parabolic trough was better. But in other locations that the sky is you have more clear sky, the tower will be better in terms of final LCOE. And also, I would like to say that the tower have more potential because we are able to have higher delta T in the storage. Then we need 2.7 less molten salt to store the same amount of energy. And at the same time, we are able to have better efficiency in the steam side. Then I think we should consider both of them, and project by project we need to check what is the best technology. Okay.
Joe's greetings from my side, Rajan Varshne.
Hello.
How are you? During the dust storms or sandstorm, what do you do for stabilizing the plant, or you reduce the load tremendously?
Can you repeat?
When your sandstorms are there, sand is blowing, what is the protection you have?
No, actually, the plant is designed to sustain the design wind speed that is covering the sandstorm. Also, the main problem when you are having a sandstorm, one of the main issues is that the project is really complete of sand, and then the mirror are very dirty. Then we can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
we can hear.
Yeah, sorry. Then really what we need to recover the plant very quick for cleaning, Then we are intensifying the cleaning. Then normally we are cleaning during the night, but after a sandstorm we are cleaning also during the day. Okay, and trying to recover the reflectivity as soon as possible that allow us to recover the vegetation. Okay.
One last question. That's it.
I am Dr. Ashwini Kumar. I just want to have two factual data. Of course, congratulations for this very comprehensive, very good project. What is the annual value of DNI and what is the cost of financing?
The DNI we have for this project is not really good in terms of there are better locations in the world. It's around 2,000 kilowatt hours per square meter per year. Okay, where you can have locations with 2,500 in South Africa, 2,800, 900, close to 3,000. Even if you go to Chile in Atacama, you can reach 3,500. Then there are better places in the world, but this is one point. For the financial cost of the project, I really don't have this figure, the technical side. But the total cost of the project, including financing everything, EPC was $4.3 billion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jose. That was a very insightful and enlightening session. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. You want me to share or not? No time for this.
Sorry?
You want me to? I have a couple of videos to share. You want me to share because I really.
So we are actually running very short on time. You can share rest of the presentations via email. We can share it with everybody present here.
Yeah, but the project doesn't allow me to share the videos. I can share now. If not, I will be able.
We have a session lined up, maybe after this.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We now turn our focus to the global landscape of utility-scale solar thermal storage. We would now like to invite Sri Pedro Cabanillas, the esteemed Business Development and Sales Manager of John Cockerill within the Energy Transition Unit, where CSP stands as a pivotal axis in the company's mission to support decarbonization and propel the integration of intermittent renewables. Mr. Pedro, over to you now.
Hello. Ladies, gentlemen, hello everybody. So I would like to thank the organizer for giving us the opportunity to introduce to you our brand and to show our journey in CSP over the last 15 years and to also provide us some insight about how John Cockerill can contribute to this new effort of the country into the development, implementation of the CSP technology into the grid of the country, okay? So the first section is going to be an introduction of the brand. This is John Cockerill. We've been into business for more than 200 years, so this is very valuable, providing to the market an added value proposal recognized by the clients and with a responsible management for 200 years is quite an achievement. The company really is a holding company divided into 6 activity sectors, and the CSP knowledge and the CSP business falls into the energy sector. Within the energy sector, we have 5 main activities. We design and manufacture HRSG, heat recovery steam generators, cooling systems, industrial boilers. We do provide services for power plants, and where CSP is located, we do energy transition activities. So our energy transition section or department business is pivoting around 4 pillars. One is providing renewable power through PV, CSP, or small modular reactors, which is an emerging technology. So the next one is providing solutions with inbuilt storage. So it's dispatchable, it's flexible. We also like to go beyond utility scale and get into the industries. So providing green heat using mainly CSP and other technologies based on electrification like heat pumps or e-boilers. And then for off-grid applications, we do provide smart grid solutions with PV and BESS and our own design for EMS. So coming down to what we provide in CSP, we are a company delivering OEM solutions for tower projects. So we have 3 CSP-related products and 1 general product. The main product is the solar receiver. We started 15 years ago developing this product, and outside of China, we can say that we are top 1 provider for receivers, molten salt and also steam water receivers. Then we can provide the solution for the steam generation using the molten salt with a steam generator. This is an equipment quite challenging because of transients, delta T's, cooling factors, and temperature shocks. So despite that you can see them as a typical heat exchanger, it comes with design challenges, and it's got to be very, very, very carefully designed. Also, we provide molten salt electrical heaters, so we can make the integration of PV into CSP more flexible. Because when we talk about hybridization, we've been talking about 2 main things or 2 main ways of hybridizing PV with CSP. The one that we've been talking is providing self-consumption, providing auxiliary power for the CSP. The other way of hybridizing PV with CSP is putting them, sending power or energy to the grid, PV in some hours and CSP in some others. But there is a third way to couple PV with CSP, which can be advantageous if the market conditions are there. That is using PV to supplement the heat into the storage, to supplement the heat coming from the receiver, but supplement it. So whenever the market conditions allow for that implementation, it can be advantageous to reduce the levelized cost of electricity. And then out of our cooling activity sector, we can provide dry or wet cooling, and also we can partner with solar field providers to bundle the solar field into our delivery. So we master the molten salt loop, receiver, tower, receiver, molten salt storage, and steam generation. We can bundle, as I said, the solar field, and we can contribute to the power block with the cooling system. We like to engage projects at a very early stage. So we get with clients, see the project constraints, the boundary conditions. We can support them into the feasibility analysis later on during the project financing phase, and then we can actually deliver EPC services or OEM services, and of course, operation and maintenance. Okay, So as far as references in CSP, so we have 5 big references, 1 in Chile, 2 in South Africa, 1 in Diwa, the one that Jose Barragan was referring to on the tower, and then 1 more in a 50 megawatt tower in China. Our efforts has been and will be based on strong R&D programs. For example, I'm showing here 6 of them. Compass CO2 is to investigate a solid particles receiver to run the cycle into high temperatures and allow for supercritical CO2 cycles. We are also entering into the small modular reactors with our molten salt knowledge. The hybrid craft program is to improve the electrical heaters of molten salt. The salt heater is to design and develop solid particle heat storage for hot air and hot air also hot air receivers. Dynacore is an ongoing R&D program. It's dynamic corrosion loop just to characterize the corrosion potential of the molten salt into the different materials and prevent them during our design. And the last one is modular CSP, which is an effort to make CSP towers more modular so we can achieve 3 main factors to improve the LCOE and the success factor of CSP. One is making it more modular, having more towers, more than one, improves the redundancy of the technology, and improving the redundancy of the technology improves, of course, the reliability and also the risk perceptions of investors and lenders. Then having multiple towers also improves the efficiency of the solar field. And of course, if you go modular, you don't have to go up to such a big projects. You can start small with just a few units of projects less than 10 megawatts. So our footprint in the company is global, and we have a big presence here in India through John Cockerill India. And if CSP is to take off, we want to develop our contribution from here, because this has to be a local technology. So implementing CSP in India is not only, or should, in our opinion, in our humble opinion, should not be only about achieving very low LCOE, but about developing an industry that can be exported. So that's an inbuilt value of having this technology here in India. So we can get good energy prices, but we can develop Indian industry to export to other CSP projects abroad, outside of India. So that's a value built in the technology. So in India, we are headquartered in Mumbai, and we have premises, 5-6 premises, including two workshops. And we serve here our metal and industrial division, but also our energy and hydrogen division. So we are a project execution center of HRSG projects, cooling projects, and hydrogen. We have a permanent joint venture with Greenco here in India, and we want to invest in a factory and to develop green hydrogen technology and projects from here, from India. We count on a good chunk, many, let's say, satisfied customers working with us in India. So again, we believe that India should be a CSP hub in the world. Oops. I'm missing one slide. There was one in between this one. Can you help me? No, there was one slide. No? Can we go back to the file? The native file?
I can bring the USB.
Huh. Okay, well, the slide that we are missing, I wanted to comment on several issues that, in our opinion, are the main takeaways that we learned from other auctions, other tenders in the world. I'm going by memory. Hope I don't miss any of them. I don't miss any of them. So one is the site risk. So having a piece of land fully permitted without any risk on the grid interconnection, on the ownership of the land, on the permitting of the land, that makes a huge difference. Then another is and it's been commented already, the PPA. So the technology lasts for more than 50 years. So why should we need to have PPAs of less than 20 years? Let's go for 25, let's go for 30, let's go for 35. OPEX and CAPEX. Importing everything is going to be expensive, is not going to be good for the local community, local industry. So let's have CAPEX from India. And also, when we see OPEX figures, we can see the contribution of this technology to the local employment. Other technologies, such as PV, for example, which is an unattended technology, doesn't provide employment not that much employment during operation and maintenance, but PV does, CSP does. We need to work on the investors and lenders' perception of the technology to achieve good interest rates and good cost of capitals, attractive, because the LCOE is especially sensitive to the cost of capital. When the tender is designed, if there is a component of the tariff that is exposed to the market, we need to be careful in that design, because sometimes it is good, but sometimes it doesn't help the LCOE, because if we are to capture more market exposure, then the design has to be changed to something that is not the best configuration in terms of LCOE. What other things? Yeah, I touched base on the supply chain. So those are the main lessons learned that we got from other places in the world. So we are here to advocate, to support, and to help developing the CSP industry, which is 100% renewable, standalone, dispatchable 24/7, and it comes with benefits to the local industry and the grid of the India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We can now open the floor to questions.
Since you have been in India for some time and are also having a JV with Greenco, you must have explored the potential of CSP in different parts of India. And one of the points raised is that you must have that solar radiation data available to even think of a site. So have you done some assessment of what is the availability in India, or what needs to be done, how quickly it can be done, how it can be done? Do you have some thoughts on that? Because if that is the starting point, then we have to do that before we can do anything else.
You mean about gathering reliable
data? Yes. What is the data which will be necessary for the...
That is usually a requirement.
Yes. Any thoughts on that?
Weather stations? I mean, weather stations? Usually what I personally saw in previous projects is that we start the tender with a design DNI, and then during the development of the project, there is a 12-month period of DNI gathering, and then the tariff the final tariff is adjusted to that final DNA gathered by a local weather station placed at the very same site. Because usually lenders and investors do want that actual DNI, not satellite data or design DNI.
Yeah. So I have two questions. He's asking, please carry on. Have you done any assessment
that what kind of local indigenization in the components which you will be needing for this project would be available in India? What will be the roughly what will be the imported component in the beginning?
Well, I've been advocating to doing it here 100%, and that's an initial assessment. There are special alloys where we need to qualify companies, but I wouldn't say here upfront 100%, but a very high local content, because at the end of the day, it's steel structure, tubes, shell and tube heat exchangers, shells, nozzles, instruments, everything can be done here.
Hello, I am Rajan Varshne. I wanted to understand, have you done any modeling on hybridization of PV and wind so that this will reduce the storage required for our CSP if we are going in run of Kutch area, Khavda area, where wind is quite good CUF giving?
No, we have not. No, we haven't modeled that, no.
For this upcoming bid, if we allow wind also, then would you be in a position to bid for it and get the lowest cost with respect to, unless you do the modeling, you won't be able to determine what storage is required?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I have wind runs in night also, in the off sun area time also, and a site which has a good wind resource, it can cut down your thermal storage requirement. Suppose otherwise you would have taken as 9-hour storage or 10-hour storage for giving me the required gigawatt hours required over a year. But if you have wind, you can reduce your storage to, say, instead of 9 hours to 5 hours.
It's a possibility. We haven't done the modeling, but it's a possibility to have night wind energy and reduce a bit the storage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So my question is, what is the cost of per kilowatt hour thermal energy storage at present?
The cost per kilowatt hour?
Thermal, yes. Energy storage cost.
At a big scale enough, let's say 25 cents per kilowatt hour. 25 cents of US dollars per kilowatt hour.
And what is the potential to decrease this cost in future?
Oh, don't have an answer for that.
Okay, my second question is how frequent we have to change the salt? I mean, what is the life of a salt that store the energy? How frequently we have to change the salt?
No,
that carry the heat.
No,
it is valid for 35 years?
Yeah, the salt lasts.
No need to change?
No.
Okay.
No, despite thermal oils, salt doesn't degrade and it doesn't need almost no makeup. Yeah.
This 25 cent, as you told, per kilowatt hour, this is, I mean, if we increase the scale, this cost will reduce, or it is, you know?
This is already a cost for a bigger scale already.
Okay.
For projects like DIWA, that the one that we just saw before. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hello, you have shown that you are using solar PV and solar thermal also to use tandemly to store the energy through heaters. Okay, what is the efficiency of that system, solar PV through heaters and coming back as electricity?
Well, yeah, probably 42%, because you have the electricity to heat conversion, which must be close to 100%, 99%, some heat losses. And then afterwards, once the energy is in thermal, then you have the Rankine cycle efficiency, which should be above 40%, let's say 38, 40, 42%. So the overall, let's say round trip, 40% efficiency.
Okay. Thank
you. Thank you so much. What an enlightening start to our workshop. Before we adjourn for lunch, I would like to invite Sri Ravi Reddy ji, Chairman NACFI, to extend a gratitude to all the esteemed speakers. May I request Sri Rajan Varshne ji, Shri Atul Raisda and Mr. Cabanillas to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. The lunch has been served. We reassemble back at 2 p.m. for the remaining sessions. Thank you so much, everybody. We will now begin the second workshop. Emerging from our delightful lunch break, we now delve deeper into a potential of concentrated solar power for FDRE supply. This presentation will include discussions on draft, tenders and aggregation led by Shri Ajay Kumar Sinha ji, AGM Contracts and Procurement, SECI. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request please settle down. Please settle down. Okay. So, in the first session, we had discussions purely about the idea, technology, some of the pilot projects or projects which are there in India or abroad, and how are they functioning and how it is working. But the point here is, if we want to make it happen in India, how we have to go about it. So definitely there has to be a tender process, selection of a possible or potential developer who will be selected. There has to be some criteria, and based on which selection takes place, thereafter the project comes up, and the output, that is energy, that will be used by a buying entity. Who is going to do all these things? Who is going to coordinate? So we as a SECI, on behalf of Government of India through MNRE, we undertake such activities. So before I go specific to the tender, I think for the benefit of all those who are generally aware or not aware about SECI, I'll brief you about SECI in a very short span, and then we will be telling you what we have been doing and how we are going about it, and what we intend to do with the CSP as such. And we can have, and please feel free to ask any question at any point of time. I have no issues. So starting with the first beginning, as I explained, SECI, that is Solar Energy Corporation of India. By name, it starts with solar, but believe me, it does everything in renewable energy spectrum. When we came in being, probably that was a time when we only were doing a starting point of solar, so name somehow derived, but today we do everything. We were sanctioned by Government of India under NSM scheme in 2011 as a not-for-profit organization. However, government realized very soon that there is a need to have a more commercial aspect to it, and 2015 we were re-questioned and we were made as a commercial organization. And thereafter we have been taking various activities, and particularly if you look at this, we are Schedule A CPSU and 100% owned by Government of India, and we have been making profit from 14-15. So you can say that the moment we were made commercial, we have been making profit in some way or other. And we are Category 1, that is highest power trading licensee by CERC, and AAA by ICRA. We recently got Mini Ratna, and hopefully if your blessings are there, we'll be Navratna soon. And as far as our own project, we have 121 megawatt comprising of solar, rooftop and solar others. So it may sound very small, but primary focus as far as ours is concerned to create an ecosystem for country on behalf of Government of India. So the tenders what we have taken out so far, a glimpse here, more than 63 gigawatt of tenders we have already awarded, out of which 20 gigawatt plus they have been commissioned. Others are in various stages of getting commissioned, and there was a lull in between, but however now very soon within this year or maybe next year you will have a major jump in the commission project. We also came out with manufacturing tender under PLI, Tranche 2 scheme, and that is already awarded. Now, say 10 years, what we have done, and probably one of the fastest, say, movement in renewable energy as far as our country is concerned, we have been the pioneer in that. And our mandate was to create an ecosystem conducive for renewable energy development. And we develop projects through developer, our partners, and then we procure the power and give it to the buying entity. Major is DISCOM through competitive bidding process. It is based on build, own, operate basis. Contract period is by and large 25 years so far. And as far as I've already said 63 gigawatt awarded, and approximately cumulative investment of around say 2.5 lakh crore or say USD 3.3 billion. That's approximately we got investment in RE sector in India. Rather than having a specific solar wind, I'll come to more specific to initiatives. Our forte has been always trying to come out with the new ideas, new concepts, which are expected in the market, or say people are thinking. We'll try and do it as fast as possible. And today in that series, we are also having a discussion. So to give you some idea, we have come out with 500 megawatt, 1000 megawatt hour standalone battery storage system, one of the biggest in the world. Recently, we have commissioned India's largest solar and battery storage, this own project in Chhattisgarh, 100 megawatt, 120 megawatt hour. And we were, since it has been supported by World Bank, we had discussion yesterday on Friday. So they said across globe through World Bank funding, this is the biggest this kind of configuration of renewable energy project. So that was a great achievement. We have also tried to innovate and come out with hybrid, RTC, assured peak power, or any combination. So sometimes people say that this is the category under which you have come out with tender. But if you look closely, name may look similar, but every tender by and large is different because it is meeting expectation of the buying entity where CF may go up, go down, timings may change. So accordingly, the tender document also changes, the developer's challenges also changes, and the delivery also changes. So every tender is by and large different. Now we are also in the pipeline of say firm and dispatchable renewable energy, which is based on demand. So the major shift comes here. So far we had RE power projects, they were generating power or energy and we were giving it to the buying entity. A buying entity had to buy must run. Now the buying entities are defining when, what they want, and accordingly we are shifting towards the delivery has to happen as per the expectation. So major mindset shift. So in FDRE we are having it 5 gigawatt in the pipeline, and the first tender is likely to close on 14th of this month. By end of say April, we'll have all the tenders, some kind of rates, configuration, everything coming up. Every starting from 14th of this month, 9 days or 5 days or 10 days, gaps are different, staggering has been done. Tenders will be closing, bid submission will be closing. So that's one important thing. We are also ultra mega RE project in Ladakh. We are the implementing agency. 9 gigawatt of solar is planned and 4 gigawatt wind with 20 gigawatt hour of battery storage. So this is also in advanced stage, building up slowly and slowly. We are also primary aggregator of hydrogen sector, allocated under Government of India's site scheme. We have recently finished our process and we have awarded 412,000 metric ton per annum of hydrogen green hydrogen production facility to various successful bidders. And electrolyzer manufacturing facility also, say 1500 megawatt annual capacity we have awarded recently. We are also now venturing into offshore wind, the 4000 megawatt offshore wind capacity tender next to Tamil Nadu, which has already been published and is online. Now, coming to say, now if you see that, say trend here, if you see, earlier it was independent of solar, wind. We moved towards combining them through hybrid, then we moved towards peak power, RTC, becoming a little more specific as per demand. And slowly, slowly we are coming towards a situation where we are becoming very specific to meeting the requirements of the buying entities, consumers. So FDRE is in that. So coming specific to FDRE, now if you look at that, it is a standard bidding guideline government has issued, and it is again pattern is same: build, own, operate. Land identification, transmission connectivity, necessary approvals under are generally it's all under developers. They have complete freedom to choose where they want to do, how best they can model it and find the best economical model. They can go for it. Single levelized tariff-based bidding mechanism followed by e-reverse. E-reverse auction, you all are aware about it. That's how we follow it. Combination can be wind, solar, storage. We are not defining battery storage to be chosen by the developer, whichever combination he can find best. So, demand following, as I explained earlier, criteria: powers to be supplied on 15 minutes time block basis as per fixed schedule provided by the DISCOMs. The DISCOMs have given for the complete year 15-minute time blocks wise. And we are the power trader in the mechanism, back-to-back PPA and PSA to be signed under the tender. That is a condition, and that basically gives assurance to the developer also that whatever he generates, everything is there. So success of project is almost guaranteed. If we blend now CSP in FDRE, because it would be by and large mixing up some kind of a pattern there. So to make it, to call it as a CSP, it has to be more than 50%. So 51% of annual energy requirement of this is required to be met from the CSP project, and demand fulfillment ratio, which is supposed to be almost 90% on a monthly basis. That's what at this point of time is being planned. Penalty for shortfall in meeting the performance criteria would be 1.5 times the PPA tariff for that period when you are not meeting it. To give you an example, this is how we had taken out, say, for FDRE, it would also be there as part of this, where every 15 minutes time block is there, and month-wise, in this particular time block, what is expected by the buying entity. So if in case you have surplus, you can sell it to the exchange. That provisions are there. If in case people have gone through the FDRE, they will understand. Otherwise, I'll just give you a few salient points in next slides. So the point here is that you will have this kind of a format, data. You can look into it, plan your project accordingly. Now, salient feature of tenders. These are all planned, broadly, say, working out on those lines. The schedule commencement of supply date, SCSD we call it, approximately 24 months or 36 months from effective date of PPA. That effective date of PPA would yet to be finally decided how we are going to go about it. And if in case you get delayed, beyond that, up to 6 months, you can do the commissioning with certain amount of penalty, which would be defined in the tender documents. Financial closure will be 6 months prior to SCSD. So you get a reasonable period of time to do all your workout, planning, financing, readjustment if so required. Projects to be set up pan-India basis, because you may have various components. You will plan how you want to configure them, how do you want to look at them to make it more viable to you. Early part of full commitment at the rate of PPA tariff with first right to refusal to SECI or DISCOM. Say if in case you commission some part of it, solar, wind, whatever, and you want to supply it, first you have to ask the buying entity. We will be asking the buying entity, and depending on our refusal, if you refuse, then you can sell it on the market. Already commissioned RE obligate storage projects are also allowed. So that will help some of the observations which generally the industry has. Next point is 5% of annual energy requirement may be met through third party arrangements. Say if in case the finish is not there, you don't have, or some challenges there, you can buy it to the market and then you can give it. Details will be there in RFS document. Installed capacity for which connectivity has been granted to RPD can be changed up to SCST. If in case you want to have some change here and there, readjustment, that can be done. PPA term generally 25 years so far, may be extended based on the industry feedback, and definitely there has to be a buying entity somewhere in between, because somebody has to buy it also. Storage, battery storage are also mandatory, or say energy storage, not the battery, sorry, I stand corrected. Energy storage system shall be mandatory, constitute part of project. That will be integrated part of the project. So how do you look at that's a separate part, but it would be part of your project. And it would be owned by the RPD or maybe tied up. Sometimes you may like to have service of somebody, but that all those delivery or say your tie-up will have to be demonstrated. EFD, PVG, net worth, value linked and installed. So that is the standard as per the government guidelines, what we have. EMD 2%, PVG 5% estimated project cost, and net worth 20% estimated project cost. And liquidity criteria, any one of the three linked to contract capacity. Minimum annual, they're all standard, all tender documents have this by and large same guideline. We are looking at that since it is demand following, there would be times when you may have some energy which is more than what has been demanded from you. So you should have that freedom to use that energy to gain some extra revenue. So excess generation over and above a specified capacities in a particular time block, what I showed you at the table, you would be free to sell it to any third party without requiring NOC or SECI from any or buying entity, as long as you meet the commitment. If off-taken by SECI buying entity, such power shall be purchased at a PPA. Suppose you are not in a position to do that, you want to sell it to the buying entity itself. So that would be the rate as per PPA, already decided. Suppose you have power and it has not been scheduled for whatever certain component, that can be also sold to the market. Any instance of third party sale while the specific capacity remains unfulfilled shall make the developer liable for penalty. You have a commitment and you have not met that time, then you will have that penalty. So penalty is 1.5 times to the extent of market rate. This would be over and above the penalty shortfall meeting the minimum requirement, which is 1.5 times the tariff. So there are provisions also to give you some kind of unforeseen circumstances where delay takes place. If in case your readiness is there, but somehow your infrastructure and grant of GNA, extension of 60 days subsequent achievement of the above, say transmission line or connectivity, there are some issues. So the provisions have been made. Part commencement of supply is also made. Minimum 50 megawatt, however, should be there for each part, with last part being the balanced contracted capacity. And project commissioning in line with the CERC, obviously, Regulation 2023. Payment terms, monthly billing cycle is say 45 days from presentation of bill. If you do early, you get rebates. There are provisions to get earned. The number of people who try and avail this facility. Power from single component will be procured at 50% of PPA tariff. Payment security from SECI to developer, so letter of credit, 110% of average monthly billing, 0.02 paisa, say 2 paisa per kilowatt hour discount in the monthly billing if opted by developers. Late payment by SECI to be governed by LPS rules, that is the rules that is there. So this is in nutshell, I have tried to cover in a very brief to the point. If you have any specific question, I'll try and answer those questions. Yes, sir. Mike, please.
Our understanding was that you wanted round-the-clock power, which means 18 hours between full supply between 4 in the evening and 10 in the morning. If I read that, if I read your first slide or second slide, that's not the case, because your requirements in these months where the DNI is low is actually significantly lower than your requirement in the months where the DNI is high. So this will dramatically impact the cost of the project, because if I have to give you around-the-clock power 18 hours a day, then in the initial months when the DNI is low, the field will be oversized, dramatically oversized, or maybe I will use PV with resistors to make it up, but then that will increase the cost of the project tremendously. So that's my question. Is it that you want to follow that time which you said, which means very low supply required in the months of January, February, and November, December, and full power in the balance months? Is that correct?
Sir, the format here so far, what is being considered is that it would be in a format of FDRE itself. Now, preferred as the buying entities acceptance is there, because this is a new project, first time project. If it comes out, we have somebody there, it's always advisable. So I just showed you a template. It may be higher, may be lower, but then you have a flexibility. If you have a surplus power or surplus energy, you can directly sell it to the exchange, which is quite reasonable.
But if I'm looking at solar power with storage, the cost is significantly higher than, say, PV power, right? And therefore, why would I produce it if I have to sell it at the price of PV power? I would follow that format. So I think it's very important for the developer for you to clearly specify what is the amount of storage, whether you want round the clock with 18-hour storage, or you want only in these 3 months enough storage, because that will dramatically change the complexion of the project. And we will demonstrate this during our presentation later in the day. This is extremely important because it dramatically changes the project configuration.
Right, sir. You are referring to particularly RTC per se. Right now, what we are looking at, say, mixing it with FDRE, because up to 51%. Then your 49% you have got other source of energy. So you combine them and then you meet the requirement. So even say you have a sizing of a project. Sizing of a project will entail making a configuration where you have a CSP component and you have got other than CSP, including storage and everything, whatever you want, have a configuration.
I think
that is
by the time you come out with the tender, I think it's extremely important, and even earlier than that, so that people can configure the plant. Because what we are talking about, and we think we can achieve this, round-the-clock power with 18-hour storage, considering the present cost of coal and the current cost of a new coal plant of about 6 to 7 rupees. So what is it that you're really looking for? I think that will determine the kind of developer, the kind of technology, and the pricing you will get.
You want to add something? Come.
So I am Pratik, Senior Manager in the SECI. So basically what you are referring to is a different product which we have also tried and tested, RTC or assured peak power supply, around the clock basically. What we are trying to emphasize here is that all these products are driven by DISCOMs requirements. So we primarily sell only to DISCOMs. And based on our interactions, the highest level of improvement which we have been able to achieve so far is this demand following concept, where the DISCOMs actually say they don't really need RTC for the entire 24 hours. So based on our consultations, it has emerged that there are some time blocks in the day where they actually need lower power supply, and that is how this kind of a product has been devised. We can also bring a tender for RTC, provided we get, and as you are saying, we'll bring that tender with the same level of firmness, 18-hour storage and round-the-clock supply. We are in talks with DISCOMs, and if we get that kind of a buyer, we'll bring that tender also. The agenda is very simple, that we have to bring tenders which are suited to a buyer. So
that's fully understood. What we need is clarity.
Pardon me?
Right? What we need is clarity.
Yeah, so that's what the tenders which we have issued for so far, they also have a buyer associated with them. So the DISCOMs are clear about the requirement as well as assured offtake. Assured offtake is also important. Merely discovering a tariff and then attempting to sell that tariff will actually result in an uncertainty. So that is why we have brought this kind
Sir,
of...
you say, I think you will appreciate, all of you will appreciate, in the end, whatever energy is generated has to be bought by somebody. We may have a combination, whatever, we must promote the new energy. Whatever resources we have at our disposal, we should try and utilize to meet the end requirement of the buying entity. If we are not able to, so all the investment and effort in developing a project will have challenge. So, as you suggested, sir, that RTC is there, but as we are moving and the new products are coming, buying entities are preferring much more stable and predictable power. And once they have tasted something, and that's why I mentioned in the beginning also, FDRE 5 tenders are likely to close within the next 1 month. It will give her lots of new ideas and impetus in the complete system and structure. Will also give a new insight also, and probably what I have shown will have some more course correction also. But the successful closure of tender probably will start happening from 14th of this month.
From?
14th of this month, FDRE. First closure.
So the first few tenders will be FDRE based.
5 tenders are already live, so they're closing. First is 14th.
And are they technology specific?
No. So that is solar and wind or a storage combination. What I'm trying to say, it is coming as a predictability, much more predictability as per the expectation of the buying entity. What Pratik was also trying to explain, and I was also trying to explain, the acceptability of the buying entity, whoever is the buying entity, because this is going to be a large project, and in all probability only DISCOM will buy at such kind of scale. So unless buying entity has, say, kind of a willingness, the complete effort will have a problem. So we have to keep that in mind.
So I think, looking at the long-term objective of net zero, right? We will eventually want to move away from coal-based power.
True, sir.
If we have to move away from coal-based power, then I must make sure that I have 24/7 power and I have enough storage during the time when technologies such as PV don't give me enough. So at the moment, that's not the objective, if I understand from you.
Sir, we are on that path. That's why I showed our journey. 1 decade we have made from pure, say, intermittent power to come to this level, and probably CSP will just add on there.
It's commendable.
So CSP will add up one more aspect, sir, but we have to go step by step. I cannot give a guarantee today that we'll have a total CSP 1. CSP, to bring the CSP also as a part of a system experiment and have a higher possibility of success, we have taken it up to 51%, so that there is some kind of a balancing and acceptance. And the way we see the market, the way we see the buying entities' expectation, we hope this would be a product which will have a viability. Notwithstanding your input taken, sir, we'll definitely work on it and try to work on it.
I have one more suggestion for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That, while we are looking at producing power, we also should look at coal saving. So there is a lot of an opportunity with our existing coal-based power plants to be able to put some kind of molten salt or whatever it is to be able to reduce during the peak hours the amount of coal which is being burned. So maybe that's another area you may want to look at. Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
You want to say, sir?
Yeah. There is a suggestion I included in my slides also, that your bids, country's bids should be technology specific also. We have to take care of the inherent advantages which are advantages to the whole country, to the whole economy. Like if we say initially also in 2010-11, this CSP, why it could not survive or could not, even after being economic, could not be promoted, because at that time both the technologies, PV and CSP, were given 3 years to execute, and the PPA for storage was not allowed. So,
sir, this point I think,
if this person has, if capex is installed for say 10 crore per megawatt for without storage, and with 5 crore per megawatt he can run the plant for 24 hours, then that tariff would have been, instead of 12, 25 rupees.
Sir, my only point is, this we have had discussions also. We'll have it. We'll take point taken. Let's listen from the audience. You are there with us. We'll discuss on that point.
Sure.
Point taken, sir. Point taken. The various say aspects are there. Unless you have a scale, you don't get the economics. If you get the smaller, economics is not there. So then acceptance is not there. Then you get a taboo that this is not a successful thing. So many things are there. So we have to find a viable media to make the project successful. That the moment, even if you have a component, and the moment you get some kind of a say kind of a confidence and acceptance in the market, yes, this project has got this company is working and it is giving these parameters. That learning itself will propel us to a much higher level. So we must go step by step. So that's my humble submission. Balance we can talk in detail. Yeah, somebody from the rear wanted to ask a question, please. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Just 1 minute. Let him finish. Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Shashwat. I represent the climate group.
Mic is on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I represent the climate group. So at climate group, we have this RE100 commitment taken up by large entities. So somewhere these are mostly high energy consuming entities, including cement and automobiles. And that is where they are looking for 24/7 CFE, carbon free electricity, which is a global concept, and executive order has been signed at the US.
Yeah,
so
please.
slowly we are seeing that is being implemented in India in a different name. But going back to your comment that you need a buyer, DISCOMs are not the ultimate buyers, and they are somewhere perceived as the road blockages in complete RE100, 100% electrification through renewable electricity. So what we see is there a possibility of jumping the DISCOM barrier and directly connecting CSP with the industry buyers?
Sir, your question primarily addresses or say looking towards the policy decisions by government at federal structure as central and state. I am not competent to answer that. So I'll refrain from making comment on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Sir, I'm CK Verma. My question is little offbeat. It is regarding PM Suryodaya Yojana.
Yes, sir.
So the funds will be allocated in the next financial year. But you are one of the agencies earmarked for taking this forward. So there are 8 players in this field. So how will you see that all the tenders they are equivalent?
But Suryodaya, we are not the agency, designated agency. That's what my understanding. Are we?
No. Yes, sir.
No.
Sir, this has come in the newspaper reports, and in so many reports that SECI is one of the players out of the 8.
Okay, let the guideline reach us.
Sir, second part is there are some quality control orders from DPIIT regarding solar DC cable. So how are you going to incorporate it in your future tenders? Because that says that only BIS certified cables are to be used. So when just my question is whether awareness is there.
No, I'll just put that way. I'll just clarify that. As far as our tenders are concerned, the standard clauses are there that developers have to comply with all government regulations, guidelines, or orders which is applicable at that point of time. So they are mandated to do that, and they do that. So the checking is there from time to time, but they are mandated. They confirm. They give a certificate. They have complied. They are open to any kind of a scrutiny for that. So we don't get into each and every item checking. Yeah. Somebody from here.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, remember one thing. There are other, say, participants lined up online also. So I may not have much time. I have got only 3 minutes with you. So please.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Pawan. I'm representing Alphanar. My question is similar kind of enthusiasm and similar kind of things have happened in Spain also in 2022. And most of the countries has followed the same criteria as far as the solar thermal is concerned, because in Spain in 2010, 2009, the tender has came, and now after that in India and other part of the world, solar thermal or CSP project has been adopted. In 2022, by government, again Spain has tendered some 100 megawatt or 200 megawatt CSP, but some tariff, ceiling tariff, and just because everyone has participated and it is beyond the ceiling tariff, and that ceiling tariff has been adopted through Middle East and Morocco. So it was not worked in Spain. So I just wanted to suggest that please do not adopt the similar thing in India, because that has failed and miserably it will not come maybe in Spain in present time. So I just wanted to be give an insight that similar thing has been done in Spain and it failed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We don't prescribe ceiling tariff in general unless the buying entity has imposed or government of India has imposed. We prefer to keep it open for the market to decide. Yeah, there's one somebody. Yeah, ma'am, please. That would be the last question.
My fellow delegate, like minimum 90% DFR to be met on monthly basis, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we have to really look into this, and we should check on these Noor projects also. What were the liabilities on them when they have executed these projects? Because on monthly basis, when we are having a 3 months monsoon period and having these capacities oversized, it won't be a feasible option, sir.
I can only say that please do the little modeling. Probably you will find a way out. It will also encourage people or industry to come out with some innovation, new ideas, and it will solve the problem. And if not, then we'll definitely be having a much more consultation. Inputs would be more than welcome, and with facts, not as a general statement. So that point of time, if very specific inputs are there, it will definitely be looked into it, and somehow we will try to answer the questions. Yes,
Excuse
sir.
me.
Yeah, Mike, here, please.
I just had a suggestion.
Sir, please, sir.
We've tried CSP long time ago.
Sir.
You are here at a time to restart a process and a technology.
Sir.
So the first objective of the first project should be how to establish that technology. Not that a DISCOM has to necessarily buy. You can see there can be contradictions between these two objectives. I have time for DISCOM and its requirements, but how do I make CSP succeed and become relevant for India, and a few projects like that I think is the first requirement, and it may not necessarily meet a DISCOM condition. So sometimes I should not put in conditions which make a new technology to come up difficult. The objective should be different.
Sir,
and you have already said that you are going to have round of consultations. I strongly recommend that. Please include some of the DISCOMs also in that, and let us find a way out together. Not
Sure,
say
sir.
you find a way out, you become innovative, you do this, you do that. I think let us work together. It's a common problem. It's a country problem.
Sir.
You have been given the right as an agency to take it forward all together. I get that feeling, you know.
May I, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir,
Please.
first thing, if in case by any chance, if I have been understood that I am trying to put that CSP is not the focus area, then I stand corrected. It is not that idea what sir has also raised, that we have to do something which should bring acceptability of this technology. Now, how do you do that? One suggestion is that we go for specific to CSP technology tender with say RTC or maybe a long-term say commitment. It's very good for developer to give it to me. I give a commitment, I make payment. But how do I get the payment back from who is my buying entity? So the balance has to be found out. So idea says first one of the model what we.
Where the government will come in.
Yes, sir. So right now.
Come in, you know. If there is a gap, government can come in. We have to think about these things.
Yes, sir. So this particular 2 days workshop is primarily for this to open the discussion.
Sir, excuse me.
I am giving my response.
Absolutely right, sir.
So take it as you feel it.
Yes, sir.
Sir, excuse me. I don't have a question here, but I have a suggestion and offering.
Yes.
This is Prakash Kumar from Cargo Power.
Yes.
Since 2014, we are developing a 25 megawatt with 9 hours of storage plant in Kutch, Gujarat. And we almost invested 40 million USD in the project, 30% of equity. We bought land. I have more than 500 acres of land. I have evacuation permission with me. I have my turbine with me, which is close to 100 crores of valuation. I have heat exchangers, all those critical items for CSP is with me. So now I'm openly offering to SECI and everybody who was in the program, let us co-develop it. We are there. Everybody was suggesting there should be a model plant. Let my plant be a model to you. So it's an open offering. Thanks for SECI to organizing the platform. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I think people are waiting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. Thank you for such an engaging presentation and addressing all questions, queries, and suggestions for us. We now venture into another presentation on the pivotal role of concentrated solar power in today's scenario. Leading us on in this insightful journey is none other than Shri Ajay Shankarji, a distinguished fellow at the Energy and Resources Institute. Over to you, Shri Shankarji. He'll join us in another 5 minutes. Shri? Varun? The next presenter is joining us online. We're just waiting for him to connect. There's some technical issue. Just 5 more minutes. Can everybody please take their seats? We have Shri Ajay Shankarji with us. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. You're audible and visible as well.
So let me begin by first saying that I feel very privileged and very happy to be here today, virtually. CSP has been one of the things which I have been pioneering for a long time. And I am particularly glad that we now have a full-fledged international conference on this and with so much interest and participation. So my congratulations and compliments to the organizers and the hosts. Now let me begin by going back to the days before climate change was a concern. So in the electricity supply system, you needed supply or generation to match demand every moment of the day, and demand varied. So this variation in demand was met usually by flexibility in thermal generation. In countries which had hydropower potential, flexibility came from hydropower. And in some places, pump storage was developed. Now, when we come to this new world of energy transition, where we want a carbon-free electricity system, then we certainly need a lot more storage to A, absorb all the inflexible, intermittent, variable generation from renewable energy of solar and wind, And we need storage to be able to provide grid stability and reliable supply. Now, concentrated solar thermal is a technology which we in India were forward looking in recognizing its potential. So in 2010, when the National Solar Mission began, and I had the privilege of being associated with this design, we invited bids both for solar panels as well as for concentrated solar thermal. Those were the early days of our energy transition, and therefore there was no need for storage. So we invited bids, and we were lucky to get some bids. Some didn't take off, but I'm so glad that one of them, who's still functioning, would be sharing his experience with you. Now we have come to a stage in our energy transition that we need to meet all our demand, which is increasing day by day, by not adding new thermal, that is coal-fired stations or gas-fired stations, and then storing renewable energy to provide reliable supply. Now, concentrated solar thermal with storage is, in my view, a very attractive and low-hanging fruit in the journey to carbon-free electricity. In my view, it is a much better option than batteries, which are being propagated the world over. And for India, we need to go very speedily in this direction, because our renewable transition is being pushed by solar energy, where we don't get any electricity at night. So like Germany has over 40% renewable energy, but since most of it is from wind, they have not yet felt the need for storage. The same is the case with California. But we need storage now. And in my view, CSP is something which we need to bring in quickly and scale up rapidly. And as the presentations during the course of today and tomorrow tell us, is that this technology is no longer futuristic. It is very mature. There are plants being put up, there are plants which are working well, and there is no reason why similar plants can't be put up in India, put up right now, and to give us costs and tariffs which are comparable. Now, what the tariffs would be in India, we can discover only when we invite bids, put up CSP plants with storage, and do it repeatedly and competitively, as we did with the National Solar Mission. The National Solar Mission has been a great success and a great learning. Because I remember when it began, we were told that inviting bids is not a good idea, nobody in the world has done it. Germany had succeeded with feed-in tariffs. Our own CRC has set a tariff. So that's the way to proceed. So we were a little forward-looking and I think risk-taking when we said we'll invite bids. Then we were asked as to, supposing the bidder doesn't put up a plant. I said it's his loss, not ours, because we pay him whenever he supplies the electricity. But we de-risk his investment by giving him a credible long-term contract for the supply of electricity. And then we were told, why not prescribe technology or conversion efficiency? We said again, we are interested in the price of electricity, not in the technology. That is his call. And let him take it. And initially in those days, there was the thin film technology as well as the panel technology. And finally, the solar panels took over. Now, in the course of the presentations, we are seeing that CSP has evolved from, parabolic mirrors on towers and getting the sun's rays on the ground at a particular point. It has moved to the other way, where you have mirrors on the ground and it's being concentrated in a tower. Similarly, the molten salt material is evolving. So my belief is that as long as we create a competitive industry structure, keep inviting bids, and keep awarding contracts without delaying decisions too much, we will then see a repetition of the incredible success we had with the National Solar Mission. Now, one other point which is important is that the cost of CSP would decline if mirrors are made in India. Now, for that to happen faster, it would be good if government were to take a deep breath and announce that they would be inviting bids for 10, 15, 20,000 CSPs over the coming years. Because that kind of announcement from government would give investors in India and the world over the confidence that this is a big enough market for them to come here and look at it seriously, and for the manufacturers of the sensors and the mirrors and molten salt to come and make in India. Because if they make in India, they'll discover it is cheaper than importing it into India. But it is worth their while to come and make in India, or for our own people to do technology tie-ups and make in India, only if they have the confidence that the size of the market is large enough. And the market is there in the next few years. What helped the National Solar Mission was the initial target announcement that we will do 20,000 megawatts by 2022. The great success has been that we are now at 70,000 plus. But in CSP, some such announcement from government that this is the scale at which we will roll out CSP tenders over the next few years would give great confidence to the global suppliers of technology, equipment, and developers to look at the Indian market as a very promising market and as a very profitable market. Because one thing which I used to keep telling my friends in government, when I was in government, that investors look at returns. And even Indian investors look at returns. And nobody is in business for charity. For that, there is charity, there is CSR. So unless we de-risk investment, unless we give an attractive enough return on investment, unless we give confidence about the contract, compliance and about all the other things which go into investment, we increase the risk price premium in the bids we get. So I recall I also was lucky in doing the ultra mega power projects. So we de-risk investment by putting the land together and getting the environment clearance. These are only two things we did. But the price bids we got were 30% lower than my most optimistic estimation. And therefore, in CSP, again, if we can do risk mitigation in consultation with potential bidders and developers, as we invite bids, I think we'll get very attractive prices. And we can and should be on the global frontier in deployment of CSP with storage, because as the Central Electricity Authority has said, we need 74 gigawatts of storage by 2032. That's a huge number. We have practically nothing. And I believe CSP can be a major pillar of that storage capacity in India. And the sooner storage succeeds in India, the sooner we will get that we can meet all additional demand and provide reliable supply and not compromise our growth without putting up new thermal power stations. And not putting up new thermal power stations is a cost-effective route for India. Because thermal power stations, coal-fired ones, have a long life, and we run the risk of having stranded assets or very low capacity utilization if we put up a very large capacity now. Because if solar plus CSP storage is cheaper than new thermal, then there is no business case for putting up new thermal. But for confidence that this is the way to go forward, storage has to succeed, CSP has to succeed. People must see it working in India and see prices which are attractive enough. So I would end by again complimenting all of you for putting this together. I am so glad and proud that this first serious CSP conference in India is taking place. And I am looking forward to bids coming out in the coming months and India becoming a global leader in the deployment of CSP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to open the floor for questions. He's there, he's online. No, he left. Is he still online? Yeah, he's still available online. If anybody has any questions. Okay, then we move on to the next session then. We have a presentation by Mr. Siddharth Malik, CEO Vulcan Energy Oman.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible as well.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely audible. You're not visible though, but I think it's a technical issue from our end. Yeah, we can see you, sir. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. And let me at the outset thank the organizers for having me over here and contribute to this, I think, topic of immense interest, both globally and as well as in India as well today. My name is Siddharth Malik, and I head Vulcan Green Energy. It is a dedicated renewable energy and a green hydrogen platform out of Oman to drive decarbonization in green steel. So glad to be joining all of you, even though virtually today. When Rajan from NTPC spoke to me and said, you know what, it'll be great to have an interaction, I was actually thinking, what is it that we could share with the august audience, which already I think has a lot of information, understanding about CSP. So I thought, let me share a few data points, some facts, some food for thought that would leave maybe over the next 15 minutes with a lot of queries, questions, and inquisitiveness, some which have maybe answered and some possibly not. So let me just share my screen and let's see if this can. Okay, I hope this is visible.
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
Great. Once again, thank you for having me and glad to be here. So what is the larger question? As I said, I'm sure enough has been discussed about CSP technologies, processes, systems, so on and so forth. So I will not get into that. What I would like to focus on are the simpler things, which actually end up being one of the most complex. So what is the problem statement? The problem statement is we are looking at an alternative to fossil fuel-based generation globally, so that it can complement fossil fuel phase out eventually. So this is what the problem statement looks like. We have overbuild of renewable capacity, some of it can be discharged during the, let's say, solar hours, if it's solar power. And the balance energy needs to be time shifted so that it can deliver energy when the renewable resource is not available, which is what we call as valley filling. So this is the true round the clock power. And I call it real because RTC 60, RTC 50, etc. are really not RTCs. RTC is what a thermal power plant delivers on 85 to 90% annual availability basis. So what are the key performance indicators of a system like this? What is the ideal time shifter that can deliver competitive blended power, which is blend of the real-time energy as well as the time-shifted energy, which can be firm and dispatchable, available on the grid on demand, with annual availabilities almost mirroring what conventional thermal power generation looks like. Of course, it has to be long duration, for the obvious reasons that the sun does not shine and there's a lot of variability in renewable resources as well. And of course, least cost is paramount. It is more relevant for a developing economy like ours. It should also ideally provide what is called grid support. So reliability, inertia, reactive power, ramp up capabilities, so that it is actually not just taking away from the grid, but also contributing significantly to the grid. And last but not the least, in engineering, anything is possible, but it all comes at a cost of either environmental impact or an import reliance. So those are the things, of course, that also have to be kept in mind. And the candidates are very many. Pump storage, gravity-based storage, thermal storage, chemical storage, which is, of course, also known as batteries, CO2-based storage, and a variety of other things that are evolving quite rapidly in the energy storage space. Among all of these, if you look at molten salt storage or thermal storage, broadly speaking, goes without saying, it is proven, it is bankable, and with a long operating history from different parts of the world. And this slide just gives you a very brief snapshot on the scale at which thermal storage has been implemented. It often happens that we overlook some very, very simple terminologies of any evolving industry. So I thought I'll just take half a second to just put this out there. I'm sure it's obvious to many. Renewable power, which is also sometimes termed as renewable energy, is basically electrons from any resource, solar, wind, hydro, so on and so forth. CSP, which is conventionally known as concentrated solar power, it's a system based on concentration of heat, primarily for generating power. And the solar field, another term that is colloquially used, is the system of mirrors and receivers that actually takes the incoming heat, concentrates, and delivers heat to, let's say, a power block or a storage system. CST is another loosely used terminology which refers to almost like CSP, except that the end use is for directly use of heat in industries, not necessarily generating power. And thermal storage, as the name suggests, is an energy storage system which is based on storing heat. Now, I put this slide up there, which may seem quite obvious, simply because the value chain of this entire industry is structured quite differently. A company may be a CSP provider, whereas the other may be a CST provider, and one may be neither of the two, but only a thermal storage provider. So I think these nomenclatures and terminologies always help in sort of calibrating where is it that we want to go. Now, what is the deployment configuration of a system like this? As I'm sure it has been discussed extensively all day, CSP is a real-time generation where you take the incoming heat, you real-time convert it to power, and you have a heat-based source, of course, such as a DNI from incoming radiation. A classic example are the plants, the CSP plants that are operating in India, which mostly do not have a storage component. So they are responding in real time to the variation of the incoming energy from the sun. Not an easy operational philosophy. The CSP plus storage, of course, has the CSP, but also has a time shifting capability, which typically is charged by a heat-based mechanism, such as mirrors and receivers. Thermal energy storage is interesting. It is a standalone black box approach, which provides time shifting capabilities. And the interesting bit about this one is it may or may not be charged through heat. It can also be charged through electrons, right, which may be available from us from solar and wind power. What that opens up is an interesting possibility in locating TES in non-DNI based regions as well, because CSP and CSP plus storage have to be necessarily co-located where the DNI profile is very qualitatively high as well as quantitatively high, which does not hold true for TES. I see the title of this workshop, it talks about solar thermal technologies, but I think the time has come to transition from technologies to systems. And this transition is, I wanted to spend a minute discussing about this because I believe it's the cornerstone of success for CSP. It is important to appreciate the value chain. What is technology versus what is engineering of these systems? Who are the OEMs? And then what are the, of course, classic EPCs? A simple graphic on your screen shows you a company may be able to provide the right mirror aiming technology for the solar receiver, but they may or may not be the OEMs and the EPCs or the engineering company for it. Likewise, an EPC may, of course, work with all the OEMs, different kind of technology providers, one for molten salt, one for cavity receivers, one for mirrors, one for algorithms, wrap that around and provide a turnkey guarantee. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but it is no different than what a typical EPC versus package bit approach is taken by most IPPs and owners. In this case, I think it's a bit more involved and not necessarily complicated, but a bit more involved in what is traditionally a conventional, let's say, thermal power plant. Such kind of approach also helps to identify and very crystal clear define battery limits, which further allows to put contractual arrangements in place, which are very positive for the overall lending and the lenders from project finance perspective. And that directly flows into performance guarantees. Is it EPC that is giving a wraparound performance guarantee, or is it a package bid approach where the performance guarantees are actually split across multiple parts of the value chain? So overall, as I said, it's critical to take a very systems engineering approach and not necessarily a technology approach. Just a word about, on a closing note, about contract risks, force majeure, and mitigation. I think we have seen enough in the space where the first round of certain CSP projects had some challenges with DNI compared to the DNI references that were provided. And subsequently, of course, we also saw some arbitration happen in that front. I think it's important to have an ability to appreciate how coherent the entire system works together. And this working has to be appreciated by all stakeholders: the IPP, the equity owners, the financiers, the lenders, the technical consultants, so on and so forth. Simply because you have a GHI or DNI, which is the input source, you have a charging source, which could be electricity, as I mentioned, or it could also be concentrated solar fields, which have an energy storage club to them, which has a steam generating system club, and of course, a power generating system. Prima facie, each of these elements look quite straightforward, proven, and simple. But the interesting bit is when they all come together and work together, that's when the whole becomes much bigger than the sum of the parts. And it is possible that in our journey so far, we may not have completely appreciated that bit, and hence have, of course, have our own journey of struggle with CSP in India. But I think that is about to change. From a project risk and reward perspective, it also becomes very important to allocate technical and operation risk to every project component highlighted on this screen, so that its impact, its mitigation strategies, the complete risk reward framework. Should I oversize my charging source? Should I oversize my energy storage? Should I undersize my steam generation? So on and so forth, all have to form a part of a comprehensive risk reward framework, which ultimately should drive a contractual framework. Last but not the least, the bidding and financing approach and strategy has to be in line with this. Is it something that is bankable enough that an open bid can be called for? That needs to be evaluated. Is this something that still needs a viability gap funding kind of support? I think that should have its own independent evaluation. And of course, the bankers have to come on the table, especially given the past history, so that their financing approach can be more visually understood as well. Last but not the least, it is important to learn from successes, but also I think it is important to understand what the past has been and where we have struggled. Here are the few examples. I think NTPC's Dadri integration plant, where the CLFR plant has been integrated into Dadri, I think a phenomenal effort undertaken, a very audacious effort undertaken with proper engineering, with the best of minds, with Areva, Thermax, NTPCs, and I'm sure a variety of other consultants. That is a project which is in a low DNI zone, and of course has its own set of challenges because primarily of the radiation characteristics in and around Delhi. The other bit is a demonstration plant that was developed once again around NCR by an academic institution, IIT Mumbai, and the third being a 100 megawatt CSP plant that was based on once through CLFR technology with no storage. So these are not good or bad news, but these are some references in front of us which has allowed us to look back, learn from our experiences, look at what the contractual framework was taken, how the technical risks, financing risks, and the operating risks were allocated in that contractual framework, and ultimately what commitments we were able to make on the offtake side. So I'm sure as we move forward, the time is right. Given the RE growth and targets that we already have, I think it's the perfect storm for adopting thermal storage and integrating it into a variety of greenfield as well as retrofit opportunity in existing coal-based plants. Imagine thermal power plants where one can retrofit molten salt storage powered by renewable electricity that may or may not be co-located to that plant. I think opens up a very exciting field. Repowering bottoming cycle of stranded gas assets, because that's eventually a steam turbine wanting steam. That could certainly come from the kind of thermal energy storage that I talked about today. Ultimately, we would be creating its non-specific site-based time-shifting capabilities. And let me contrast that with something like pump storage, which is, of course, site-specific and has its own set of advantages as well. Last but not the least, we are talking molten salts, which are used variety in fertilizer industries. We're talking steel plates, tanks, piping, concrete. It offers a phenomenal opportunity to create an indigenous supply chain and create tremendous amount of employment generation as well. Ultimately, I think it is my opinion that an approach taken as we are discussing today would result in a just and an economical transition for our own country with our own reliance on indigenous supply chain and own value creation. Let me stop there and thank everyone for the opportunity to listening to me. And I'm happy to take any questions that the audience may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malik. Unfortunately, we are running short on time. We won't be able to do a question answer round.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, sure, you can make a comment. So we're getting you a mic. Just a second. Yeah.
So you mentioned this coal saver plant at Dadri. That's not Ariba. That's a Fresnel plant working along with Thermax.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
That plant has been implemented by a company in Germany called Fresnel, which does Fresnel, along with Thermax for integration.
Great. Thanks for that, highlighting that. I think this is the information that is available online, but happy to be, I think maybe the NTSB website needs to be updated.
Thank you so much once again,
Just
sir.
one question, please.
Yeah, of course, sir.
Siddharth, I think it's a very interesting presentation and a very practical one. I'm Anil Razdan. Now, what is the tariff that you're looking at? You see, all this is okay. And I agree with your approach. There should be a systems approach, a delivery approach ultimately. What is the tariff that you're looking at?
Anilji, absolutely great to connect. I think there is the answer to that question is a function of what the use case of such a plant is. If it is a peaker plant, then the answer certainly is quite different. It has to reflect the realities of peaking power tariffs in India. Whereas if the entire approach towards building the plant is a base load to replace a coal-based equivalent based on current coal-based capacities with all the FGDs and electrostatic precipitators and all of that, I'm sure that number would be then has to be comparable to a coal-based base load asset in today's time. So I think it's a function of the use case of the asset.
Thank you so much, sir.
I also have my email up there, so happy to get connected if there's any specific queries that I can take offline as well.
For sure. We'll mail it to you, sir, and mail you all the queries that come up here.
I see a lot of familiar faces, and it's great to see everyone. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Craig Wood, CEO of VA Solar from Australia, joining us.
Hi, good evening.
Sir,
Sydney,
just would like
Australia.
to clarify, you'll have only 15 minutes for your presentation. Over to you, sir.
No problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you. Absolutely fine.
Excellent. Thank you. Let me just share my screen.
Perfect.
Good evening, as I said, from Sydney in Australia. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak. What I was hoping to do was just to cover off quite quickly, given I only have 15 minutes, a little bit of an understanding of what Vast Energy is doing here in Australia, and some of the applications of that, both in terms of CSP for power generation, but also touching on the opportunities in green fuels, which we think in the longer term are actually potentially more interesting and more lucrative and larger than some of the power generation opportunities. So firstly, just as an introduction very quickly, Vast is an Australian company that's been around for about 14 and a half years. What we have been doing in that time is developing what we call CSP 3.0 technology. What we do is we use mirrors, just as a standard tower plant might, but we have smaller towers that are only approximately 150 feet or 50 metres tall. These towers are small because they're easier to permit, they're easier to build, they're much cheaper, and because they're modular, we can build multiple fields at once. And really, the big innovation that we've pursued is the use of liquid sodium metal to link the solar receivers together. The heat, once it's in the sodium, because we're able to link those receivers together, we use the liquid sodium to flow that energy back to a central sodium salt heat exchanger. And from there, we use traditional solar salt, 2-tank solutions. So hot salt at 550 Celsius, cold salt at about 304 Celsius. We store the energy in the hot tanks, and then obviously we're able to use that energy to create steam to spin a turbine. Or alternately, obviously we can use that heat directly for process heat applications, or we can use the combination of the heat and the power to provide green fuels. In terms of the way to think about the technology, really it's a bit of a mixture between what we call version 1 technology, which is the parabolic troughs, and version 2, which is the central towers. We are big fans of parabolic trough technology. It works, it's very bankable, very predictable, widespread. The only challenge with it is the temperatures don't get hot enough because of the choice of mineral oil as a heat transfer fluid. So that limits the temperatures to about 400 Celsius. By the time that's been through storage and then a power cycle, that means that the temperatures in the turbine are 330 to 350 Celsius, which is insufficient to actually get to an efficient power cycle. What people have tried to do is move to central tower designs where obviously there's a greater amount of focus of the energy, and the use of salt as both the heat transfer fluid as well as the storage medium means that temperatures get higher, and theoretically that means that the power cycles are able to be hotter and more efficient. There have been challenges, however, with central towers. There have been some reliability issues, but also at its very core, that technology is really quite site specific, and so it's difficult to see how that technology becomes very cheap. What we've done, as I mentioned a moment ago, is we've essentially combined the modularity and the predictability of parabolic trough technology with the tower morphology into a modular tower system, which is what we call VAST CSP 3.0. So in terms of the tech, we've spent about the first 5 years of VAST's history developing the widgets, the heliostats, the towers, the receivers. And then we spent the next 5 years building, commissioning, and then operating our demonstration plant, which was a 1.1 megawatt grid-connected power station. This is an actual photograph from an aeroplane. It's not a computer rendering. And you can see here we've got 5 of our modules, 5 towers, and we link the solar receivers together using this piping network full of liquid sodium that moves the heat back to the central power block. Importantly, this plant was grid connected and commissioned, synchronized in its final form in January of 2018, which is 6 years ago. And we operated this plant for nearly 3 years before its scheduled decommissioning. So if I can leave you with one message, that is to say that the next generation of CSP technology is proven. It just hasn't been built yet in India. It's only been proven in Australia so far. Really importantly for VAST, we were actually awarded the IEA's Solar Paces Technical Innovation Award in 2019, which was a terrific capstone on 10 years of technology development for our business. In terms of the way we do our business, we're really focused on partnering with what we believe to be the best partners in the world. So we work closely with, in terms of plant supply, the CEA, the French nuclear agency. We work with CYD on tanks, John Cockerell on steam generators, Skoda on turbines, KSB on our sodium pumps, Silsa on salt pumps, and so on. We've really gone out of our way to partner with extremely high quality suppliers on the project side. We also work with very high quality suppliers on what we call the OEM business, which is essentially VAST's part of the business, the contribution of the solar arrays. So at its core, what VAST does is we make the solar arrays, heliostats, towers, receivers, the sodium loop, and these are our partners in doing so. We've also been really quite involved over time with industrial partners as well as research partners to make sure that our technology is at the leading edge of what's possible, but also that our technology is addressing some of those systemic issues that the last speaker mentioned, which, by the way, we fully agree with. We think that CSP is a system that needs to be deployed, not just a technology. Turning very briefly, if I may, to what VAST is actually doing down here in Australia. So at the moment, we're executing 3 core projects, and then we're also developing a pipeline. The first of those, which I'll talk about in a moment, is a 30 megawatt grid-connected, essentially peaking power station with about 8 hours of thermal storage. The second of those is a green fuels demonstration plant, which is a 7,500 tonnes per annum green methanol project. And the third of those is a 140 megawatt 2-hour battery, which is really just a project that we're doing to make some money. All of those projects are actually co-located in a place called Port Augusta, which is in South Australia. So our site consists of nearly 1,600 hectares, and it's located about 20 kilometres north of the town of Port Augusta. The project will be developed in stages. So the first stage is a switchyard at 275 kV, VS1, which is the 30 megawatt CSP project, SM1, which is our solar methanol project and the battery. And then subsequently, we'll come back and build VS3, which will be a much larger CSP plant. At this stage, penciled in for 150 megawatts and 12 hours of storage, as well as 70 megawatts of PV. In terms of the CSP project, just to give you a bit of a sense as to scale, we have a central power block, and then on either side of that, we have 4 of our modules. So each of these modules will produce in the order of about 8 megawatts and megawatt hours thermal, and we move that energy back to the central power block by the way of a sodium header that runs along the north side of the site. So you can see here 4 modules on the west, 4 modules on the east, moving all of that energy back to the central power block. The central power block has 2 hot tanks, 1 cold tank. It has a steam generation system. It has a central power block, and then obviously HV export. The project itself is due to take FID later this year, and then it's a 2-year build cycle. The other thing that we're doing at this site, which is also very interesting, is we're developing a small solar methanol project that's actually going to take some of the electricity from the CSP plant, but importantly, some of the heat. And that combination of heat plus power, plus in the case of this project, some grid power for heat from PV, is able to create green fuels. That project itself, we call Solar Methanol 1, and the project has been fortunate to be the recipient of a 50% CapEx grant from a combination of the Australian and the German governments. The project will use that electricity and that power to take water via an electrolysis process to create hydrogen. And then we're also working with another partner called Calyx, who have a lime calcination technology where they take green energy and limestone, combine those two. The heat obviously drives off the carbon dioxide, which we capture and reuse, and then you end up with green lime, calcium oxide, which is useful in the cement industry. This project is particularly interesting and quite novel, and the reason that it's interesting is because increasingly the global maritime industry is looking like using methanol as one of its key decarbonisation fuels. And the fun fact about methanol that's important if you're a CSP guy is that methanol, because it involves a distillation process, actually has quite a high heat requirement. And so if you're able to provide very cheap renewable heat, as CSP technologies are, then methanol actually becomes a very interesting product to be able to sell. Just touching very quickly on the financing of our 2 projects. On the left-hand side of the page here, we have VS1, which is a 220 million Australian dollar project. We've already secured $65 million of grant funding from the Australian government by way of ARENA, which is the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. We're just working through terms on 110 million of concessional financing, again from the federal government, and then there's an equity contribution that's needed as well. On the methanol plant, I mentioned a moment ago, we've had indications of half of the plant being funded at a CapEx level by the German and the Australian governments. We're nearing some announcements around a joint venture agreement with Marbenuf, the major German oil company, who will be coming into the project as a 50-50 partner. And then obviously we'll be taking the other half of the equity. You may have seen a moment ago on the slides, I also had a little EDF logo, Electricité de France. We were fortunate to secure some investment from EDF towards the back end of last year, and we're just in the process of working with EDF to confirm the level of investment that they'll be making alongside us in each of these projects, which is obviously a terrific development for our business, partly because EDF have a massive balance sheet and the strength of the French government behind them, but also really importantly because of the technical validation that they provide. For those who aren't aware, EDF run the French nuclear fleet, and in that capacity, their expertise in using sodium as a coolant in their context in the nuclear industry means that they, in our view, are one of the best potential partners for our technology globally. I'll probably stop there just in order to take any questions.
Yeah, I have one question. How can you handle the high temperature sodium loop in your system?
So I caught the end of the question. You were asking about how we handle the high temperature sodium?
Sodium loop.
Yeah, okay, no problem. So look, the answer to your question is easily. If I expand a little bit, sodium itself is a very straightforward fluid to work with. It liquefies at about 97 degrees and it boils about 883 degrees. Our operating temperature range typically is about 120 at a minimum to around just under 600 degrees Celsius. So the range is this big. We operate in this range in the middle. So it's really quite straightforward to use. It's liquid the whole time. There is a volumetric change as the temperature changes, but that's very manageable, certainly compared to, if I think about a thermal oil system, the volumetric change is far, far less. Not quite an order of magnitude, but much less. In terms of the properties of sodium, there are certain chemical issues that need to be considered, like it will leach chromium out of things, so you need to make sure the metallurgy of the pipes and so on is appropriate, but that's, again, well-known technology. And then really the only other thing that's important to understand, obviously sodium is quite reactive, and so it is important to keep it under an inert environment. So we do run an argon cover gas to exclude impurities from the sodium system. If there is a problem, if we have to open the system for maintenance or whatever else, it's quite straightforward to actually run an inline conditioning system to keep the sodium clean. Again, this is technology that's been well known and exploited in the nuclear industry for many, many decades. And that's part of the reason why we're partnered with a number of organisations around the world that know nuclear technology very well.
Craig,
So,
Craig,
in short,
you have
answered.
Craig, you have answered the question. I'm Rajan Varshne. I have a question from the audience. There is a online audience also. So, Mr. Shirish Gaud has asked, what is the economic viability of 10 megawatt plant under your sodium storage and this technology?
A 10 megawatt plant is problematic. What we tend to find is, let me back up a second. Our technology, CSP 3.0, it is cheaper than parabolic trough or central tower technology, but ultimately the economics of our technology end up being driven by the central power block and the storage system. So you can't escape the fact that CSP is a technology that lends itself to scale. What we tend to find is that in good solar environments, a plant down to about 50 megawatts is the smallest you would build. You could potentially stretch down to a 30 megawatt plant, but you would only do that if it was competing against things like diesel-fired generation, where the technology, where the fuel had been driven a long way and hence the technology was quite expensive. For on-grid applications, we tend to look at plants that are 100 megawatts minimum. For off-grid, as I mentioned, if you're competing in situations where you've got diesel that is the counterfactual, then plants down to about 50 megawatts, perhaps 30 at the very outside could make sense.
Okay, thank you for your excellent presentation. Now, next speaker, Ms. Teresa Gong from China, Kosin Solar, is on the line. Please invite him.
Thank you so much, Craig. We now have Ms. Teresa Gong, CEO Kosin Solar, for her presentation on CSP plans.
Hello?
Hello, you are audible, ma'am.
Yes, I'm online. Hi,
Yeah.
everybody. Let me share my screen. So, is it okay?
We can't see your screen, ma'am.
Okay.
It's loading, actually.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Maybe because of the internet.
Yes,
so-
we can see your screen now, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. This is Teresa Gong from Kosin Solar. I am the head of EMEA region. Today, I'm gonna give you a brief introduction of Kosin Solar. My introduction will be having 4 parts. So first of all, I will be introducing a little bit of who we are, and then our products and service, then successful cases and project pipeline in China. So I hope that through our successful cases, we could offer a fresh perspective or another perspective for the Indian market. And the last part, it will be some data to show the performance of our 50 megawatt Derling Hub project, which has been up and running for about 4 years. So to show the technical feasibility of CSP. So who we are, and Kosin Solar actually is committed to R&D and the industrialization of central tower CSP technology in China and around the world. We were founded in 2010, and we actually developed, built, and operated first commercial scale CSP power plant in China. And we were the first CSP player awarded 1.2 RMB per kilowatt hour power tariff by the government. And so far, we have 100% self-developed technology and equipment. We have invested in around $127 million on R&D. We have 352 patents, and we have won the 2020 Solar Paces Innovation Reward. And our founding parent, Subcon Group, was created by Zhejiang University, and it is now China's largest automation and control company. Okay, so in addition to developing our own patents, and we're also very active in participating in formulating state standards, international standards, and national standards. What we do, so as I mentioned, we are mainly specialized in central tower CSP. And so we can build the single CSP plant. We can also build the CSP hybrid plant, also CSP storage and peak shifting plant. In addition to CSP, we're also doing tracking PV. And also because of the success in CSP, now we are also trying to apply molten salt storage into coal-fired plant. For example, we can change the coal-fired plant into, we can add a kind of battery to coal-fired plant. For example, when there's a coal or gas-fired plant, and of which there are still PPA years, but there's due to the green target, the zero carbon target. Some companies, some countries may want to close the coal-fired plant, and then we can consider to add molten salt storage like hot and cold tanks to the plant, and to replace the coal boiler. And we can use that to take in the cheap renewable energy or curtailed renewable PV or wind energy and store that in the form of molten salt, and then generate power when during the peak hours. And the last part is industrial park clean energy supply. So this is our development path from 2011 to 2013. We were mainly doing laboratory tests. And we started from direct steam system. We built the first 10 megawatt, as I mentioned, that's the first China's first commercial scale CSP plant using direct steam. In the second stage, small scale plant stage, we actually renovate the direct steam plant into a molten salt plant. And that's the world's third scaled CSP plant with a molten salt storage. And from 2017 to 2019, it's China's demonstration project stage. We actually built 2 projects. Each is 50 megawatts. The first one is Delingha 50 megawatt. This one is what we developed, built, and operated on our own. And the other one is Gonghe 50 megawatt, of which the owner is Power China. So this is our business scope. So our core business is EMP package for solar thermal concentration system. By this, we mean the solar field and also the receiver. We can also offer molten salt energy storage package, and as well as consultation for project development, engineering, construction. What's more, we can also do technical supervision for plant O&M. So why we're doing CSP? We believe there are many advantages of CSP. For example, it's low carbon, it has storage, it is dispatchable. There's no doubt that the attendees today here already know a lot about the CSP. So I will just, for time concern, I will just skip this one, the details. So in addition to central tower molten salt, we also study the next generation technology. For example, we are study CO2 heater. We also study particle receiver system, try to reduce the cost of the LCOE through technology advancement. So our products and services, the second part. Our major products and services are heliostat, solar field control system, solar field cleaning machine, receiver control system, system engineering, performance model, TS and SGS engineering, CSP plant commissioning, CSP plant O&M. So our heliostat has been certified by a third party, CSP services, and DLR. So next part will be more of your interest and concern is our successful story and pipeline. So in China so far, we have already 3 plants under operation, total 110 megawatt, and another 10 under construction with a total capacity of 1.15 gigawatt. So it's widely distributed in provinces like Jilin, Xinjiang, Gansu, in the Mongolia, and Qinghai province. So these are the 3 plants under operation. So I would talk about this the Delingha 50 megawatt in details in the next part. And these are the projects under construction. We have, I cannot help but draw your attention to the scale of the project. As you know that, as you can see that the CSP projects here we are building is mostly 100 megawatt, but it's going hybrid with either PV alone or PV and wind. For example, Jinta 100 megawatt. It is actually a plant hybrid of 100 megawatt CSP with 600 megawatt PV, because in China, due to rapid increasing of renewable energy like PV and wind, curtailment in Western provinces are becoming more prominent issues. And so this is why we are coming up with the solutions like using molten salt electrical heaters to digest additional curtailed PV or wind and store that in the molten salt tanks of the CSP. And we are we either hybridize with 600 megawatt PV or 900 megawatt PV. Or in the next slide, we can see we can hybridize with a 400 megawatt wind and 200 megawatt PV. So all of this large scale renewable energy power base actually are planned together with the DC transmission line, which are designed to transfer power from western part of China to eastern part of China. So for all these projects, the investors are mainly state-owned enterprises at this stage. So this is some information of our 10 megawatt Delingha CSP plant. So this one was built in July 2013 and was completed in August 2016. That's the first commercialized CSP plant in China and first molten salt CSP plant in China. And this is a site picture. And this is the 50 megawatt with 7 hours molten salt storage. The designed annual production is 146 gigawatt hour. The construction start date is March 15th, 2017, and the completion is December 30th, 2018. So basically, it took us like around 21 months to complete this plant. And this also actually, I want to point out that in western part of China, especially in high plateau area like Qinghai province, in winter time there are 3 or 4 months during which we can barely doing any construction work. So that's another site photo, not computer rendering. Site photo. So as you can see from the picture here, that's the next to the 50 megawatt, that's our 10 megawatt first pilot project. So that's the Gonghe 50 megawatt already under operation. That's a Jinta 100 megawatt. Okay. So that's the construction progress and more site photos of the projects under construction. Different projects in different provinces for each slide. These projects are all under construction. In addition to that, we also have done some performance optimization for the CSP projects, which are currently under operation. For example, this one built by Luneng. And so the EPC is SEPCO 3. And this is another PV project we have done. So in addition to projects in China, we have also secured a project in in Greece, the Minos project. This one was the signing ceremony was witnessed by the head of the two countries. Some side photo, for what we are doing with the small test project on next to the commercial scale project. So the plant performance, as I mentioned, the plant was synchronized to the grid in December 30th, 2018. We spent half years in debarking commissioning, and on April 17th, we achieved full load operation and passed the acceptance test. And in July 2019, it was transferred to operation formally. So in which I want to say that we actually have less ramp up period than other commercial scale projects, which are well known, which were built in early from 2010 to 2015. So in the first year, our production reached, if we consider curtailment, reached 94%, which is 122 kilowatt hour. And this is the yearly performance of 2022. We reached a little bit higher than 100%. But we didn't consider the period in which the grid was under line maintenance. So if we consider that the lost power, then we could have reached 103.18%. That's the yearly performance for last year, and we reached 104.4% of the designed capacity. And this is a record full-year performance, not based on calendar year. So if we consider the 12 months in consecutive, the record is 108.3%. So our plant has been verified and assessed by an independent third party, Fitchner. They give very high recognition of our plant. So after this introduction about our company, I want to say a few more words about our perspective or our intention in the Indian market. We actually have a very strong interest in the market, and we are willing to discuss with the potential partners, IPP players, EPC contractors for further cooperation. We can together explore the most feasible business model in India. So if you have any questions, you can contact me for further discussion. This is my email, and you can also visit our English website for more details. Lastly, I apologize for not being able to making the presentation on site, but instead I'm doing this virtually because due to the traditional Chinese New Year, so people here are celebrating the Chinese New Year. I hope this year soon, I will be able to visit India and to conduct face-to-face technical exchange with all the interested parties. In the end, I would like to thank you for the organizers for having me for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gong. It was a wonderful presentation, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. The same greetings to you.
Thank you so much. We now have a presentation by Dr. Lu Zihang from Royal Tech on CSP tubes and components manufacturer.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here to present our company. And I suppose that you can see my screen. Yeah.
Yes, we can see
Okay.
your screen as well.
So let's get started.
Sir, you will only have a limited 10 to 15 minutes. That's it.
Okay, no problem.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to share with you our achievement. My company Royaltech CSP Limited in the CSP part. Okay, my content consists of the three following parts. One is who we are, what we do, and what we have done. Okay. Royaltech CSP Limited is our company name, and we were founded in 2009, located in Changzhou City of China. And our main business is focused on three parts. One original part, the original part is the receiver tube, which is used in the parabolic trough technology. And furthermore, we expanded our business scope to parabolic trough collector, in providing the whole solar field solution. Okay, and based on the collector technology, we use not only for power generation but also for industrial solar heat. So this form our third part of our main business scope. We have been working in CSP industry for 14 years. As I said, that we are originally from the receiver tube manufacturer, and of course we participated in the first round of the China CSP demo program, and we had built one parabolic trough plant, which is 100 megawatt. In operation now for the moment. And now, of course, we would like to provide not only for China domestic market, but also for the international market, the high quality component and also the high quality reliable CSP technology. We have some achievement. I would like to highlight here is that we, together with Wacker, a German company, and we received the award from Solar Paces Technology Innovation by using the new silicon oil for parabolic trough plant. Yeah, this kind of oil is different from the traditional heat transfer fluid. It has wider operation temperature range. And for R&D, of course, we not only work with a local university and also research institute, but also we work with famous institute like DLR, like Fraunhofer ISE, and also CIMAT, and all these famous institute and also company in around the world. Okay, what we have done, what we do, as I said, that the first key product from our company is the receiver tube. As you know, the receiver tube is the key component to absorb sunlight and convert it into thermal energy in a CSP plant, in a parabolic trough plant. Now, our capacity of manufacturing the receiver tube, we can achieve 320,000 pieces per year. What it means? It means that it can feed, it can provide like 600 megawatt CSP plant with 10-hour storage. Okay, this is our annual capacity of production of the receiver tube. Regarding the parameter of the receiver tube, and first I want to highlight here that we have our core technology, our self-owned core technology for the receiver tube itself, including the glass metal sealing, including the selective coating technology, and also the AR coating. I presented here some numbers like absorptant, emittant, transmittant, and of course the diameter. Here I want to say that for the diameter, we can produce up to 110 millimeter in diameter and also 5.3 meter in length for receiver tube. Yeah, for the production line for this receiver tube, of course, we employ state-of-art equipment and also machinery like the PVD production line, soldier production line, and also the assembly and the welding, glass welding, and also the smart logistics system. You are welcome to visit our factory in Changzhou anytime. Okay. For the reference, our receiver tube provided to not only the domestic market but also to international market, including Brazil, India, and also Spain and Oman. India, I would make some a little bit more introduction later. Okay, in the latest slide about this India plant. And yeah, the receiver tube case, as I said, that here the most largest project we use using this receiver tube is our Ulat project in Inner Mongolia. It's a 100 megawatt CSP plant with 10-hour storage. This project already in operation for more than for 3 years. Okay, and the failure rate of this receiver tube is 0. Up to now is 0, including loose vacuum, breakage of the tube, 0. Okay, I can tell you. This is what I mentioned, the Anatapu 50 megawatt CSP project in India. Okay, we substitute our receiver tube, substitute the original tube. The original tube was produced by a well-known European supplier. But now, up to now, we have already supplied more than 7,000 receiver tube on site, and replaced the original one. And our client that saying that the performance of our tube is satisfying on site. Second key product is the parabolic trough collector. As you know, that parabolic trough technology and the solar field is the key, and also the collector is the key of the solar field. So for the collector itself, steel structure is the supporting part. Of course, now we provided for the Ulat project, we provided the collector steel structure, the receiver tube, and also in another trough project ongoing in Tibet, and we are also providing these two components. As you see from the slide here, that for producing this collector structure, we employ a lot of mobile arm, okay, for welding, to ensure the quality for welding, and also for the surface treatment, for the galvanized treatment, and this we are doing in the state-of-art production line. Here are more pictures in the factory, okay, for the welding, for the assembly, and also installation. The third key product from our company is the industrial solar heat. Okay, as I said, that not only for power generation, but also we should think about for more like industrial process heat. Of course, a lot of industrial thermal requirement, the temperature range fall into the parabolic trough temperature between like 100 something to up to 300 degrees Celsius. A lot of like food, beverage, desalination, paper, automation, and chemical textiling. All these we can think about how to use it, use the CSP technology in these industries. Here I would like to give you one example for the in Oman. Okay, this is the Glass Point Mira project. Is a project using parabolic trough collector to generate heat, to generate steam for the enhanced oil recovery. And our company provide the receiver tube for this project. And now this project is in operation. Okay, what we have done? First, first project I would like to share with you is that the ULAT 100 megawatt CSP project, trough project. This is the world highest latitude trough plant. Okay, is located in 41.5 degree latitude, and the design wind speed on site is also the highest in the world. We decided this is 45 meter per second. As you know, that the CSP technology is an outdoor optical equipment. So the wind has the prominent factor impact on the cost of the solar field. The highest wind, the more expensive cost of the solar field. For this ULAT project, it's 100 megawatt, 10-hour storage, and of course, it's using the traditional heat transfer fluid. Okay, and is within the first batch of the CSP China CSP demo program, and the commercial operation since 2021. We spent like more 2 years, around 2 years, for construction of this for this project, and now is in consecutive commercial operation. Some more pictures, okay, of the project. This project take up like 485 hectares. And the DNI on site is a little bit less than 2,000, and the annual solar-only production is 330 gigawatt hour. Yes, more pictures of the collector solar field. It's using the Eurotrough collector, and the number of loop is 352. And the total aperture area is 1 million, more than 1 million meters square. Of course, 10-hour storage. We have 2 pairs of tanks, okay, working in parallel, and it is operating since 2021. Here, I would like to share with you some numbers, some actual numbers of this plant. In the table on the right, you can see that there are 12 consecutive days in 2022 and also 2023 is in June. And within these 12 days, the plant is in operation without stop. And the maximum daily production is equivalent to 22 hours around. Every day we have 24 hours, and this plant operated 22 hours, the maximum record. Of course, the annual production, which also you are more concerned about it, as we said, that the design number for this plant is 330 gigawatt hour, which means that 3,300 hours per year. The actual production in 2022 is 3,100, and last year is very close to 3,300. It's 3,260. But if you need to take into account the actual DNI of last year is lower than the design value. So when we talk about that achievement, you need to also consider this actual DNI compared to the design value. And up till now, more than 1,000 days in operation, zero safety incident, zero unscheduled outage, and also, as I said, zero receiver tube failure. Okay. The second project I would like to share with you is an ongoing project. This is a totally off-grid project located in Tibet. So this forms it the highest elevation trough plant in the world. It is 4,500 meters above the sea level. This is total off-grid project. Is make up of like 40 megawatt CSP, plus 35 megawatt PV, and also 20 to 40 megawatt hour battery. Okay? As I said, this is totally off grid. So the storage hour for CSP part is designed to 24-hour storage, and also using molten salt storage medium, and the technology solution is the same as the ULAT project, and this is, we consider this is the most mature CSP technology in the world. It has been proven by many projects already. And for this Jabier project, Tibet project, and is expected to be completed in the mid of next year. Now we have already producing steel structure, collector steel structure, and also receiver tube to this project. Okay, there are some pictures, some photos to showing the ongoing status of this project. Okay, last but not the least, I would like to add one more point, is that from our company Royaltech CSP, we are not only supplier of receiver tube or collector. We also assist company for the project development, and especially like the conceptual design of the project, and the basic engineering, detail engineering work will be done by local company and also a third party. We can assist you also in the project development. That's what we also have done for the ULAT project. Okay, thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Liu, for an excellent presentation. I'm Rajan Varshne. We'll be in touch. One small question. The Tibet plant, what is the erection time, like when you started and when is the scheduled completion?
You mean the ULAT project?
Yes. No, Tibet project.
It was started 2018, start construction, and finished, achieved the full capacity commissioning is at the end of 2020.
Okay, good. And this is Tibet or Urat?
ULAT.
Yeah, please tell me about Tibet project.
The Tibet project. The Tibet project, we started construction last September. So it's aiming to finish in mid 2025, around 2 years construction.
Okay, thank you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Lu, I have one question.
Yes.
Can you explain what are the challenges you have faced due to the snowfall in the parabolic trough kind of installations?
Yes, as you see that, as may saw from the ULAT project pictures, okay, you saw some snow on site. Yes. This is not very often in parabolic trough plant in the world. In fact, if there any snow, as you know, that the collector can turn, and this is not a critical issue for the snowfall. This is not a critical issue. You have some snow during the night, and then for the next day, you just turn the collector, and the snow on top of the collector will be dropped down. So that is not a critical issue. In fact, on that site, another challenging issue is not the snow, it's the frost. The frost on the mirror. This is quite challenging part, especially in winter. We need sometime we need half a day in order to melt the frost before we can collect energy to the receiver tube. Of course, we are doing some R&D work on how to solve these frosting issues, including using one kind of painting, special painting on top of the mirror, okay, in order to reduce the attached forces of this frosting. So we are doing some R&D work for that.
One of the picture that you have shown. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lu. That was
Thank
a
you.
really insightful presentation. Thank you so much. We
Thank
now
you.
have presentations, industry presentations across Asia and America, showcasing diverse perspectives and experiences in CSP sector. Firstly, we have Mr. Dan Halprin from PG Solar, Israel. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone, pleasure to be here. Can you see my screen?
We can see you, yeah, and we can see your screen as well,
Excellent.
yeah.
Beautiful, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present here, and I'm happy to meet everybody. I'm here to present PG Solar patented technology, which is a hybrid thermosolar PV panel. Our ultra-hybrid thermal PV panel basically produces energy from both sides, directly in the front and also from the albedo effect, whatever sun is reflecting from the back, while generating hot water. Just a second. Okay, so we have a two-in-one basically dual power panel that generates both the thermal energy, the hot water, and the electricity at a very high efficiency. We're talking about 55% thermal efficiency and 26% electrical efficiency, which is gained also by the cooling of the panel. The beautiful thing about our solution, it's economics. It's costing less than a regular solar hot water collector. And it's very easy to manufacture at any PV factory. Our goal basically is to disturb both the thermosolar and the PV market by introducing a revolutionary ultra-hybrid thermal PV panel that generates almost double the energy from each square meter of collectors. Just a little bit about the company. The company was founded by Peter Graner, the founder and the inventor of the company. We're also supported by some of the best scientists in Israel, like Dr. Shlomo Wald. We've been introduced in the PV magazine and in a lot of publications around the world. We have passed the testing phase. We have built several residential systems that are operating for almost 5 years in Israel. And we are now in the building of one of the biggest rooftop installation in a boarding school in Israel. And it's going to be one of the biggest hybrid PV and thermal heat projects in the world. So just a little bit about the technology. What we've done, we've taken a standard bifacial PV panel, which you can see here in the image. Basically, it's a glass panel, PV cells, and another glass panel. On top of it, we have changed the frame into an aluminum frame that is also the water system. It takes in the water from the bottom part, and the water are going out hotter on the top. And we've introduced another layer of glass, a third layer of glass, which is 1 millimeter away from the second glass of the standard bifacial panel. And the water are flowing all over the surface without any hot spots. And basically we put the water inside from the bottom. They're flowing through the frame and towards the panel itself and outside, which every circle, it gets warmer. We do about 250 liters per hour circulation of the water. Some of the advantages are, again, no hot spots, and we're also cooling the PV cells. In the process of circulating the water inside the PV panel, inside the panel, sorry, we are also cooling the PV cells. This is generating better electricity than a standard panel and the hot water. So what we're talking about a closed loop system. In basically the water are coming in from the panels to a hot water tank with a heat exchanger and circulates again 250 liters per hour. And by the middle of the day, the water in the tank will be already hot. The system is also working very well with a boiling system in the house, heating system in the house, and also with hybrid air conditioning which are using the hot water to preheat the gas. Some of the main advantages of our technology is, again, dual power bifacial, so we're getting the energy both from the front and the back, and we're getting thermal energy. It's also suitable for installation over rooftop systems or any other systems like air conditioning. And one of the beautiful things here, it's a hot water collector without the hot water collector, meaning no metal tubing, no copper pipes, no corrosion problems, and the regular things that we're seeing in thermal water collectors. The water circulation, again, is circulating the PV cells, which increases the efficiency of the PV by 15 to 20% compared to regular PV panel installed on the same roof. We are the only system in the world without overheating stagnation problem, which can cause damages to the PV cells. And this is because the heat basically goes out to the atmosphere. We have no insulation, which also increases the life of the panel. We have a very unique irrigation piping system, which is not expensive and very durable. It's one of the things produced in Israel as well, and it's saving quite a lot of money in the piping and in the systems required to support. We've tested in the Israeli Standard Institute, and it combines very easily with heat pumps, hybrid air conditioning, regular PV, EV charging, or any other energy system that you have in the facility. Just a sec. Okay, a little bit about the specifications. So basically, we are based on a standard bifacial panel with standard PV sizes, about 2 meter and 15. Efficiency is very high on the electricity, also very high on the thermal side of things. This is just a little bit of a comparison between our hybrid panel to a standard PV panel and a thermal copper panel. So first of all, the nice and interesting thing is the pricing. We are more expensive than just PV, but we are cheaper than a thermal sun collector. The kilocalories a day, we're reaching almost the same level as the most efficient thermal panel, which are in copper. And in addition, we also generate about 530 watt power electricity. The beautiful thing is that the total energy that we produce when we look at it in watt is almost double. And if we convert it into kilocalories for the thermal energy, using a heat pump, basically we take the electricity and convert it to hot water using a heat pump, we're getting very high efficiency per every square meter that we install. So that's it. We're leading the technology. We have a very interesting patent. We're looking for companies around the world that are able to either manufacture or just distribute it. The Indian market is very interesting for us because there is a huge potential both in residential, in commercial, in hotels, and in many, many different categories of required energy. If anyone has any question, I will be happy to answer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So that's it. That's about our technology. I also share the presentation in the chat. If anyone is interested, I will be happy to give more information and present more and explain it one-on-one.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We now have a presentation by Mr. Zvik Kelat, TIGI Solar Israel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zvika Clear. I'm CEO of TIGI. And let me initially tell you a little bit about TIGI. TIGI provides primarily industrial and commercial scale systems for renewable heat. We are a developer of a special flat plate collector, which I'll explain about. We have jointly with a company that we have taken over, Solid, from Austria, which you may be familiar with. We have put in place about 300 commercial and industrial scale systems to date. And I'll tell you a little bit more about this. We are traded on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. The technology has 60 granted patents. And we have not put in place systems in India, but are now offering a few such systems. So we are interested, and we believe there's a big opportunity right now in the Indian market. We are focusing on industrial heat, as you can see on the right, industry, and I'm sure you're familiar. Industry, most of the energy in industrial applications is heat. With solar thermal collectors, we're offering a solution up to around the boil, and with additional use of heat pumps, industrial heat pumps, we offer up to about 150 degrees Celsius, so low-grade steam can be replaced through solar thermal and integrated with industrial heat pumps. We have done factories in the food and beverage domains, in chemical, in mechanical factories, pharma, and similar. We also supply systems for large showers, kitchens, laundries in the commercial heat domain. And I'm not sure how relevant this is for India, but we have put in place quite a few district heating systems and also district cooling systems, some of them for universities, for schools, including in Asia, but as I mentioned, not in India. We supply a complete solution. Our background, our founders come from chemical industries. We have very, very good understanding of factories, and we supply a complete solution, including the design of the solution, but also the integration into the manufacturing lines with all the heat exchangers, all the installation, all of the design, all of the economic and technical aspects of this system. And the solution is comprised of these four major components. Solar thermal collectors. These are not your normal day-to-day shower collectors. These are high efficiency, high temperature collectors that work well also in, as an example, we've put in place systems in Finland and in Norway, and they heat buildings in the wintertime. Or they heat for industrial processes year-round to about 100 degrees Celsius. We then also use industrial heat pumps, which are top-of-the-line equipment, normally working at 1 megawatt up to 20 megawatt. This is not your residential shower or hotel shower equipment, but higher grade, higher temperatures. There's a lot of new technology happening in heat pumps. It's not our heat pump, but as part of the solution, we select the one that is most correct for the application. We then integrate thermal storage. This is, of course, very important because collectors work in the day, but the factory work at night. Heat pumps are frequently getting electricity at different cost rates around the day and around depending, as an example, if you have spare capacity in electric renewables, etc. We know when to take the energy, take it through the heat pumps, and then store them into thermal storage. Then, of course, we do all the rest of the system, including everything related to heat exchangers, pumps, faucets, valves, control algorithms, and we have our own control system, which deals with optimization online all the time of the solution so that it generates the most efficient and most cost-effective solution. TIGI has developed a very special solar thermal collector. It's a flat plate collector that solves basically the Achilles heel of flat plate collectors. The reason why flat plate collectors don't work very well in the winter time, or they work well at 50 degrees Celsius in showers, but not at 100 degrees Celsius for industrial purposes, is because they are not thermally insulated on the sun-facing side. Because if you consider thermal insulation like rock wool, it's not transparent. If you put it between the sun and the absorber plate, the sun doesn't reach the absorber plate, and then you don't have a collector actually. TIGI developed transparent insulation that allows the sun in, but minimizes convection losses back outside. The result is a collector that is extremely efficient, works well if it's cold outside, works well if you need 70, 80, 90, 100 degrees Celsius for your process, and that makes a very big difference. The result, by the way, is that the kilowatt hour costs less. The collector costs a little bit more per square meter, but can generate dramatically more energy. It has a unique overheating prevention technology at the collector level. It's a sealed case design, so it doesn't get any of the dust, humidity, and some of the other disadvantages of flat plate collectors. And it has certification in Europe, the United States, etc., etc. We also, as I mentioned, are experts in industrial heat pumps. I don't want to go into details now, but there's a lot of new technology here with new refrigerants and new compressors, but mostly there is the system level know-how needed that is related to optimization and storage that we also bring to the table. I mentioned thermal storage. This is an expertise we have. Again, there's no rocket science here, but you need to know what you're doing, primarily around stratification, multiple tanks if needed, where multiple different temperatures can be stored and optimized. And then we have our own cloud-based optimization, analysis, management system that you can that optimizes and raises a flag if there's any problem. We, depending on the case, we frequently propose heat as a service, which means that the factory doesn't have to invest upfront, but TIGI and its partners would finance the solution, and the customer can get basically a reduced cost per energy, obviously taking into consideration all the cost components, and then can, without an upfront investment, but of course not any case, can get a cost reduction from day one. So no return on investment. TIGI has, as I mentioned, taken over Solid. You may know Solid. Solid is one of the front runners of large collector arrays for industrial processes. And jointly, we have put in place more than 250 such projects. We have a team that can put in place large systems very successfully. And we now have a large pipeline, which, by the way, includes systems for India, in textiles, in food industries, in the tea industry. And we have some understanding of the challenges and the opportunities in India. So if you think your application is suitable for this, please talk with us. We are coming to India. We are in discussion with local players, and we can put such a system in place. You can see here some of the customers that we have put systems in place for, including PepsiCo and Coca-Cola, multiple others in different domains. I think you can get an impression of the kind of customers who have put their trust in us, and you can speak with them and see that they're very happy customers. Some examples, this systems that was launched in 2023 4,000 square meters of high-end solar thermal collectors. This is in California for a packaging company, and we are selling the heat here. This is a company that started with putting in place solar thermal collectors and storage, as you can see on the right. And now we're negotiating the industrial heat pump solution so that they completely get rid of gas. This is with a reduction in cost as compared to natural gas in the United States, where the cost is low. By the way, supported by a subsidy which allowed us to compete with natural gas in the United States. This is an example for another application. This is for food industry in Israel, where we take heat from compressors in a chiller at around 45 degrees Celsius. We take it from 45 to the collectors and heat it up to around 90 to 100 degrees Celsius as preheating for their steam boiler. This is another example where we do space heating and cooling in Austria for a factory. All these systems went online in 22, 23 time scale. And as I mentioned, we've put hundreds of them in place. I want to respect everybody's time and leave some time for questions. Before that, I'd like to say that we are traveling to India and think there's an opportunity right now going on. We are familiar with some of the commitments around 20% of renewables in industry. We are familiar with some of what is currently being burned and the prices, but obviously on a case-by-case basis, we'll be happy to figure out what is optimal per each potential partner or client. And we'd also be looking for local partnerships to bring this successfully to the market. I'd like to thank the organizers and thank everybody who came, and happy to take questions if anybody has one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clare. Do we have any questions? Thank you so much, sir. The audience does not have any questions as of now. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. We would now take a short 10-minute tea break, and then we reconvene for the other sessions. Everyone outside is kindly requested to please take their seats. We'll be starting shortly. Everybody outside on the tea break is requested to please bring their teas inside. We now move on to our next presenter. I would like to call upon Mr. Subrat Kumar Kundu from 24/7 Solar USA for his presentation. Over to you.
Good evening, friends. Myself, Subrata Kumar Kundu. I am representing 247 Solar USA, and we have a subsidiary in India, 247 Solar India Private Limited, and I'm working there. So it has many advantages. This is CSP based, but the medium is only atmospheric air at atmospheric pressure. That is the only medium. So that is the beauty it has, and it doesn't require, for generating power, it doesn't require steam or water, nothing. It is only that. So let me go through my presentation. It will be interesting, hopefully. Okay, so this is what I told, that it is a 247 solar. The name itself, 24/7, it gives heat. If you want heat, if you get power, it can give both heat and power, and it can also generate hydrogen 24 hours. So for green hydrogen, you require power and heat. So both we can provide through this thing. So this is an advantage we have. in our system. This 247 solar, I told you that we are working in India Private Limited with Indian partners, and we are doing specifically, we are making it make in India, except some items which we don't get in India like turbine, or so otherwise everything item we are getting make in India. So that and our idea is that India will be the hub for import of these items to the worldwide. So that is an idea we have, which I told you make in India. So it is a perfect complement of PV, and it gives 24/7 power, heat, green hydrogen, and it is a modular scalable. What do you mean by modular scalable means, suppose one module gives 400 kilowatt. If you want to have, say, 2 megawatt, then you have to put 5 of such modules. Then it will give 2 megawatt. So how it operates, I show you that figure. It generates, I told you, from the ambient condition air, it is heated up to 970 degrees centigrade with the help of heliostat and receiver. From the heliostat, it is all the mirrors is tracking the sun, and it points out to the receiver. And from the receiver, the air gets heated up to 970 degrees centigrade. And in the system, we have blowers, dampers. There are porous heat storage, but no molten salts. And it operates from dusk to dawn. That means we don't require any, this is inbuilt. That means with solar energy only, we are getting 24 hours power. We are storing that heat from the solar for the night work, and during the night we use that heat from the storage and work in the night. It requires 5 acres for one unit. That means 400 kilowatt. We require 5 acres of land. And the tower height where we mount the receiver is 35 meters height. And this turbine, which is heat to power turbine, which you are seeing here, it generates 400 kilowatt of power. And this thermal storage, I'll get into details of it also. This thermal storage is a very simple, and in the inside we have either sand or slags or these things to keep heat stored. How it operates? If you see the solar receiver, that from heliostat, all the sun rays comes and heats in the solar receiver to 970 degrees centigrade. And in the daytime, some of the heat goes to thermal energy storage for storage, and the balance heat goes to the heat exchanger. There are recuperators, 2 recuperators are there. I can show it here, I think so. Pointer is not there, no? Okay. There are 2 recuperators, heat exchangers here. So this balance heated air comes, and this heats this is a turbine, this is a compressor, they are mounted in the same shaft, and the atmospheric air is compressed through this compressor, and the compressed air is heated through these 2 heat exchangers, and now the air, which is compressed air at 860 degrees centigrade, enters the turbine. It is a Brayton cycle on which this turbine works, and from this turbine the exhaust is 650 degrees centigrade, and this turbine generates 200 kilowatt. Similarly, we have in series 2 sets of turbines, and compressors. So it generates 400 kilowatt. And now what happens? This heat, some heat is transferred into thermal energy storage, and this storage is used in the night. I'll come in details. Oh, sorry. And what happens? This, after the thermal storage heat has been delivered, this also air, heated air at 650 comes, and these two heated air mix, and through the blower it goes again to the receiver, and this cycle repeats. But there is another heat at 250 degrees centigrade, this heat. This is an heat you are getting 24 hours, and it can be used for refrigeration, dry cropping, or desalination. All this, you can use this thing. So this is an advantage we get. And in the night time, what happens? We don't get any power from here. So we don't get power from here. So what happens? From the turbine, this goes to the thermal energy storage, and it is already heated. That hot air 970 through thermal energy storage. Through thermal energy storage, it comes and it rotates. It again heats this and this. Again, it goes like this. It goes in the night time. So in the night cycle, this is the way it operates. This is a receiver. This receiver, it has no moving parts. It is this shows the cross section of the receiver, and it is developed by DLR German company, and it's simple, high efficiency, and it generates ambient air pressure up to 970 degrees centigrade. This is the photo it is showing, and it is mounted at 35 meters height. This is a capstan turbine. It is a very that capstan, that company has sold more than 10,000 such turbines, and it is working. And they have done more than 100,000 hours of 200 kilowatt, and low O&M and long mean time between failure, and heat without emission from ambient air pressure is used with this turbine runs. And it simultaneously, which I showed you, produces 250 centigrade heat. This is that thermal energy storage which I have told you. It has first is heliostat I am talking about. This is mounted in 500 square meters, closely packed, efficient use. And it has a maximum 150 millimeter maximum reflection distance. It has minimum light attenuation, and regarding thermal storage, it has 970 degree ambient pressure from the solar receiver and it has inside the material is either you put ceramic or slag or sand. In India, we are thinking of putting sand. We will put in the medium sand, and sand will be heated and will get stored, and it also has no moving part, and air is blown through this hot air is blown through the media in the opposite, in the night which I showed you. In the night, the air is blown in the opposite direction to generate power, which I showed you in that one. This is a factory made, and it is a shipping container size, and depending upon your requirement, we design up to 12 hours or 18 hours you require. It is depend on the customer what they require, how much they want to run, for how much they require. Another is it is through factory production, and this electricity without emission from ambient pressure hot air. This is the, and in the drawing board it is already there. These are the, on the left side what you are seeing is so many modules we have added to get a particular megawatt. Say 5 we have added to get a 2 megawatt of power. But on the right side what you are showing, it is a multi-megawatt modules which is in the development stage. For 2 and 5 megawatt it is being developed now. It is on the board now. So solar, it can combine heat and power up to 100 degrees, 1000 degrees centigrade. Suppose any industry who doesn't require power, then we shift remove the turbine part, then we get 970 degrees centigrade that heat. That heat can be used. Suppose any industry wants, we require power, heat at 970. So he can use that heat also. So it depends on the requirement, we can change it. Either heat or power or only heat. We are, to be very frank, we are dealing with now in advanced stage, we are talking with NTPC. NTPC. Netra. Anta. It will be located at Anta. This is a very, in Rajasthan, It is a new technology. It has come from MTI, and we were putting it MIT. We were putting it USA. Then NTPC told, why don't you put it here? So we just stopped there. So now we are thinking of putting it in NTPC. That we are in advanced stage of discussion with NTPC. Yeah, that one unit we have to put. 400 kilowatt. No, that is right, sir. Anything when it started, it becomes, you see the PV price, what it was, now what it is. So you have to, with the volume and that thing, it will go down. That is, we know, it will go down. And you cannot compare PV with this, which I feel it should not be, because it is a stable power, it goes to the grid, because even in our turbine is capable of generating power if there is no sunlight. Because this turbine can burn any fuel which you have, say biofuel, diesel or hydrogen, whatever you want, you have to tell in advance. We design the turbine accordingly so that in a cloudy days also the power is generated. So it is a stable power which can go to the grid. This I told, if you have only, you don't require, suppose you have heat from a industry, then you don't require that heliostat and all this. If you have heat, you can take the heat from the industry and you can store at your place and you can generate power. Suppose there are many industries who waste the heat. We can take that heat, in that case also power can be generated. So this slide shows that. So this is the, already we have bidded in USA with a SECI electrolyzer and ourselves in USA for a project. Of course, the result is not
So
out.
requesting to please try to conclude a little sooner. We are short on time, as you can see.
You have given only how much we need?
15. 15 to everybody.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
So you can generate hydrogen also 24/7 with this. Now, solar counter applications are the base load power operation it can do, combined heat and power it can do, green hydrogen, microgrid. Suppose in a remote place where there is no water, nothing, but you want to, suppose there are remote places in our country also where villages are there where power is there. So you can have a microgrid and you can generate power because it doesn't require water, anything. You have to just put this there, set, sun should be there, and it generates power. This is the advantage it has. Then green desalination is also there, and up to 1000 degrees centigrade, which I told, for industrial process. Then we are thinking of these items which are in the heliostat, solar receiver, thermal energy, controls, industrial, for in India we are manufacturing. So the company is that MIT and Energy, Department of Energy, and our development partners are Fraunhofer, Paulson, Oak, and Saint-Gobain. And these are our MIT team plus us in India and the other team members. So let us work together between India and USA. We are hoping for this. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any
Thank you so much.
question? No.
Any questions? If anybody has any questions? None.
You can, my address is already there, so you can.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. Up next, we have Ms. Kalpana Arora from Carbon Credits from CSP Projects.
Yeah, thanks a lot to the organizers to have me here. So let's start. I think there was a lot of technical and investment sessions since morning. So let's talk about some returns. So this is me, a founder and MD of EcoEvolve, a carbon consulting company, and I'm PhD from IIT Delhi. Had a lot of publications and speaker at national and international conferences. And then I had 2 national and 2 international awards on renewable energy as well. So if we talk about a climate change, so this is similar to like a Kalidasa mistake. So Kalidasa tend to cut the branch he was sitting on. So similarly, we are also like destroying the planet we are living on. So we know the renewable energy target. So India is the world 3rd largest producer of renewable energy. That's why we see a lot of foreign companies here for the demonstration of their technology on the solar CSP plants and all. And the 40% of its installed electricity capacity coming from the non-fossil fuel sources. And we have a vision to achieve a net zero by 2070. And by attaining this as a short-term targets in the form of 500 gigawatts by 2030, meeting the 50% of renewable energy, 50% of energy requirement from renewable energy, reducing cumulative emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030, and then reducing emission intensity of India's gross domestic product, that is GDP, by 45% by 2030. So how carbon market structure works, I know many of people know, but yeah, since we can discuss in a brief. So there are basically 3 components. One is project proponent, other one is registry, and the third one is designated operational entity, DOE, or we can tell them as an auditor. So this project proponent is the one who design and develop the project, and then submit the project to the registry, and from registry it is transferred to the auditor to validate the concept, and then with the evidence and monitoring report, they are all submitted to registry again, and then the auditor does his audit and give its that the project is validated and verified, and then after that the registry issues the credit, and then it can be monetized. So this is like a simple concept. So there are various sectoral scopes, 15 sectoral scope, and here we are talking about the renewable energy sector, that is number 1. And then coming to the unit of measurement. So 1 ton of carbon dioxide reduction is equivalent to 1 carbon credit. So carbon credit in CSP, how we can conclude or how it is different from a PV solar plant. So let's discuss about it. So this picture is from Noor Energy 1 plant, the largest solar tower plant in the world. And Noor Energy 1, I have a visit during COP28 this year to the Noor Energy 1 plant. So this has 100 megawatt of this solar tower, and then 600 megawatt of parabolic trough CSP. So these are the features. So power tower is 100 megawatt, as I told. Parabolic trough is a 600 megawatt. Then heat carrier in both of them is molten salt. Thermal storage in power tower is 15 hours, and in parabolic trough is 12 hours. So total capacity is 700 megawatts. Cost of production, we have listened in the morning also, it's 7.3 US cents per kilowatt hour. And then annual net output is 1000 gigawatt hour per year. And then if the efficiency factor is 25%, we have calculated the estimated carbon credit are around 880,000. So if we compare this to PV, so this one is solar PV, one is CSP without storage, and one is CSP with storage. So this sheet has been made by the various references which are present on the registry. So I have taken a 50 megawatt project for to compare the credits generated, and then you can see for solar PV, the country of origin was China. CSP without storage, the country of origin was China, and CSP with storage, it's the country of origin is South Africa. And with thermal storage, both of them, CSP, solar PV and CSP without storage doesn't have any storage, and with the CSP with storage have a 9 hours of storage. Annual operating hours, you can see here, CSP with storage has a annual operating hours of 5,840. And then if we compare the efficiency, PV has a 18%, CSP without storage has 31.2%, and then CSP with storage has a 53.4% of efficiency, which increase the carbon credit generated with the same megawatt capacity plant. So you can see solar PV is generating annual credits of 70,125, while CSP without storage is generating 102 and 60, and CSP with storage is generating 2,55,001 credit, 5,501 credit. So this is the case study of Reliance, where the Rajasthan, it has been located in Pokhran. So along with the Rajasthan Sun Technologies Energy Private Limited. So plant capacity is 125 megawatt, and technology is CLFR with a PLF of 23%. So this project is also registered on the CDM registry and generating the annual credits of 2,15,014. Similarly, Godavari Green Energy Limited, we have seen their presentation earlier in the morning, and they have also registered their project over the gold standard, and their technology was parabolic trough, where the PLF factor is 29.74%, giving the annual carbon credit of 1,13,160. So these are the various case studies of CSP around the world. We can say that Noor Energy 1, we have discussed, it is generating carbon credit of 8,80,000. Then there is one more Noor project in Morocco. So it has been installed in 3 phases. So first phase is 160 megawatt with 3 hours of storage. Second stage was 200 megawatt with 7 hours of heat storage. And the third project is 150 megawatt with a 7.5 hours of heat storage, cumulatively generating 7,50,000 credits per year. Similarly, there are various projects you can see with storage, the carbon credit number is drastically increasing, and there is one project in Chile which has, it is 110 megawatts, but having a storage of 17.5, plus one more advantage, so it is located in the desert where probably it gets the maximum DNI, and that's why the carbon credits are increasing here, 3,50,000 credits for 110 megawatts here. So the another are 50 megawatts plant the South African plant, which we have discussed earlier, and then Godavari Green Energy Limited here. So here's the way forward and potential collaborations. So there is a need of accountability for global commitments, and it is not enough to commit emission reduction and net zero. We need to follow these commitments throughout the year and set the examples for the other. Second is invest in climate finance. Yes, the world needs the more fund, and carbon credits are the maybe a possible way to adopt the better technology, infrastructure and solutions in terms of carbon financing. And then renewable energy are our saviors. Then we need to design the policies to incentivize this business and offset pollution caused by their operations. So thanks a lot. Let's make the earth a better place to live. Here are my details. Any questions? Yes, please.
How bankable is this this aspect of carbon credits? Can I
Yes.
factor in the financial model and take a credit for it?
Yeah, you may ask about, you may be worried about the fluctuating rates of the carbon credits. Yeah, because there is a new concept coming into the market called the carbon insurance. OCA and some companies are there which provide you carbon insurance. For example, if you book your carbon price for the today, you will get the same carbon price for the entire crediting period. Yes.
Like RECs, are there any multiplier effects for solar thermal?
No, it's not like RECs. It's a different mechanism.
So there is no multiplier effect or no additional incentive?
No, there is no multiplier effect. You have to prove that the additionality is the main thing for the carbon market. So because you have to prove the additionality, you have to prove the social impact of it, and then you will able to gain the more carbon credit than others. Anyone else?
Yes, Ms. Kalpana. India does not have its own standard in terms of carbon credit rating. Are we doing this internationally or are we doing it in local? Because overseas it takes time, and the carbon credit compared to India versus overseas are two different things.
Yes, so trading is international, but we are doing it in...
I'm not talking about trading. I'm talking about certification and evaluation of the carbon credit in India.
With the international registries, not the Indian one.
So it's not an Indian one. So we
No.
do not have a local system as such.
Yeah, so Indian registry is yet to, it has been launched, but it has not, the credits, registration is not available right now. So we are going for the international ones.
So is it valid in European Union or carbon credit comparatively to what is being done in India?
Pardon?
There are two different ways of looking at it. There is gold standard certification,
Yes,
which takes a lot of money, a lot of duration.
yes.
But here in India, we do not have any such system which can be compared to that gold standard.
Yes.
And the upfront amount required to go to that standard is two different things. So
Yes,
if
it's
we-
different, but we have a GCC, internationally Global Carbon Council is also available for filing the credits as well. But in India, GCC does not require as stringent rules as a gold standard, because gold standard you need to do a certain amount of, you have to complete a certain amount of SDGs before filing for the project. So which is not in the case of Global Carbon Council. As well as Vera and Gold standards, they discourage the use of grid connected solar. So they mostly accept the projects with the off-grid solar.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes.
Mike. One last question and then we move on.
The projects get continue to, I think they continue to get consideration in PATS mechanism of Ministry of Power for consideration as zero energy inputs for renewable energy, while such means as well. So at the same time they will be getting pure credits.
Yes.
Let
Yes.
continue. Let
Yes.
continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Arora. With that, we move on to our last and final session. As we near the day one, our next session highlights industry and academia presentations from Europe, offering valuable insights and collaboration from this region. Our first presenter would be Mr. Martin from Fenil, Spain.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure joining this round. We are Fresnel, a company based in Germany. Nevertheless, we are strong believers of the renewable energy market of India. And that is why we also have a local subsidiary, Fresnel India. And today, this is also, there's also Dr. Sudhir Kapoor, our co-director, joining the audience. So should you have any question after that session, don't hesitate to reach out to him or otherwise via email to us. So we have prepared a business case we think is useful for meeting India's solar energy demand, especially during non-photovoltaic hours. So I think that is exactly the expectation towards CSP for good reasons. And you will see here the technology we would offer is based on Fresnel collector technology. So it's the third kind of category. You have the parabolic trough system, which is the incumbent technology. Solar towers are also well known, but also, Fresnel technology is a promising candidate, especially to somehow cut costs of CSP. So we have done that since 17 years continuously. Our first commercial project was, realized in Spain. We acted as a turnkey EPC contractor for the 30 megawatt power station. It has been the first one, providing direct steam. So we never used thermal oil as a heat transfer fluid. We also always went for the fluid of choice. At that time, since storage was not needed in 2010, it was steam we generated directly into solar feed going into the steam turbine. But of course, nowadays, storage-based solar energy is more interesting. And that's why we continued to develop our technology towards a storage-based technology by exchanging the heat transfer fluid from water to steam to molten salt. So this is not new, also in solar towers, you may have, you see molten salt as the heat transfer fluid of choice. Also, since the same molten salts are used as the storage fluid. So here you see our first commercial project in operation. It's located in Sicily. It's still a small plant, 4 megawatt electrical, but it is equipped with 15 hours energy storage, thermal energy storage. You see on the left side, the two tanks, one on the left, one on the right side. So in the first one, there's the cold salt at 250 degrees C, which will be circulated during daytime through the solar collector system. You see the receiver system on the right side. It will be heated up to 550 degrees C and collected in the hot tank. From there, you can dispatch the molten salts anytime you want for steam generation, driving a steam turbine. Of course, if you have enough photovoltaic, you would not do that at the same time. You would rather hold back all the solar thermal energy in your storage and make it available for steam and power generation during night times or peak times in non-solar PV hours. We have also another project, a second project still in construction, also in Sicily. We expect COD in the third quarter of this year. You can see on the right side the storage tanks, well-insulated steel tanks, holding all those molten salts. On the lower right side, you see a photo of our self-moving cleaning machines, which are also a proprietary technology, very important to ensure, a high level of cleanliness of the optical system, which turns also then in a high overall availability and performance of the entire plant. Of course, you have seen our molten salt applications in commercial scale are still small scale. Of course, India is a big country with a huge power demand, so therefore it might be also relevant to scale it up. for meeting India expectations. The question is how much, what is the related risk in scaling up from 4 megawatts to 50 or 100? And the short answer is there is no scale-up risk, because we would just apply more of the same solar field loops we have already in operation. You can see in the photo a top view or helicopter view on the first commercial plant. It consists of 8 loops, and we would just add more of the same loops if we had to scale it up from 4 megawatts to 50 megawatts. Also, we do not intend to increase the size of the storage tanks. They will remain just in the same range, 12 meters diameter, 12 meters height, and we would just add more of those tanks if we had to somehow accommodate or plan a plant of 50 megawatt. So therefore, the design parameters of the tanks and the solar field loops would remain just the same. And of course, you can imagine it is not an issue to select a 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt turbine instead of a 4 megawatt. So therefore, there's also no scale-up risk in selecting, steam turbines of bigger size. If it comes to cost, we think it's quite evident that the streamlined design we have results also in significantly reduced cost. Our target EPC price would be around $3,000 per kilowatt for a plant with a solar multiple of 5. That means the solar feed would be the peak capacity would be 5 times of the thermal capacity of the steam turbine, just to provide enough surplus solar energy for storing it during daytime. And such a plant would be also equipped with 18 hours storage. You can see there's a big difference between the $3,000 per kilowatt compared to NUR 1, which has been somehow referred to in the previous presentation, which has a total cost of investment of $5,500 per megawatt. So there's a big difference. And that on top, we can also ensure that the local content of a Fresnel collector plant would be up to 80% if it was built in India for the first plant, and we are quite confident that this local content could be increased to 100% for any subsequent plant. Of course, if we look at India and the solar radiation annual distribution, it's of course much better than Germany. Yeah. So, but still, there are also better, locations around the globe, especially since India also has quite seasonal distribution due to the rain season. So therefore, if we wanted to design a CSP plant which can deliver full capacity from 4 p.m. to 10 a.m., we might not only rely on the CSP part, we might need an additional source to keep the turbine running from 4 p.m. to 10 a.m. And we think the best choice for India would be a hybrid plant combining our technology with photovoltaic, so that photovoltaic could also co-charge the thermal storage with utility scale electrical heaters. So with this, we have the freedom to somehow absorb photovoltaic when there might be a surplus of photovoltaic in the market, or we could from the outset also design a hybrid plant, including also such a PV plant. So if we look at the numbers, we made energy yield calculations for a good site in Rajasthan with 1,880 kilowatt hours DNI per year. If we then somehow designed a plant with a solar multiple of 5 and 18 hours thermal storage, we could somehow achieve a 54% capacity utilization factor throughout the year. And the graph shows you, the red columns show you the full load hours per day the CSP plant could somehow deliver throughout the year. And you see the highest we can reach in March to May, 18 hours, but due to the lower solar radiation in August and July, this would come down at that time down to 8, or also in December to 8 hours. You can also see what a PV plant of similar capacity this identical capacity, electrical capacity to the CSP plant could do. And you can see a PV plant can only deliver 4 to 7 hours full load per day, but of course only during daytime, whereas the full load hours coming from the CSP plant can be shifted, within a 24 hours range to the time window you may want to have. So then very obviously the best choice is you let PV produce electricity during daytime, and you hold back CSP till there is no PV in the system anymore, and then you somehow inject the CSP electricity into the grid. So we made also a design, if, for example, this 4 p.m. to 10 a.m. was the mandatory window to somehow run it at full load. You can see the orange surface, that is somehow the full load hours coming from the CSP part of it, as explained before. And to make up to the 18 hours a day, we would have to somehow also co-charge the thermal energy system with photovoltaic through utility scale electrical heaters. And that is shown here. You can see how much, energy would have to come from photovoltaic. In fact, the design of the PV plant to somehow also ensure 18 hours during December would be that the PV plant would need to have 6 times of the installed capacity than the steam turbine of the CSP plant. So that means in December, all of the PV electricity would have to be used for charging, co-charging the thermal storage system. But of course, in times where we have more CSP and also more PV, there would be a substantial surplus of photovoltaic, which could be fed directly into the electric transmission system. So the share of that would be 45% of such a PV plant power would go into the storage system. 55% would be free to be sold directly into the system. Now let's talk about cycle efficiency and related cost for the PV co-charging part. Right, so the steam turbine efficiency or power block efficiency of the power block we would somehow propose is around 40%. That means if we wanted to somehow get 1 unit electricity out of that charging cycle, we would have to somehow put 2.5 units PV, into the electrical heater system. Yeah, so that means the cycle efficiency is 40%. So what are the marginal costs? So for this PV co-charging, then if, for example, you could somehow purchase photovoltaic in India for 2.5 rupees per kilowatt hour, you would have to multiply that by 2.5. This is and then you would get to 6.25 rupees per kilowatt hour. So this is the marginal cost of co-charging our system, CSP system with photovoltaic, to ensure we have always 18 hours full load throughout the year. Talking about the marginal cost, 6.25, we think that is well in the range of also power from new coal-fired power stations. So that means this kind of the ability to somehow absorb electric PV power into our system is a real commercial viable option, competitive with an alternative to coal-fired power stations in India. That's what we see here. So in essence, and I come to the already to the conclusion, we think the cost reduction we can achieve with the CSP gets the plant really in the range of competitive electricity power. If for India we combine it with photovoltaic, also the marginal cost of PV co-fired or co-charged thermal energy would be also in the range of being competitive. And that together somehow makes our CSP hybrid plants an interesting alternative or option for India's growing energy demand, ideally carbon free. We have commercial projects in operation. Nevertheless, we would still recommend also to scale up the plant size of such Fresnel CSP PV hybrid plants, mainly to somehow familiarize the investment sector with the technology. They might prefer to start with smaller investment tickets So therefore 50 to 100 megawatt would be a good size for a first project, which can be then somehow scaled up to 500 megawatt and more at a later stage. So that's in essence what we would be happy to propose, and I'm now available to take questions from the audience.
From NTPC. Yeah, I have a small question. With this presentation, what DNI you have based it on?
1,880 kilowatt hours per square meter and year.
Okay.
That is a good site in Rajasthan.
Right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rabandran. A question on the capex and the cost incurred during operation. So, what are the components which would typically need to get replaced or replenished in the lifetime of the project? Let's say 30 years, 35 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the molten salt system does not need any replacement. If you do a proper, treatment maintenance of the molten salt cycle, there is no need to exchange the heat transfer fluids. You may have to somehow replace smaller parts, sensors, valves throughout the 30 to 40 years lifetime. So as a ballpark number, I would say you can assume 1% of capex as annual OPEX, including also replacement capex.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Proposition we are trying to bring here is that you are able to, with this combination, have a 24/7 plant, which is a solar thermal plant, which is going to produce power at the same rate as the new coal-based power plants currently being built. So, if our objective as a country is to move away from coal, this is a huge opportunity. And I think we need to start small, maybe with 50 megawatt power plants, but they're all scalable. A proof of concept, they can be implemented very fast. Fresnel have some experience in India, as you're aware. We are implementing right now at NTPC Dadri the first coal saver plant, which is where there is been a lot of learning, because when you put a plant close to a thermal plant, you have all the problems which are associated with the emissions of the plant, the sulfur dioxide, etc. But we've now more or less overcome them. So the second thing I think which we need to, SECI needs to look at is how can we reduce coal in existing power plants where there is land, reasonable land available. Basically, it's also possible, in case you wish to do it, to be able to build a complete plant, a thermal plant, producing heat at supercritical temperatures, so that you use an existing coal-based plant and the grid which is associated with it. You just replace the boiler.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. I don't think we have any questions as of now. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you too.
Up next, we have Mr. Jeroen van Schindel and Mr. Shahid Sheikh from Rio Glass, Spain.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you for the organization for inviting us and having us. Also on behalf of Shahid, who is in the back in the hall here. We have been requested to provide a presentation on our company, and there's limited time, so it's very superficial. And we will give you some introduction of the company, of our products, and all the services that we give. But please feel free to contact me today or tomorrow, and we'll give you, let's say, more detailed information if anybody would be interested. I'm at least very glad to be here again. I mean, there's many trips many years ago to India when there was the program with the 10 projects. So that was intensive negotiation at that time. it's good to see that at least 3 of the plants are are operational and functioning well. And I think this is really, as several people have mentioned already, a very good opportunity for India, not only to create new renewable energy in this country, but also to create job and new technology, because what we see in Spain, for example, where we have about 48 plants, is that it generates a lot of jobs and a lot of, let's say, high quality jobs as well for technical people. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of interesting things to do there. So I'd like first to start with a introduction of this company. Rio Glass in the market is mostly known for the mirrors and the receivers that we manufacture. Rio Glass itself was a glass processing company. We come from the automotive industry, and we started in 2007 with the activity in solar thermal industry. So we have many years of glass processing knowledge and more than 15 years now of experience in CSP technology. As mentioned, we started as a mirror manufacturing company. We have had 2 factories in Spain. We have also had different operations in different countries. So every time that the market, let's say, opened new opportunities in new markets, it's very important to be able to try to localize if there's an economic base for that. So we have been working with operations in South Africa, in the US, in Chile, in China. Yeah. In India at that time, we had also discussions, but yeah, at the end, you need a big pipeline, and you need also a stable pipeline in order to be able to do that. Yeah? So that is important, but those are definitely things that can be considered. In 2013, Rio Glass acquired the receiver manufacturing business, so linear receivers which are used in parabolic trough and linear Fresnel applications. And that was an activity of Siemens CSP. And formerly, for the people who really know the history of the industry, before that it was Solel Group, and even there at the very beginning, and I think Mr. Aroa even mentioned those plans, the SECI plans in the US, there was at that time the company Luth International, which was really the start of the commercial start of this industry. In 2016, we also acquired the SHOT organization. Yeah, they also had a highly recognized product in receivers. So by that time, we had a very strong portfolio of mirrors and receivers, basically optical components in which we support our customers for CSP. By now, we are still the leading CSP and receiver manufacturer, yeah, and we have experience with manufacturing these products worldwide. And most important of all, and that always remains the same, is that we continuously work with different partners in the industry, with institutes, with also institutes in different countries. For example, later I have an example that we also worked here at the Gorgon station, where we supplied products with one of the Spanish companies in order to do the investigations. Yeah? And the continuous innovation is really necessary to make advances and to bring the cost down. Yeah? Here's an organizational diagram. What maybe not everybody knows is that since 2 years we're completely consolidated in the Atlantica group. Atlantica may not sound familiar to everybody, but it's a company that was let's say an outspun of Abengoa, and was basically the company that owns all the assets in CSP that Abengoa had. So this currently is also the, let's say, the company with the biggest fleet of CSP plants in the world. Yeah. Now within that group, we're just a very small piece, Rio Glass Solar. We have our 2 factories and 2 support organizations in South Africa and the US for our services that we also provide to our customers. And I'll come back to that later. Apart from that, there's a separate group which is called Rio Glass Servicios, which is the old Abengoa O&M group. This group falls under our entity Rio Glass Holding, but is basically an entity which operates directly under Atlantica, and they do, let's say, all the O&M for all the plants worldwide from Atlantica. So apart from our products, we also have a lot of experience in and knowledge about how to operate these plants and all the problems and how to improve effectiveness of these plants. This is a footprint of all the countries that we have been active in. You also see here our head offices, which are based in Brussels, our 2 factories in Spain, and the different support offices, among them here in India with Mr. Shahid Sheikh, who a lot of you already know. This is an overview of, let's say, the most important projects that we did over the last years. And I have, here an overview. You see that's spread all over the world. In China, we did 2 projects. We did in Saudi Arabia, in South Africa, Chile, in the US. I have lighted out 2 important projects. One is a project which was mentioned already several times before, which was the project of Ouarzazate in Morocco. I'm sorry, I mixed up. This is Dewa, sorry. And so this is in Dubai, and this is promoted and developed by Aqua Power. Let's say the main technology provider is Abengoa, who's probably also one of the companies in the world who has most experience in parabolic trough plants and central towers worldwide. They have made a huge amount of these plants. And within this whole project, at least the CSP part of it, as mentioned, were 3 times 200 megawatt plant and the PV plant. And for those plants, we have, let's say, supplied also all the mirrors and the receivers for the parabolic trough plants. This is the project in Ouarzazate, which was the biggest complex before Dewa was built. I will correct the data because the last sheet was not correct. So here you see 2 parabolic trough plants and 1 tower plant, beside also PV plant, which is added to it. And also here you see that this was one of the leading platforms in how to develop this technology on a large scale and concentrating a lot of O&M technology together in one site. And also here we have supplied most of the components for the PT plant. Just to make some reference to India as well. So in India we have supplied the projects to the Godavari project, to the Mega project, and as well to the energy station here in Gurgaon for the R&D. We also had a project which was built or developed by Abhijit, but unfortunately during the whole process this project was stopped. But we make products for all technologies, for parabolic trough, central tower, linear Fresnel, parabolic dish. We also have, let's say, projects for industrial applications that can be either CSP or PV. We do that based on PPA technology, and also concentrated PV technology. Here's an example of sun power, for example. So to go to product overview, the 2 main components are mirrors and receivers. What you see, and this was also mentioned before, the importance of standardization. What you see here is that basically all these different technologies, all these customers develop their own sizes and dimensions, and let's say in order to bring costs down, that's difficult because everybody works with different specifications. So the only standardization, at least at this moment, that we really see is in parabolic trough. And this is also probably the reason why this is the most built and used technology still worldwide. And it is, I think, very important that the industry as well here in our products, but also in other projects, looks at how we can further standardize these products and bring costs down as an industry. For receivers, we have different standards in 70, 80, and 90 millimeter diameter of the steel tube. That's where the, let's say, the heat transfer fluid run through. We work normally with thermal oil, but we also have a lot of R&D and also some projects going on with different media. For example, water or steam. with silicon oil, which is we have done 4 consecutive R&D projects in Europe on this oil, which is an oil which has the advantage that on one side it can have a higher temperature, so your temperature range increases, thus the efficiency of your turbine, and on the other side it also produces less hydrogen during its existence due to overheating and degeneration. And then, of course, molten salts. This is also something that is already tested for many years. Let's say the main issue there that needs to have the confidence, especially of the financing world, is okay, what happens if, or how can you avoid freezing of the molten salt in your field, because it needs to be held at 250 degrees minimum. Yeah? And if you have kilometers of piping in the field, that can be challenging. But as many things in engineering, it is doable, but it needs to be cost effectively done. And that's where the challenge is. But I'm convinced that in the next generations of projects that we are going to see in the world, silicon oil and eventually also molten salts will find its way to the market, because it further increases the efficiency and thus lowering the cost. Yeah. For the rest, we can make all kinds of specials for products depending on what the customers want. Just for the people who are not so familiar with a receiver tube, so the main aspect of this tube is the coating, which you see the dark part on the steel tube, which is, let's say, the absorption of the sunlight, yeah, which is concentrated on that tube by the mirrors. Why the glass tube and the vacuum between the glass tube and the metal tube is that you want to avoid that the convection you lose again with emissions. And due to the fact that the metal tube is very hot and the glass tube is not that hot, you have a lot of expansion during the day, and that's where the bellows come in, which sit under. Let's say those are the main components. Yeah. Now, in the bottom side, below the bellow, there's also materials called getter material, which absorbs, let's say, anything, any gas that might enter into the vacuum, and helps you to assure that the vacuum is being conserved over all these years. And I mentioned that because of a specific, let's say, parameter that in the industry was, let's say, sideways considered. Yeah, it was a design parameter, but never considered. In the plants, you operate based on pressure, on temperature, you work with DNI, but the hydrogen, which is something that, let's say, is generated by the HCF oil due to generation, because you operate at high temperatures, which is generated over time. Yeah. And you have a certain capacity in your receivers to absorb that hydrogen which is being produced and permeates into that vacuum. But you can, at least you have to measure it. Now, Rioglas has been working over the last years and implemented a lot of different services in order to detect this technology or this problem and measure the parameters. For example, we can implement a meter into your system which continuously online measures the hydrogen, yeah? And you have a direct feedback on what the performance is. Not only can you, in that sense, let's say, keep an eye on what the values of hydrogen are, but you can also start to quantify, okay, if I have a ULIT system, or I use venting, or I reduce my temperature, maximum temperature, what is the effect on hydrogen? And immediately you can start measuring this, and this will be another, let's say, critical parameter that you have to measure. And we see this already, that a lot of the people and the plant owners that have, let's say, want to protect their assets, they implement this. It's relatively cheap, and that way you can assure that your assets are being kept for a long period, because you can measure this online, and we have this already implemented in 20 plants in the world, and another 5 upcoming. Also, you need to do a thermography and what we call residual getter sorption. So you look what the capacity of what your getters are. Now, this is very technical, so people who are interested and want to know more about it, please contact me. We can explain you much more, also with graphs and how this really works. Yeah. But this is at least an essential aspect to keep in mind for everybody. The good thing is there's also a solution. There's a way to recover the tubes once they lost, and that is a completely durable solution. Yeah. So if you ever have losses of heat in your receivers due to hydrogen, you can recover those tubes without, and making sure that the rest of the lifetime, at least they function very good. Now, some O&M services beside the technical services that we provide, so consultancy and solar field inspection and maintenance services. And here are just a few examples of that. So we do inspections of the solar field piping and the supports of the, let's say, the different aspects in the solar field, for example, leakages of ball joints, which is a quite common problem. You can look at torsion in your collector, because at the end you have these huge collectors which are which work with a centralized hydraulic system. All that kind of aspects are important to make sure that your assets are maintained well, are operating well, and you have to make sure that in that sense you keep your control over your cost, and all these different steps and different services can help you with that. And with that, I would like to conclude and invite anybody who has questions to ask them or to come to me. Yes, please. 2 questions there. Good.
India is a big market coming up. So in the mirrors, we require mirrors also for the heliostat and all those.
Yes.
But at present, all we have to import.
Yes.
So is there any plan to do it in India, seeing the market size?
Well, what I mentioned also before, it's always a two-way coin, not? So first of all, for us, it's important if there's a pipeline that justifies some way of localization of that production, as we have shown many times in the past. We have done, once again, we have done this in South Africa, we have done this in Chile, in China, and in the US, for example. Yeah. So it's not unthinkable, definitely, if the pipeline, and I think the biggest challenge, but that's not only for us, that's for everybody, for foreign companies and for Indian companies, is that the pipeline needs to be stable. And that is something that the industry, together with the government, has to work on. Yeah. So it's in that sense also work on building up the program, yeah, not release, for example, at one time 10 and then have 3 years nothing, yeah. That kind of planning, yeah, can be very important to create a stable industry perspective, yeah, for both companies from India, but also from foreign companies to come to India, yeah. For the rest, for example, what we work a lot with on industry associations in Europe is, for example, programs for education of the right skills in the people, yeah, which is also a very important factor.
Important.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yes, I answer that question.
Hi, this is Sensei Raj from Vision India 2032. I would piggyback on the gentleman who asked prior to me as to whether you're open to set up the production in situ and all, but going beyond that a couple of steps more, we're looking at capacity development in the country. So that also addresses the technological transfer, plus, of course, the further elements into how the implementation, the quality aspects as well. So what are your plans, your company plans in that? If you could at least share about 30 seconds on that, would be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not really.
Your company plans in the larger context when India develops, as the gentleman rightly pointed out, it's a huge market. Let's not compare to the Europe. Let's see what your bottom lines and the top lines would also determine as to your long-term plans in the country. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all depends again on creating a stable pipeline. Can we do it? Yeah, we have proven we can do it very quickly even, yeah, because we know how these plants work, what is important and how to, for example, in South Africa, it took us really 4.5 months from start to first product, yeah. So, and that was, let's say, a product which needed part of the production line, but I mean, it can be done and it can be quickly done. And normally when you start developing a project, it takes you easily 18 to 24 months, yeah, before you really get started. So if the industry is clear about it and there's a clear plan, then those kind of things can be definitely considered. It will not be easy because, as you know, shareholders will always be critical on those types of plans and want security and stuff. But can it be done? Yes, it can be done. There's nothing strange about it. The most critical probably for us will be some specific materials which maybe still have to come from abroad, yeah, unless it can be also changed. But then you go already in step after step after step of industries that you have to appeal to and have enough business for. But at least a big portion of it can be localized. Does that answer your question? Partially? What? Okay, yeah, so, and that's at least my personal opinion. I think that the biggest chunk of cost, bringing costs down, is on one side standardization, and on the other side is innovation. Yeah, but if you do not have projects, you cannot implement new innovations. Yeah, so it will always be, in that sense, a chicken and an egg, and that's a little bit a problem, at least in the industry, that there has been several years little advances because there were little projects. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, Jaron.
Yes.
Myself, Japan Mukhotiar, and I'm representing NTPC Green here.
Yes.
And I'm working in CSP field in India since 2010 onwards.
Okay. Like me.
Yeah, absolutely. So currently everybody are just talking about, okay, how to develop CSP here in India. But since right now we are in next generation, like now we are talking about CSP 3.0, in which we are dealing with high temperatures. So I just want to understand how Rio Glass is developing with HTF with high temperature, because we know that Therminol 1 and Dowtham A, the limitation, the temperature limitation. And the second question is also advancement with the receiver, like how we want, if we want, because right now we have the limitation up to 120 bar pressure.
So typically it's 40 bar. What they use with HEF is 40 bars and 400 degrees.
Yeah, this is for HTF.
Yes.
This is one question is regarding to HTF.
Yes.
How if we want to increase the temperature, like we go for a high temperature application, what is the advancement make the Rio Glass like?
Okay, so first of all, I think it's very important, if you want to talk about higher temperatures, that you distinguish between what is tower technology and PT technology. Yeah, so in the tower you see already, for example, in the US they are working on Gen 3, but it's also true that nobody has done it yet. And you see also that the few plants that have been built with molten salts in tower still have child diseases, yeah, to say. And the same will happen with PT. Now in the PT range, where we are especially active in the temperature, because the mirrors are not affected by the temperature, it's only the tube that is affected. So there we have, let's say, proven technology for the silicon oil, yeah, because that works. That's already, even there was a bankability test in the project of
That is what, like the temperature range of the new advanced?
It's 450 to 460, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe people will still in the first, depends also on the, let's say, the perceptiveness of the banks and the finances, if they want to go to 430, but 450 is already proven, yeah? And then the next step would be molten salts, which also have been already proven in different technologies, but let's say on a full scale, that has not yet been done, or at least not everybody is, let's say, convinced, let's say there. So there's still a challenge to move ahead, and then you can go to 560.
Okay, that's nice. And the next question regarding to the receiver tube.
Yes.
So normally we have seen that the receiver tube is having some limitation of 120 bar of pressure handling capacity. So is there new advancement in absorption, and like in the coating, absorption coating?
No,
and,
but it's purely the steel tube, because at the end it's all regulated by ASTM regulations. You need to fulfill all the pressure tests, yeah, and it's just a matter of looking at how you weld and what the material quality is, and then you can basically extend further, just like any other industry. There's no, let's say, secrecy about that. Yeah, so let's say the steel tube and the pressure is one thing, and the absorber tube is, let's say, another aspect of it, but it's not affecting directly one another. Yeah. So in that sense, there should not be any limitations. But at the end, yeah, also there, the most important factor will be cost. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Yes.
Very good presentation. My question is on a very basic scale. So in India, I have been exposed to a lot of cooking with solar thermal and storage technology, especially if you are aware about the Goshen technology that is there in the US. So I have been experienced extensively in the solar thermal storage and the tube.
Yes.
But what I've understood is that although that is an extension of the evacuated glass tubes, and you are presenting about the steel plus glass evacuated tubes.
Yes.
I understand. But what I've seen is that India doesn't have any thermal collector tube manufacturing capacity.
Yes.
What are your opinions on that, and how do we address that?
Okay. Yeah, so let's say to choose between an evacuated or a non-evacuated tube is basically, let's say, the design of the system and what temperature you use. Yeah, so you have to think that somewhere between 200 and 250 degrees, it becomes interesting to look at an isolated tube, because then the emission of the tube will become so high that you lose almost everything that you absorb. Yeah, so there's more or less the limit. So what we see a lot, for example, is that industrial processes where these types of tubes are used a lot for lower temperatures below 200 are often, let's say, non-evacuated tubes. Yeah, they just use a steel tube. You can still put a glass tube around it, but no vacuum, and then it will work fine. Yeah, but at higher temperatures, you will lose at a certain moment so much that it doesn't make sense anymore. And then you really need to look to become to efficient systems and not have, I don't know how many kilometers extra of tubing in order to compensate for that loss, for those losses, that it becomes very economic to look at evacuated tubes. Yeah. Does that?
Anything about manufacturing in India?
Yeah, a little bit the same if it becomes to the economical analysis. So you need to have a pipeline to justify, because, and I can tell you that, for example, a infrastructure for receiver tubes is again a step further and more costly than, for example, for mirrors. Yeah. So at the end, the equation becomes even more complex in that sense that you will need more demand inside in order to justify such an investment. It's not rocket science, but it's complicated. Yeah? So it's experience mostly. Yep. No.
So that means we are we are like the PV wave that came in, and we were dependent on China. So it looks like the initial phase of the solar thermal, we will be again dependent on.
Yeah. No. Well. Yeah, because I will round up, but otherwise we'll just continue. I remember that we had a discussion many years ago, and that was the same. Like, people really wanted to push. Of course, I mean, let's say we have a commercial interest as a company. Yeah, so that type of discussions that's for me hard to answer. Of course, there's always the logic for us to look at. Okay, I need a certain pipeline. Can India do it? You fly to the moon, so yes, you can. Yeah, but it will take you time to develop.
I think that's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Jeroen. Thank you so much. That was a really insightful presentation. Next up, we have Mr. Christoph from Solar Paces, Spain. He'll be joining us online.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you especially to Rajan Varshni to give this presentation here and get you an update on Solar Paces. You see my screen now?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
In full slide? Okay, perfect. So, yeah, thank you very much. Solar Paces is one of several technology collaboration programs run under the International Energy Agency, where different groups of members collaborate in a network to promote energy technologies, energy problems, and join their efforts to progress. Solar Paces is fully dedicated to concentrating solar technologies. Our vision is that these technologies should and can contribute significantly to the delivery of clean, sustainable energy worldwide. And we have the mission to facilitate such technology development, market development, and energy partnerships for sustainable, reliable, efficient, and cost-competitive concentrating solar technologies by providing leadership as the international network of independent experts. We have several strategy items here, and I would just like to focus on those that are printed in bold letters here, which are those that we provide currently. It's mainly, and this is one of the first points, to provide information and recommendations to policymakers and to the general public. We organize international conferences, workshops, reports, and task meetings in order to facilitate technology development and market deployment. One important point is also to develop guidelines and support standards in order to increase the transparency of the market and reduce risks associated with project development. Having guidelines and having standards really helps also to improve the bankability of projects financing. So it's one of the things that we are currently focusing quite a lot of money. And we're also leveraging our activities with other technology collaboration programs of the IEA and other renewable energy organizations. Currently, the membership of SolarPace is shown in this map. There are 17 members, including the European Commission, collaborating in this network. We are represented, to say so, in all continents. And regarding India, is not currently not yet a member, but especially since last year, November, when we had an IEA meeting in New Delhi in the ministry, we have increased again our efforts to join, to collaborate closer with India, and to have India also as a member in our network. I think this would be a really beneficial situation for both parts in this case. Short overview on the organization and tasks that we have. The SolarPace's executive committee meets typically twice a year and oversees the activities, headed by the chair, the vice chair, and myself, the executive secretary. And then we have task 1, which is mainly dealing with CSP plants with full systems. We have task 2 that is dedicated to solar chemistry research at high temperatures. The final objective is here, for example, to support the development of green hydrogen technologies and green fuels that can be produced from thermochemical solar cycles. Task 3 is dedicated to all aspects of component development, storage, different and standardization guidelines is one important part. Task 4 is dedicated to industrial process heat supply, concentrating solar technologies. It's doing this in close collaboration with Task 2, and it's also very much interconnected with solar heating and cooling as another technology collaboration program of the IEA. Task 5 is looking at the principal source, solar radiation, and it's especially, of course, at direct normal irradiation, precise measurements, and ever more also precise forecasting to give good, reliable data for the operation of concentrating solar power plants. Before I go into more activity descriptions shortly, I would just like to emphasize from the IEA view the potential that CSP now has in the next about 20 years, taking into account that in combination with a very strong growth of PV and wind that we have seen and that we are seeing, we need more balancing powers. We have heard several times today that there are also curtailments in different countries. And to try to avoid this, we need some storage and dispatchability capacity. CSP is a good option to provide this, and within this context, we can possibly, in this IEA scenario, expect up to 100-fold increase of the current installed capacity of CSP worldwide, which is now around 7 gigawatts. This was also mentioned specifically by the head of the International Energy Agency's Renewable Energy Department in our last conference. So there is really a good perspective, and I think if India starts now development in this sense, this would be a very good move. Another point is what we have seen until now is that the cost of CSP has decreased very much in the last 10 years, even though the rollout, the installed amount of capacity was not as big as, for example, in PV and in wind. In spite of that, the cost decrease has been very promising. And again, this is something with the larger project pipeline, for example, in India, probably could also be further pursued. Now, a few examples of our task activities. Task 1, which deals with complete systems, as one current activity has started the model intercomparison and case studies concerning hybrid CSP tests, thermal electrical storage, PV battery systems. We already have heard several times about these hybrid systems and hybrid plants that are now coming more into the market. And the goal of this activity is to compare the different modeling tools that partners have with specific cases and specific situations, to find out how precise they are, where they may need some refinement, and this activity is currently ongoing. The partners you see here on the left side, it's Enel from US, DLR from Germany, the Politecnico from Italy, KTH from Sweden, and the Colorado School of Mines from the US. Here is on the right side, you see the sample layout with the different options of thermal storage, battery storage, this concentrating solar system, and these are the systems that are modeled, and the comparisons, the results of the modeling are compared. As an intermediate result for Spain, we see that there are still considerable deviations in the different modeling efforts, especially in the case of battery electrical storage systems, and this is an intermediate result from end of last year. So we are currently refining this in task 1, and I expect that for the next conference in October, we will have here the more or less final results. Another example from task 3 activities now. Task 3 is dealing with components. There is a heliostat working group that has performed an activity called Analyze Heliostat Fields to cooperate on methodologies to maximize heliostat field performance in already operating heliostat fields. With 11 partners and 8 industrial stakeholders. There is the first delivery achieved, and we have now the final report of this, which is under final review and will be shortly available on the Solar Paces website. This has been done by communication online and 2 international workshops at PSA, and the final workshop at the last conference in Sydney in October 23. The main effort, the main activity that we do all over is dissemination and communication of the knowledge about CS concentrating solar technologies. And let's say the most prominent vehicle there is our annual conference that takes place every year in autumn. We also have a website, of course, and we are present in LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, we have about 30,000 followers, so it's a good channel to distribute also information. You see here some pictures from the last conference in Sydney in Australia, where we had around 340 participants from 28 countries, about 200 oral presentations, 130 posters, 20 plenaries, and also the Solar Paces Technology Innovation Award was given here to a collaboration group from Australia and from Japan. We have heard already from several participants here the Solar Paces Award as one important recognition for technology innovation that has been given during the last 15 years, more or less. And with this, I am already coming to a conclusion and to, let's say, view in the near future. Our 30th Solar Paces conference is decided to take place in Rome, in Italy, from October 8 to 11. In the Auditorium della Tecnica, a modern conference building. We expect here more than in Australia, about 450 participants from 40 countries. Again, updates on the latest developments in research and development and in international project developments. Please have a look at the conference website that you see here and sign up for the newsletter. And if your company, if your center is working in this field in concentrating solar, you might be interested to send technical contributions to be considered for the technical program. The call for abstracts will be online, will be launched in early March, so in about two to 3 weeks. Yeah, I hope that this will be a good option to get an update and to get further information and progress and meet each other. And with this, I would like to thank you for now for your attention. And I'm happy to ask questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, sir. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you so much, sir. We now move on. We now move on to our next presentation. We now have Mr. Thomas Van Estel, Solar from Belgium. Over to you, sir. Sir, no, we cannot hear you. You're not audible. Your mic is off, I think. Yep. You are mute. We can see that your mic is off, actually.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Great to hear. Thank you for organizing this event and for having me here. It's very good to see that all over the globe people are embracing this technology and are using it for the potential that it has. So that is very, very good to see. My name is Thomas Ven and I'm from Estella, which is the European Association for the industry behind this technology. So mainly in Europe. I will go on sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, as I said, the Estella is the Solar Thermal Electricity Association. And in the recent past, we have also focused more away from electricity and more on the thermal demand. But more on that later. Let me just, yeah, okay. So as an association, we have some members across Europe. We have research institutions. We have service providers, technology and engineering firms, and also EPC companies. So we are very vertically integrated into the market, representing a broad range of companies. We are Brussels-based, and we, from our base in Brussels, are advocating this technology within the European Union and are participating in EU-funded projects regarding R&D and also communication strategies and influencing also the governmental part, making sure that nobody in Europe is forgetting about this technology. Very shortly, but I guess this part is mostly a bit redundant for this audience probably, but as you know what CSP is, we concentrate solar light into a focal point and we make stuff hot by doing so. So that's basically it. And this heat is very easily stored. And with storing that, well, if you compare it to with storing electricity, it's much more easy. And so we are making it a dispatchable form of renewable energy, which is able to stabilize the grid, and therefore is getting renewed attention because a lot of grids all over the world are very unstable now. Yeah. Also, pretty broadly, the storage capacity that is always behind it. So pretty important. If you have your energy made, you can store it and you can deliver your energy at night. Basically, it is what our members are doing. But why is a CST platform therefore then interesting? It's because you can have this dispatchability and this utility scale of green power. with your storage combination, giving you a technology that you can use today, and you can really decarbonize your industry. It has the potential to decarbonize also your heating grids or your cooling grids. So we have been focusing a lot on electricity, which is understandable, and you can see it if I hop to my next slide, electricity is only a very small part of what you need to decarbonize. I'm sure a lot of you already also know this graph, but we tend to forget that in industry, 74% of the energy demand is heat. And you could say about the same, maybe a little bit less for residential use, meaning that of your total energy consumption, you're about half, with 1/4 in electricity and 1/4 in transportation. And about half is heat. And so we should really also look at that. Why? Because the technology where we're talking about here, primarily it makes heat. And what you do with that heat is then a second step, of course. So this is something that we see in Europe being very much in the focus, where large power production has been taking a back seat for this technology in the past 10 years. We do see a market in decarbonization of heat for industry. And I think this is also something where we could look at today. A bit of a different presentation from my side than usual, and then also the other speakers here today, because we are an association. So I could tell you about projects, but I think it's better if this comes from our members and the people doing those projects. So pretty short for me today, and I thank you for your attention. And if anybody has some questions, I'm ready to take them.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Thomas. We don't have any questions as of now. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Richard Thiong from IASS Germany.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. So I have the honor to be the last speaker of the day. It was a very interesting conference so far. So a short background about myself. I have the privilege to be a representative of academia here today on the merits of being the maintainer of CSP Guru, which is a database of all the CSP plants in the world. We collect data on technical parameters, expected generation, and policy support and financing. So if you ever need to find out something about CSP plants, please do visit at CSP Guru. It's all available for free and under an open source license. So any contributions are also welcome for people from the industry. And since I'm not part of a specific company, I thought I'll try to do a presentation with 10 reasons why now is a great time to build more CSP. Many of the themes, of course, have already been mentioned in the other presentations. Second. So reason number one is that decarbonization timelines are very tight. So we already saw from Mr. Richter's presentation, the IEA net zero or the 1.5 degree scenario requires unprecedented speed in deployment of renewable energy technologies. And here we did a small a study where we looked at the growth necessary to meet those demand targets in 2040 and 2030. And essentially, CSP needs to grow by 30% per year. So that is essentially the same as PV did in the last 2 decades. And of course, we are very far from these growth rates. So now would be a good time to accelerate this growth again so that we can really reach those net zero scenarios. Of course, there are also other options that we already heard about. I think it's quite telling that a large organizations like IEA thinks that CSP should be part of the solutions bouquet. The reason number 2 is, of course, that the deployment of PV and wind is already creating large opportunities for dispatchable power sources. And these need to be, of course, expanded. We've all heard a lot of this today. And one of the big opportunities for CSP is that it's perfectly suited to accompany PV, which is already being diffused in different systems. So we can see those hybrid solutions that we already heard a lot. And the third reason is that, of course, CSP has in the last decade or in the last 2 decades been on a great trajectory, even though deployment has been very limited. So here we collected some cost data and some future cost data. So the last dot you see there was this bid in Chile for the Licana project, which is of course not happening, but it shows that the cost trajectory of CSP is really going downwards, and as we already heard, is really competitive with baseload coal plants also in India, which is great news if we really want to get rid of these emissions as soon as possible. And the other second part that I want to point out, compared to other solutions, India already has 10 years of operational experience in the country, which really allows it to, go ahead and scale up the technology that is already there. Specifically on the niche, we already heard that there is a big competition with batteries, of course, for the evening peak or for the time shifting. And so I included a slide here that CSP really shines in the 8, 12, or 16 hours of storage, where it can really complement PV. If it only has a couple of hours per day, then the turbine is just too expensive. And the fifth reason is that the CSP industry and the CSP community has moved on since 2014, when the last plants in India were completed in the solar mission. 7 countries have built almost 4 gigawatts since 2014. I thought it's an interesting perspective to have. And of course, the largest market is now located in China, where we already heard 2 presentations today by the companies that are active there and propose very interesting power plants, I think. And this shift can really be seen here in this graph of the storage components of the CSP plants. So they are really all including storage now, right? So CSP without storage, or just the cheapest possible kilowatt hour CSP, is dead. And now we have really CSP as a storage technology. So I think that is a point that you need to can't emphasize enough, that we're talking about a different technology than 10 years ago. And reason number 7 is that for the first time in 10 years, there's a dynamic CSP growth market. So India and other places can really profit from the dynamic that is going on in China, which will inform supply chains, will improve the available products, and also, of course, reduce cost. And the 8th reason is, of course, the New Energy One plan that we already heard about so much today, is that CSP is bigger than ever before, right? So the troughs are bigger, the towers are higher, and the overall project, the thermal energy storage is reaching the 5 gigawatt hours barrier. So it's a really, really large battery, much larger than, a couple of years ago, we talked about this Tesla project in Australia. I think in the meantime, there are several other large battery projects. But CSP really has this advantage of being there right now, available in this really large configuration. So I think that is also something that would be really interesting for India, because it has, of course, a large and growing power demand. And as I've already mentioned, and I already heard in the presentation of Royal Tech, that the best of the different experiences are coming together. So we're really looking at a global CSP community, where a Chinese company worked together with European intellectual property to deliver projects in also, of course, Morocco or Dubai. So we really have the opportunities to shine as an international community. So every country can carve out their own space. And I think we heard ample evidence that there is huge opportunities for India to do that as well. And reason number 9 is that CST delivers more than power. I think the most exciting opportunity that hasn't been mentioned yet is solar chemistry, where you can also directly convert sunlight into jet fuel. So there's some research on that in Europe as well. and that could be a potentially huge contribution to decarbonizing transport and other users of fossil fuels. And we already have the CST for electricity and low-grade heat, but we can also add that other links. So also desalination could be a big market that we already heard about. Of course, there's also competition. And finally, third generation CSP can be even hotter. So here I added a picture of the G3P3 from the USA, where they're working on the particle receivers. And without further ado, I will let you go to the dinner, and we'll be here for questions. Thank you very much, and have a very nice rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. What an enlightening knowledge-sharing session this was. As we come to an end of day one, I would now like to invite Mr. Prateek Prasoonji from SECI to please present our esteemed speakers with mementos. I would like to call upon Mr. Jeroen van Schinjel, Mr. Subrat Kumar Kundu, and Ms. Kalpana Arora on the stage, please. Ma'am, please. He left, I think. Sir, we would now request you to please deliver a vote of thanks. Please, yes. Sir, if you could join us on stage.
So much. I think this has been an outstanding conference, and I think we need to really acknowledge the great work which is being done by our friends sitting over here. So thank you so much, and let's. But for today, let's give a big clap, right? Thank you very much.
Sir, we would now like you to please deliver a vote of thanks. Mr. Jeroen van Schinjel, if you could have you on stage, please, for a small token of appreciation from our side.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll not take a lot of your time. So on behalf of the organizers, SECI and NSFI, I would extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your presence and for taking time out of your busy schedule to make the event a grand success. And it was really heartening for us to have a full house participation in the inaugural session. And special thanks to Vashne sir for making this impossible task of bringing each and every expert in this domain, in the sector, and on a single day. It's no mean feat, and we can imagine the endless and tireless efforts put into this. So really, it's a very monumental feat. And so we had a very long day. There were engaging discussions. SECI had actually the first exposure to this sector on as a tendering agency. So we also had new learnings which will enable us to tweak our tendering processes so that we come out with a better document as we arrive at the tendering stage, and that is more amenable to the sector. So, and these sessions are basically just for this, just to educate all the key stakeholders. So thank you for educating us as well. And special thanks to our organizing team for their support and efforts on and off the stage. And we have a exciting day for tomorrow as well. So please join us. We have sessions from domestic partners, financing institutions, and we'll be covering the CST part in detail on day 2. So please do join us for tomorrow. Have a good day. Thank you.
If everybody could join us for a group picture on the stage. Then we'll proceed for the dinner. Background में मुस्कान फोटो के बाद Where is my? Can everybody please join us on the stage? Just one group picture, then we'll go for dinner for sure.